All right, greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba, and welcome to another one of our Black Power Conscious live stream. Tonight, family, I'm here with College Genesis, and we're here to talk about African nation building and organizing real global Black power to unite us. Black men, women, and children build a true Black family. So, yes, my brother, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm glad to be on.
Absolutely, man. Are you up for the subject today? Are you up to like
I'm more
getting
than
into
ready.
it?
I'm more than ready.
Yeah, you and I talk about in the midst of this subject is so many other things that we have to connect and talk about and
Yep.
things like that. So one of the things I want to start off with current events. Current events is basically what you see is Russia and Ukraine. You're not
Yeah.
Russian.
n-
I'm not
Not
Russian. None of us are.
not our business.
None of us are connected to that. And and I'm not saying that I'm not watching or checking things out because I'm a military person and I'm always interested in what's going on in the world. But
Right.
this is what I'm telling people. I would never live in Europe. To me, that's the worst place to live at. Number one, you have all these funny language and all of these different groups of people and things like that, and it's just a volatile situation. And
Yeah.
me
It can
personally,
it
it's
can
a
hit Western Europe at any time. It could spill over into Western Europe.
absolutely, and I tell people, and I do remember what happened after World War II. The European population was decimated, so they came up with all of these things. They came up with NATO. That's the one. I think that's one of the more popular ones that came out of that operation, and
And the
also the
U.
World Bank and the IMF. You
World
know,
Bank,
it's a
IMF,
good
all the
thing
Bretton Woods institution. Bretton Woods
that sucks
institution.
energy. As a matter of fact, and before you even continue, you remember that fruitfully, so you can always just even share and connect to even how we got to this point with NATO. That's known as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization or the Northern Alliance, or they call themselves different things. But basically, family, it's 20 something plus European nations and North America, basically US and Canada. So these folks literally know that their military strength is weak to where they have to combine all of these countries because remember what brought them to the situation. Germany and Hitler. You
Right.
always have one country that think that they're going to take over Europe, and the rest of them will band together because they know that that one country that could just come in within 1 or 2 days and take over, which is what Hitler was doing at one point, and things like that. So, family, just like these people are putting their unions together, we need to be thinking about our union together as the African diaspora and African people on the continent, and us working together and do those things. But my brother Kala, let me just open things up for you, man, for you to connect all of this
Right.
and then get it back to us, and so we can talk about the
Right.
black countries that need help and we need to focus on versus focusing on Russia and Ukraine.
Right. And also, people don't really understand that NATO not only talks about Europe, it's also offensive. NATO also has its hand in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. NATO basically backed up the French, encouraging the Libya. NATO also backed up the invasion of the topple of the governor of Gbagbo in Ivory Coast, and also NATO is behind AFRICOM. People don't realize this. The AFRICOM, even though it says the United States, but it's actually NATO. That's not you. That's not the United States. The federal. It's NATO. AFRICOM is based in Germany, right? But they want to put a base on the continent, right? And just right now, because of the backlash for so many African leaders, they weren't able to. But but still though, I don't see what the difference is because they're still able to go to the continent because the United States have hundreds of bases and logistics all throughout the continent. So they don't necessarily have to have a headquarters on the continent. They can be based out of Germany and still pursue what they do in Africa. So the bottom line is this: when people talk, "Oh, we got to defend NATO," for what? You get rid of NATO, and then the whole thing is Africa could start relying on its own security for its own defense. I just don't get it. Why people talk about NATO and everything? That does not have anything to do with us. Did we forget about what happened to Gaddafi? Did we forget about what happened to what happened in Ivory Coast? Do we forget what's happened to CAR? NATO stretches throughout the African continent. It's a European arm, a Western arm thing. It's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be about self-defense of Europe. But the whole thing is Europe is still relying on African natural resources and different things. So, of course, they're going to use NATO logistics and intelligence to facilitate what they're doing on the African continent. That's why I say when I see all these people now with so-called Pan-Africanists got the Ukraine flag on their moniker on Facebook and everything. But right now in Mali, Burkina Faso, and all these countries, there's French troops and there's chaos, and nobody's putting the Mali flag on their moniker. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. These are so-called Pan-Africanists. All they care about is Europe. Just like when France went through a situation a few years ago, a terrorist attack, everybody put French monikers on their profiles. Everybody's so quick to when Belgium got a terrorist attack in the airport, a few years ago, everybody put their Belgian flags on their thing, But Africa, it seems like we just accept the fact that there's war and chaos and everything. We don't give a shit. And these are the same people that will come around and preach to us and tell us what to do about how we should engage the African continent. Like they really give a damn. I haven't seen anybody basically on YouTube talking about the unfair trade sanctions that's going on in Ethiopia, because Ethiopia's just opened this hydro dam to produce 5,000 megawatts of electricity, and Egypt, along with the Arab League and NATO, is against that. No one's talking about that. We're not rallying behind Ethiopia. Why? Because we don't care. When black people don't care. We only care what CNN tells us to care about. Now, given this, I don't mock any human suffering, like Khalid Muhammad said. I don't mock human suffering. I feel bad for the Ukrainian people. I feel bad for them and everything. But let's look at this like this. Ukraine was a really corrupt government. Your president, Joe Biden, who black people put in power, right, was basically responsible for the corruption and everything. And Putin saw this as a weakness. Putin is not going to let an unstable government on its borders, exist. The United States basically don't care that Mexico is unstable and stuff like that. And you got all these countries to America. There's not one country that America, except for Canada, and because it has a low population, that America is connected to that's doing well. So you got an open border in the United States, right? The United States does not care about its border and everything. They don't care about the drugs flowing and everything. And the whole thing is the West was trying to use Ukraine as a proxy against Russia. And Russia pulled that card. Russia said, okay, we're going to invade Ukraine. What are you going to do about it? It shouldn't escape anybody that the last few years, Russia has been heavily involved with the United States in Iran. Russia has been involved in Syria. Russia's been involved with all these countries and everything, basically to create a buffer against the West. So we've been playing this Cold War. It's like a reuniting of the Cold War. Right now, Russia supplies a good portion of Europe's gas and oil. That's where Russia makes its money from. Russia has a thing. It wants to build a pipeline through Syria and buy Iranian oil and buy oil from the Middle East and everything, refine it, and Russia's the number one producer of natural gas. And so, therefore, this new pipeline that's going to Germany means that Biden approved of, right? Biden approved of this pipeline that Russia was going to build anyway, but he basically did nothing about that pipeline that Russia is building to Germany. At the same time, the United States shuts down this Keystone pipeline. And so I asked the question. So we shut down the U.S. pipeline, shut down the fracking, shut down the Alaskan exploration on federal lands, and then basically we asked in Saudi Arabia to produce more oil, and we wonder why we're paying $5 a gallon for oil. So Russia's looking like all this, right? And also Russia and China really want to replace the dollar as the currency. We could see that in our lifetime, where the dollar is replaced by the rupee, where Russia and the yuan in China. And so, therefore, this is what you have right now as far as geopolitics. Right now, every African currency is tethered to Western currency. Most countries in Africa are tethered to the franc, and the Eurozone, and all these other European thing. If you think Europe is basically going to basically give up a major portion of its income, you are sadly mistaken. Right now, Africa is tethered to Europe, the European monetary zone. That's like aid. In 2020, we're the only region in the world that still relies on foreign aid, whereas Africa has all the resources, manpower, and everything to build itself sustainable. But I'm disheartened right now because instead of Africa saying, you know something, this is our time to create a non-aligned movement. We're not for the Russian, China bloc and BRIC nations, or we're not for the West. We're for Africa. We're going to build Africa. But that's not happening. The Africans are basically tethering themselves to the West by making pronouncements, denouncing Russia and everything like that. Look, fool, when this is all said and done, Russia and the United States is going to be shaking hands, doing business again. China and the United States is going to be doing business again. And Africa is going to like a fool. Russia's going to remember you talking out of turn right now. Instead of saying, look, we support what you should do. Is we support the people of Ukraine and everything. We don't understand what's going on, but our thoughts and prayers with the people of Ukraine. The same thing they do to you when there's a disaster that happens to Africa's black people. They say, my thoughts and prayers are with you, but they're not going to go against anything. French raid any African country. My thoughts and prayers are with you, but that's it. There's nobody going to put sanctions on France for what they're doing in Mali. My thoughts and prayers are with you. That's all they'll give you. But to the African Negro, they're going to basically go up, oh, man, not only my thoughts and prayers, but I'm going to ally myself what do you think you're going to get a couple of butter biscuits, a couple of butter biscuits from England or France and all these countries and everything? What do you think they're going to change their thing because you sided with Russia? Have we learned anything in the last 70 years? That Africa is Africa, It doesn't matter who you think you're going to align with. The white countries in the world are going to still treat you like you're an inferior. As simple as that. So that's what I had to say about that situation,
Yes, my brother. Absolutely, man. Appreciate your scholarly breakdown. And, want people to realize that, we have our own problems in Africa and our own problems as a society of people.
Nobody cares.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to be one of those big black men that's on here talking, crying and shedding tattoo tears, for white people and white people issues and problems. If you ask me what I would do if I could go back in history, I'll say I would extend World War II for another 10 years.
Oh, yeah, man. World War II was the best thing that happened to the black race.
I mean, they almost got wiped out. These same wicked. I mean, you talk about nations that were literally invested in the slave trade that changes the course of time. Where where a good percentage of our people are shipped across the Atlantic and things like that, and they literally are still sucking the life from our people.
Let me give you an example, Bomani, right? Yeah. Had it not been for World War II, right, the whole continent would look like South Africa, apartheid South Africa.
Wow.
That's what we're doing. The reason why they didn't have independence in Africa, right? They gave you some sort of autonomy. There was never any independence in Africa. Only country that was independent was Liberia and Ethiopia. They basically said, okay, we're going to give you. That means we're going to let you rule yourself. We're going to let you pray, but we're behind the scenes calling the shots. And that's why when Africans start saying, something, this is not working out here. Idi Amin, take Idi Amin, for example, right? Idi Amin basically said, wait a minute here, right? He went around and said, look, we say we're independent, but the Israel's taking out all this money. The British are taking out all this money. And the Arabs and the Indians are taking all this money and everything. And the Ugandans are left with nothing. But we get to have a thing where we have this mock independence. And so what he did was this, right? When the British refused to give him aid, the such aid he wanted, he told all British people with British passports, either you become a Ugandan, right, and renounce your British allegiance or leave. And that's what he did in 1972 to the Indians, right? And the British are saying, no. Why? Because the British, they brought the Indians in, and they were basically an arm of the British Empire. They basically own most of the shops, the import, export, and everything. And so they were basically sending their money to London and everything. Same thing. So Idi Amin kicked them out, right? And the British lost a lot of stuff. So they said, we got to get rid of Idi Amin. They tried their best to get rid of him, and they eventually did. But the whole thing is this. The whole thing is this. Zimbabwe, perfect example of what I'm talking about. The black people in Zimbabwe do all the work. You know, there's no such thing as a white farmer in Africa. You know, you know what a white farmer is? Somebody that's 80 years old, right? Who should be in London somewhere collecting Social Security. But yet he's in Africa living in mansions, right? And he's basically the leader. And people have this idea that black people cannot do modern farming, which is a lie. So therefore, they own all the farms in South Africa and they own all the farms in Zimbabwe. And they said, well, we leave, you'll starve. And a lot of black people believe that. So how can you call yourself a Pan-Africanist if you fundamentally believe that if these white people leave, you cannot drive a tractor? Actually, modern farming is actually easier than traditional farming. You cannot lay the stuff down on the ground, the fertilizer and everything, and you cannot build grain silos and everything, and you cannot do all the stuff. You can't sell your crops on the global market or create manufacturing facilities to process this into finished goods, products. You can't do that. It takes the white man's sophistication. The truth is there's black people doing that, but it's the white people own the farms because the white people population in Africa is getting older, right? And so therefore they put sanctions on Zimbabwe. Now, Barack Obama, I know people love Barack Obama, right? He extended the sanctions on Zimbabwe. That was a shock to me. And also his administration charged 2 African Americans, right, that went to Zimbabwe who lobbied for the Mugabe government under sanctions, right? And they got, I don't know what happened with that case and everything, but they were facing years in jail because Zimbabwe was on sanctions. So basically, they're watching our movements in Africa. And if they decide to sanction Ghana, right, then we cannot do business in Ghana. So therefore, what I'm trying to say is this: while you up there praising the United States and everything, understand something. These people have their own interests in mind, and if they don't like what we're doing, they have the real power of stopping what we're doing because we live in the United States and we're subject to U.S. laws. You saw what happened with COVID, right? They basically said South Africa, even though South Africa discovered the Omicron virus, they basically made it seem like South Africa was the source of it. So what did they do? They stopped all flights coming in from South Africa. That hurts my brother Mark Blanton and his tourism business. You know, he has a real estate and tourism business in South Africa. That hurt him. And so therefore, those of us who are Pan-Africans who do business on the continent, we're still subject to U.S. and Western laws. And so my whole thing is this. People think that, okay, that this is going to change things, right? Okay, if Africa was united, right, as we thought, they say we are, whatever, why isn't that we can't tell the United States, if you want to continue allegiance, take those sanctions on Zimbabwe, leave Ethiopia alone, let Mali back into AGOA, African Growth and Opportunities Act. That's not happening. Why? Because we're all fragmented. Each country is terrified of sanctions. If they sanction one African country, it should be like, well, we'll sanction all your countries, right? And we'll nationalize your oil fields. We'll nationalize your mines. We'll take everything back. If you go, one country, you said it. And I don't understand. There's a lot of stuff I know. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I don't understand why we have an African Union, right? Or we call the African Union. You know, and the bottom line is this: why is one country could be targeted by the West? They're trying to take out Paul Kagame in Rwanda. Now, one would say, look at Paul Kagame and say, well, he's done an excellent job in turning his economy around, right? They don't like Paul Kagame at all. You know, they're trying to basically undermine Paul Kagame. They're basically trying to destroy his image in the West and everything. And you ask your question this: well, Paul Kagame, one, got rid of the French as the official language. He kicked the French out and said, look, we're going to basically build it. We're Rwandans. We're not a French colony. We're Rwandans. And we're going to be like Singapore. We're going to work for our own interests, and we're a nationalist country. We're a Black African Republic. They successfully united the Hutus and Tutsis as Rwandans. No one talks about Hutu and Tutsis anymore. Everybody calls themselves Rwandans. They don't want that, you know. They want to be able to come to any African country and say, hey, see that group over there as they're oppressed. So we're going to tell the Western media that these people are oppressed, so we got to put sanctions on them. That's what they do. And you'll have 1 to 2 Negropeans out there who live in Europe, who haven't been to the continent in 20 years, right? Say, yeah, man, that dictator. That's what happens in Africa, right? If your guy did not win the presidential election, right? What you do is you, instead of working in the country and have a general plan, okay, we don't agree on this, but 80% of the other stuff we agree on, so let's work on that. When it's our turn to get in power, we'll implement that. We hope we have your support. May the best man win. But no, what happens is Africans leave the continent, right? And they go to these countries around the world, right, where they don't have to deal with the implication of them undermining Africa and the social friction it causes by using social media to gin up the sports. What's happening in Ethiopia, right? The Tigray people are causing havoc all over the globe, trying to undermine the current administration of Ethiopia, right? Because they want to get back in power. And what do they make a concession to? If we get back in power, right? If you put us back in power, we'll be good Negroes and we'll shut down that dam. That is what is happening. That is what's happening on the African continent. That's happening in a nutshell. It's a sad situation. And I want to know this, right? On Facebook today, right? Just before we start the show, right? Before we start the show, let me see something. Okay. Now this conflict is divide. I put up a little thing, right? And this conflict is now dividing Black people, Africans, so-called Pan-Africans, right? Let me read you a little something, right? I put a post up, right? Okay. Putin's Frank Roscoe from South Africa put up what's Putin saying, right? And you got all these people, Africans, a lot of Liberians talking about, yeah, we need to go after Putin. They're going after hard on Putin, stupid motherfuckers. Look, Liberia, you need all the help you can goddamn get. You ain't in no position to be telling anybody anything, Putin or anything. Shut your ass up and whatnot, and pray that when this is over, you can still do business with Russia or whoever like that. Ukraine doesn't have a dime to give Africa. You got to start thinking about yourself. See, the Black people, we only think we put other people before it. See, it's natural for Black people as refugees. You got a lot of people from the Congo and Brazil right now getting killed by Brazilian police. They're trying to make their way up to the United States. So we got all this going on the continent. Nobody gives a damn. Nobody gives a damn about the migrants that's trying to get into racist ass Israel from Ethiopia and Eritrea and Sudan. These people are migrating through the desert to get to Israel, right? Nobody cares about you. Nobody gives it. Their thoughts and prayers are with you. They say, Negroes, our thoughts and prayers are with you, right? But they ain't gonna lift a finger. These countries got billions of dollars, right? They're not going to do anything for you. They're not going to go before the UN and say, hey, look, Israel, don't do this and don't do that. They're not going to do anything for you. They're not going to, there's migrants crossing the Mediterranean Ocean to get into Europe. Nobody gives a damn. Their thoughts and prayers are with you, right? For all it's worth. So therefore, I put up a post, right? And I was basically just joking, about this thing. And the whole thing is, you have people now weighing in, and I didn't mean for it to be serious. I thought, right? I strongly thought and naively thought that we could all sit back there as Pan-Africans and everything and just say, okay, Ukraine. But you got full-fledged motherfuckers, excuse my language, putting up Ukrainian flags on anything. They forgot about all we were talking about as Africa and Liberia. In the span of 1 week, nobody wants to talk about Pan-African, the centennials going to Liberia. Nobody will talk about that. Everything is on Ukraine right now. Why? Because they are white folks. And the natural order of things, like Uncle Ruck would say, it's the order of things, the natural order of things, The natural order of things is white people are supposed to be living a good life, right? Black people suffering is the norm. That's the natural order of things. So we have Negropeans in the African diaspora movement and everything. And we African Americans that are Pan-Africans, right, have to start taking the leadership again. Because I was on Listen to Dynasty show last night, and I was just heartbroken. You had a South African brother, Nigerian brother, and Zimbabwe. They were at each other's throats, right? Talking about, you need to worry about Boko Haram and all stuff like this, You need to go at it over Ukraine, You need to worry about this. So black people are divided. We can't even stay united for one goddamn minute. As soon as the white people start getting in trouble, we forget all what we were talking about and everything. And you should talk about Russia, blah blah blah, blah blah. Look, what the hell's that got to do with you?
Yeah, I'm
You
being real,
gotta
man,
feed your own
family.
country.
I mean, them folks who wipe each other off, I don't care. I'm not into all that stuff. And anybody who have an issue with what I say, we have too much problems as black people to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Example, where I'm at from Jamaica, we have a whole bunch of problems in that country. Then I have friends from Ghana, we have a whole bunch of problems. So what we have, black problems that black people need to focus on.
Right. Check us out. What's the first law of nature, right? Self-preservation. Not preservation of white folks, not the preservation of a NATO, and the bottom line is this, like I said, first law of self-preservation, right? We sit there and go out and vote for the Democrats and all this stuff, Obama and everything. Obama gave Israel before he left office $30 billion, right? How much money does he give? They give the whole African continent, right? $1 billion to divide up among a bunch of corrupt people, and they don't do anything, right? So we're more so concerned. And Negro, you tell the United States going to say, something, we can't afford Israel to pay Israel that money anymore. Negroes will be the first one in the street talking about, oh, no, that's anti-Semitic. No, just fucking common sense. They're going to use
those words.
So we have 500 years has taught us that we're not worth preserving ourselves unless it's on an individual selfish basis, right? We don't have a stake. We can't say, something, if you want our votes and whatnot, why is Israel getting all this money right now, and Ghana and Liberia and these countries can't get a dime from the United States? Why all these stipulations on Africa for aid and everything? And the bottom line is you have no stipulations with Israel and everything. You can't give the Palestinians a square deal and everything, but it's okay because it's Israel. The Jews have and look, I'm not knocking the Jews hustle. If they're smart enough to do all this stuff and get the money and everything like that, and get the U.S. and everything, and black people sit here in America and we can't get a crumb from the table, right? We can't. That's our fault. That's our fault. So, but the thing is, I have to be the one that sit here and say, something, it's time for a change. Time for a change. If the United States, we should have been up in arms when they basically did that travel ban with South Africa. How dare you?
That was crazy.
Now, show me one show, right? Show me one show on YouTube where any Negro who took the time to make a 20-minute video voicing opposition. Not one. But they will take the time to talk about Brother Bomani, They will take the time to talk about Brother Diane Samir, who are doing legitimate work on the continent, right? And I said, somebody, U.S., what interest does the Israel have with the United States? I want to know, what the hell did the United States get from Israel? Not a damn thing. Israel's a freaking welfare state. What the hell did the United States, what doing what? This is not the 1950s where we got Arab. The United States needs relations with Syria, Egypt, all those countries. Jordan. The United States has better relations with Jordan and Saudi Arabia. So what does Israel have to do with anything? What is the vital strategic role that Israel plays other than irritating the freaking Middle East? What does the Israel have to play? Now, somebody said, I'm gonna answer this, right? Kyle's all over the place. You said kind of corrupt leaders. Or you sound like look, the bottom line is, I'm gonna say it again. You want to call and debate me? Africa's full of corrupt leaders, I call the African community African Cunion, right? The only reason why they go to these conferences was to get a free meal, You got these African leaders just went to Belgium for some whatever it is, right? Wasting taxpayer money. The Ghanaian president, right? They said that the cost of him flying that plane to wherever he went to, right, could have employed 7,000 people. Yeah, they're corrupt. And that ain't white supremacy. That's a black man checking other black people. Get used to it. I don't want to hear that about every time you criticize black people, you're a white supremacist. No, I could tell the dude who said that grew up on welfare, grew up in a single mom household, had no discipline, never got his ass whooped, never had to have a job, never had to be responsible for something like that. So the bottom line, he thinks everything's everything. And this is why the reason why the black race is in the race right now. We let people like this speak. No, it ain't white supremacy. White supremacy is a goddamn myth that we use to basically justify our cowardice. Hey, listen to dude like now. You probably like agree with this. We can't take away the farms away from white people because white supremacists is gonna come and get us. Man, get your coward ass off our goddamn panel, man. You know, Pharaoh, whatever your goddamn name is. You know, get your coward ass out of here. Oh yeah, all we got in the black race is nothing but a goddamn bunch of cowards. They want to be cowards and don't stand up and man up like men and want to use, white supremacy is going to come get us when you white supremacists. No, I'm a preempt white, so I'm worse than white supremacy to our people, you know, because the bottom line, you're muted, Bomani.
Yeah, these people are playing behind their keyboard, brother. They're playing around behind their keyboard. So
yeah, play by me.
I'm looking for any of these little comments anybody want to do, and I'm putting the link out there if they want to.
You want to call in and debate. You know,
they can debate. You know me, I don't do much debating, but I do have a debating background.
I do debate,
and but you are like the champ of debates. I don't think you have ever lost a debate.
No, I've never lost. Never will. Never lost. Never will. I'll crush anybody that comes.
This guy Kala is, when you talk about a scholar that can debate, like even when me and Kala would talk and back in the days, that I'm like, yo, Kala, I'm not trying to debate you, brother. I'm gonna get off the phone because we ain't doing all of that. But this brother, I gotta give him his respect. And he did debates. Like people like myself, I'm like, you lay out a few things. I'm like, yo, this is what we're doing, and that's it. If you don't like it, if you don't want to deal with it, then go do something else. But I appreciate you, brother, because debating is a great way of educating. Like one of the person or people that we know, like Sanada TV, they don't play around. Like ever since I've known how they do, they literally bring good debates. And the good thing about good debates is you can literally educate people from good debates. That's what I like about good debates. So anybody want to challenge my brother, step up to the plate and get shut down.
Shut up and get crushed. Wait a minute, brand new, jump up to the beat. Jump up to the what's that? Suckers jump up, get beat down.
Yeah, brand new being one of those nice hip hop groups in New York. Yeah, punks jump up to get beat down. So let them come on so we can crush them.
Crush them. Come on and like call me. Tell me how I'm a white supremacist. You know, I'm a whole ass black African. You know, all I care about is African, but I'm a white supremacist. Shut the fuck up. Let me tell you something. In that logic, right? These motherfuckers that talk like that, they think white people have the last say on intelligence. Responsibility. They think that's a white trait. You know, if you're about responsibility and accountability and stuff like that, that's whiteness. You know, that's how these people that think like that, these are the people that will live under white supremacy and white people rule forever. Because these are people will never put no money invest in black business or whatever because you don't think black people are worth the time. You know. Okay, let me read this. He's like, you certainly entitled to sound foolish on YouTube. I've never I've been to Africa. Okay, how about that? I've been to Africa. You know, I've been there. You know, and I'm a 62 lawyer, clown. But more outside, I doubt you are a lawyer. You know, I doubt you probably don't know anything about government. You know, I'm a Morehouse. You need to if you what I'm sitting there right now, you need to give your freaking degrees back. You know, the problem right now that if anybody's doing business on Africa like I am, right, the biggest obstacle in Africa is dealing with people who want kickbacks and corruption and everything like that. That's the biggest obstacle, you know. And the reason why it's happened is because people don't sit back and say anything. You know, we're not one of these Negroes that go to the continent, right, and let Africans, our brothers and sisters in Africa, we're our brothers' keepers. We say we know what things are supposed to be. We know what a road is supposed to be like. We know what an electrical grid is supposed to look like. You know, we know that when you go to an airport and everything like that, you're not supposed to give nobody no shakedown, give into no shakedown and like that. We know how things go. So when we do go to the continent, we see these things. We just accept, that's just the way things go in Africa. It should not be like that, because when you don't have public trust, and that's the whole thing. If the average African, right, somebody could come, or Western Europeans or whoever come out, they give $100 million to an African country, and something doesn't get built, right? Right now, Nigeria has over 500 projects they're trying to rehab from the 90s and up to 2000 that went undeveloped. The money just disappeared. As soon as the government changes everything, the bank accounts get drained and everything. There's paperwork's missing, everything. The next administration got to come in and start from scratch. Is that corruption? Not. We're talking about this because the bottom line, the white man's not going to come and solve this. The Asian's not going to come and solve this. Only us can solve this. And we have to tell our people from thing that we want better. Right now, Nigeria is rehabbing old steel mills. You got steel mills in Nigeria. Nigeria had all this stuff. They had all the also, we ain't talking about nothing new. Steel mills, power plants, everything like that, sitting lying dormant. Right now, Nigeria, right, that has all the oil and natural gas, should be a net energy exporter, right? But they got whole facilities that went lying dormant. They're collecting weed. They went back to the weed. It's like, what was that? That was a damn a processing plant that was supposed to be like that. What happened? The people stole the money and they went off someplace else. It's to the point now, right? And now, if you want to talk about something right now, it's hard to get investments in Africa. Why? Because, unlike, say, Paul Kagame, right? You know what it is? He made tackling corruption the number one thing, right? So you missed the part where I praised Paul Kagame, right, as a model, right? And you jumped across to the thing talking about all Africa because you want to make a case because you were jealous. I'm on this show right now talking like this and you feel like you want to be up here and everything. So you sit there and do a conscious drive-by, and just I see college. So that's a conscious drive-by. That shit don't work with me, I mentioned the fact that I like what Paul Kagame is doing. I like what the former president of Tanzania, Magufuli, did with Tanzania when he shut down that agreement with China to build a port and everything. He shut that shit the fuck down, and he was building Tanzania. So we want to talk about the Africans who are doing well, But you want to say, "Oh, you saw white supremacy and everything." So it tells me that you're not even a lawyer. You didn't even read the case. You didn't let the facts play out and everything. You just jumped to a conclusion, and you call yourself a freaking lawyer. Nigga, get the fuck out of my face.
That was a comment right there that Kyle saw our family. So my brother Kyle wants you to come stronger. Anybody that's want to debate him?
Oh, call in, man. Call in. Tell me. I started with Paul Kagame saying that this guy's running a perfect country right now. The Western media is attacking him, because he's successful right now. Rwanda is growing to a middle class economy right now, because he put his foot down. And he ain't playing games with corruption and stuff like that in his government. You don't see Paul Kagame with big cars and everything like that. Look at Equatorial Guinea. The president's son had in California, they confiscated 20 Lamborghinis. But the people live on nothing. So what is that? If that's not corruption, what is it? But we're black. We're not supposed to say nothing. We're not, get the hell out of here. The future of our race is at stake here. Because we can't sustain this right now. If the dollar collapses and everything like that, we are basically, what you call it? He said, you're talking points of Southern African American. You're smoking the Caribbean. Oh, another ADOS FBA, I haven't said one thing against African Americans. I'm African American, And so the bottom line, here's another ADOS FBA goofball and whatnot, ADOS stands for the American Disciples of Satan, and FBA stands for Foundational Buck-Broken Assholes,
It's funny, brother, but the part I'm looking at this is that we love Africa, but America owes us reparations. Well, the thing of it is, if we look at
the bottom line, when people
the entire world owes us as a people, black people. The entire world owes black people as a people.
And the whole thing is, let me tell you something. Bro. Let me tell you something, right? Until you build Africa, you ain't gonna see no goddamn reparations. Until you build Africa, shut the up about reparations. They want reparations to sit in America, sit on their ass, and talk about the sun, moon, and stars. You are not gonna get no reparations inside the United States as a U.S. citizen and all stuff like that. You got to build Africa. You got to build Africa militarily, economically, industrially, logistically, and everything. Once you build Africa and everything, then you can step to the West and say, we want reparations. But if Africa, if all the African continent is dependent on U.S. aid, how the hell you have no leverage? You have no power. And how are you going to do? You're going to vote them? You going to vote your way to reparations? So all you guys do is run into, we're talking about nation building tonight, and you're going to pivot to some reparations thing that's never going to happen until we have a nationhood and build a nationhood. And so you're not fooling me. I know you guys are one of these, do it right here. We're Americans, we're foundational American and everything, and you want to shut down this argument with this reparations. First of all, reparations movement was built on black nationalism and Pan-Africanism. It wasn't built on integration and you're a foundational American. You motherfuckers hijacked the movement. But reparations are rooted in, you give me my reparations, you can have your citizenship. We'll get the hell out of here. That's reparations. I would like to have thing, No, I'm not married to an African American. I'm an African, and my fiance is Liberian. She's African. I'm not Caribbean. Where's this idea that I'm a Caribbean? Where's this come from, Brother Bomani? Brother Bomani's from Jamaica. I'm from New York City. I was born in New York City. My family is from North Carolina and Georgia. That's where my family's from. Yeah, you're a Caribbean. You always talk about they're Caribbean. They're trying to discredit you. They try to discredit you.
Yeah, I think the only person you could be talking about is myself. I'm not physically married to anyone at this moment, but yes, I am looking to marry a sister from America, and we have good connections. So yes, I so.
But I
don't know what he's talking about.
What if we are Caribbeans? Who's that? You said I never said I was Caribbean.
I'm the only person that said that I'm from Jamaica. And my brother always say, he's a proud brother from America.
I'm an African American, Black American.
Diaspora. Like I represent black folks from the diaspora.
And I don't give a damn of me.
I don't give a damn
Africa. Where you're from. You're black, you're okay, You're black. We share the same genes. We produce the same genes, I don't give a damn about that. African American. I'm proud to be African American, right? But the whole thing is, this is the whole thing, Brother Bomani. People think if you're African American that you're defined by the borders of the United States. I bet you these motherfuckers don't even include Alaska and Hawaii in that equation. Or they look at the map of the United States and whatnot and said, "This is what I am." No. There's African Americans that migrated to Nova Scotia. You probably don't know that. There's African Americans that went to France. You don't probably know that. There's African Americans that settled in Russia in the early 1900s. They went to Russia. There's African Americans who settled in Panama. There's African Americans who settled in Haiti. There's African Americans who settled in Mexico, Baja California. There's African Americans who settled in Dominican Republic. There's African Americans who settled in Sierra Leone. There's African Americans who settled in South Africa, Liberia. So the idea of African Americans is not defined by the borders of the United States. So this nonsense. And what we're talking about today is we got all these African Americans who are going to move into South Africa in record numbers. We got people moving in Ghana. We got people moving to Liberia, Kenya, and Tanzania, and all these countries and everything like that. We have to have a coordinated effort. We have to be on the same page. That's just common sense. That's common sense. So these people want to be like, oh, you're African American. If you venture outside America, you're no longer African American. That's a slave. That's white supremacy. So you're only defined by the U.S. borders and everything. So if you move to Mexico, God forbid, you're no longer African American. You live in Belize. Oh, you're not African American no more. No. If I go down to Belize or whatever and have a child down there, right, it's still part of my legacy and my heritage and everything. And so all this nonsense about who's African American and all stuff like this. And then when they try to do legitimate, we want reparations. No, you just want to hang on to America. That's all it is. You want to hang on. You want to hang on to the white man. You want to keep asking them for shit and whatnot. You want to keep it. White people right now is. You ever see that meme where the brother is a black man's holding the white man's leg and he's like, "Get off," and whatnot. I gotta find that, send it to you. That's what these niggas are. No. The white man saying, "Look, I don't need you no more. I got the Mexicans. I got everybody else." He's saying, "Get the fuck out of here. Go away. I don't need y'all no more. I got computers. I got science. We don't need y'all no more." But we always find a way how to inject ourselves into their conversation. They basically the Super Bowl. We got to be in the Super Bowl. We got to be in halftime. See, black people. There was a movie that came out called The Hunger Games. Right? I didn't watch it. Right? Whatever. But black people noticed there were no black characters in the Hunger Games. Oh man, we gotta be on the Hunger Games. A couple of years ago, Chris Rock talked about the Oscars so white, and I'm saying to myself, who the fuck cares? We got a Pan African Film Awards, and when he's about the Oscars so white, what the fuck do we care about the Oscars?
Yeah.
So these are these Negro, Afro-American Negropeans, right? Who on one hand, they want to come into our Pan-African circles, because Pan-African really means we don't give a fuck about America. We're going to take all the money that we can out of America. We're going to bleed this country dry and take all our money to Africa. That's all it is in a nutshell. We're going to take our brains,
and black
money,
people in
the
Europe should
continent,
do the same thing too. Should want to do the same thing too.
We don't give a damn about what the future of America. I don't see myself as a future. You see things going now, right? Black people are being priced out of the housing market. Dynasty did a good video yesterday about Atlanta. Like 100 people showed up to look at a house for $300,000. That's all most black people could afford, and the housing prices are going up. You ain't gonna be able to afford a house, and don't even think about renting. Don't even think about renting, because renting is going.
I'm lucky. It ain't no joke.
Renting is no joke. So the bottom line is you're being priced out of America, right? You're being priced out of America. And the whole thing is this, though. America has become a den of things. Let me give you an example. Essence Magazine. They grabbed Essence Magazine, right? We used to have these institutions, Essence, Ebony, Jet, man. You loved it and I loved it, Bomani, right? It was a place you could pick up a magazine, saw people like us, beautiful. Remember the Beauty of the Week in Jet Magazine, right?
Oh man, brother, I used to collect those. I'm sure a lot of other men too.
Yeah, we all did, man. Beauty of the Week, man. It was celebration of blackness. We have our
Black
people,
beauty, man.
Black beauty and everything like that. Yeah. A Jamaican could pick it up, a Haitian could pick it up, and they see themselves. People. This is another thing. You ADOS, FBA, stupid coon. Fools don't understand, right? When a Haitian picks up an Ebony magazine, he sees people that look like them. Now, what these people are going to try to segue into in the future is with this so-called Aboriginal stuff like that. That African Americans are actual whole different race than everybody. No, we're not. We're the same freaking skin tone. We got the same nappy hair. We got the same wide nose, same big lips, and we're the same freaking race. And that's what the whole thing was together. You're black. You know what I'm saying? We're all part of the same African race. Now you guys want to say, oh no, we're not. We're no different from Nigerians, anybody else, And so the whole idea is, you look the same, you are the same. What appears becomes apparent. Let me say that again. What appears is apparent. If you appear like a black man, God damn it, you're a black man. If a Jamaican comes up and says, something, Collar, I like the BA, I want to be a part of it. You appear like a black man, so apparently you must be one, And so you come up here. Now you got white people out there trying to tan their skin and brown their skin and wear our hair and everything, man. We got to find them out and everything. Hey, we make them take a DNA test, But the bottom line is, if you're black, we're all on one page. Now, some people say, well, we got Africa. What the hell? Look, the bottom line, you got some Negroes out here trying to say Black History Month is only for people born in the borders of the United States. I was posting Black History Month from Mexico, from the guy that fought the Spanish in Colombia. That's all part of Black history. That's what makes us strong. That's what Pan-Africanism. You're with your people in spirit. I was in Haiti, but I was in Haiti in spirit. Why? Because they're fellow Black people from the mother continent being oppressed. So I'm with them in their struggle. I don't separate myself from the struggle of Black people globally. But you motherfuckers want to distance yourself from the struggle of Black people globally and focus on Ukraine. So somebody says, I'm going to get land in Africa too. Is willing to track those who stay here and fight. It's wise to track those. Yeah, the bottom line is this. You could this people, nothing wrong with staying in America. But the bottom line is, people have a problem with Black people saying, I think I want to go someplace else. If you were really secure in your Americanness and your love for America and everything, you wouldn't be like this. What it is Bomani, is this. A lot of these people, right, have white friends, and I got associates, white people I know and everything right here. But the whole thing is this. They feel embarrassed, right, because they're up there telling their white friends how great they have it, how good America is, and all stuff like that. I'm proud to be American, all this nonsense and everything. And we are an embarrassment to them, So instead of saying, something, some Black people don't feel like that, giving us the benefit of the doubt, you want to destroy us. You want to basically talk about, I'm FBA, Pan-African, never worked for us. We never tried Pan-Africanism. We never tried it. And they hate the fact that people who are articulate and educated and got means are basically are going to get involved in the Pan African movement. It ain't Boo Boo the fool on the street corner talking Pan Africans no more, right? You know, now you got people who are scholarly, like myself. You got people who are educated, people who know history. You know, who could link this to history, and could basically put us on a trajectory to say, look, this is how people did it in the past. You study the what happened in Roman, the Roman Empire during Constantine's time, where the Gauls and all these other people were trying to create their own homeland, right, independent of Rome and stuff like that. I said, man, that's eerily similar to what we're going through. You remember the William Wallace of Scotland, you know, if you don't read, go watch a movie one night. He wanted an independent homeland for Scotland. You know, so the bottom line is this: we're no different than any of these people in throughout history and everything who wanted freedom and autonomy and self-determination. I think it's not good for any group of people to cast their lot with another group of people and then complain about the people as oppressing them. You claim America as oppressive race and whatnot. Well, we got the idea. We got the solution. Let's build Africa. No. So you're going to wait another 300 years, right? And then the kicker is, yeah, in 2040, whites will be the minority. No, they're not. You've been saying that for how long? We've been saying America's going to fall, blah, blah, blah. You believe the black people are going to rise up and take over America and whatnot. You know, how the fuck you going to run it? You ain't got no technology to run this shit, you know? And so you think that you're going to be one day at the table on that. You know who's going to be at the table? People like Al Sharpton, Jay-Z, and all these other people. Oh, they are what you was working for. You know, we got Al Sharpton talking to the NBA now. You know, we got Al Sharpton talking to this person, you know? And so the bottom line is you still feel empty in your soul that nothing's happening. And then when you see another police shooting, and you see all the crime in our community and stuff like that, you're like, well, geez, man, I thought we arrived. You know, we haven't arrived yet. Because the whole thing is this: white people choose who our leaders are. They choose what we have. They basically redline our communities, right? And redlining is not just redlining for redlining is not just housing, giving loans to housing. We're not going to redline area. It was also businesses, right? If you want to build a high-tech business and everything, and you got to have entry-level workers or whatever, you better, they look at the demographics of the area, this thing called demographics, you know, and at the time, one time they needed us. They had to employ us, right? During World War II, World War I, in the Cold War, black people went to Detroit. We got jobs. Why? Because they needed us, because they had to. But they fixed that problem when they brought all these immigrants in the 60s. They started bringing all the immigrants in. Why? Because they're not going to let many generations have money and stuff like that. That's why they had to cut that off. That's why the steel mills are that America imports most of the steel from China and everything. They'd rather give it to the Chinese, make more money by saving money, than to give it to us. We have no power over that. So we're going to redline Gary, Indiana. We're going to redline Detroit, Cleveland. All these Rust Belt areas used to be a place where Black America built itself to a middle class and everything, you know, and so therefore they no longer exist. Why? Because it's redlining. You know, redlining saying, look, you know, you better, if you build your factory, you better build it. You'd be surprised, right? When people talk about industrialization and stuff like that, you always think of like urban areas. No, a lot of industrial parks and everything, because of the technology now, are located in lily white suburbs, where they got white people going out there doing these jobs and everything like that. And they may have 1.2% black population. So if you're black, we're still chasing them. And I know a lot of Negroes want to do that. They want to basically chase white people forever. If the white man says, you know, we're going to build a colony on Mars, Negroes will be in line saying, you know something, we're going to be up there too. Where you ain't leaving us, man. White man say, you know, planet Earth, y'all can have this shit. Y'all Negroes be up there in your space, trying to get in the spaceship, saying, "No, master, y'all, no boss, you ain't leaving me." You know, you're gonna make the case that that's racist. You know, white people going to Mars and we're not leaving Negroes on the Earth. You're gonna go up there saying that I basically I deserve to be up in the space with the white folks. That's the way it is. So I tell people all the time, man, you guys got to get out of this nonsense and everything. They're never going to give you reparations, never like this. Now, in the short run, we know that we don't have the means, the capital to deploy our people. We understand that, right? We understand that. But basically, you're going to tell me that what we're doing is going to set in motion the next generation of black bankers, industrialists, and everything to build on the continent because we're laying the foundation for them. You want to go against that because you know what the problem is? Black people love instant gratification. Like the guy Farrell, what I'm talking about, Colin, you talking about supremacists. Didn't even hear or hear everything I have to say. Instant gratification, drive-by shooting. Black people, for the most part, don't like sitting down, thinking things out, and creating a long-term strategy for anything. It's always instant gratification, unrealistic expectations. We have to learn how to manage expectations. We say, okay, we're not going to do this overnight. It's a process. We don't want to do that. We want things instant right now. If you can't walk out, I remember years ago I used to go to these meetings, right, where grant writers meetings, right, and a lot of black people showed up there, right, and I figure how you can get up like the $300,000 for bills with SBAs. I forgot what it's called. I forgot the Small Business Administration. It was right here. They had an office here. They show you how to get your business and everything like that. Funding for Small Business Administration. But a lot of black people showed up with their suitcases, thought there was like they're going to hand them a bag, of money right then and there. No, it's a process. I forgot the name of this organization, but they work with the Small Business Administration to help you properly write your proposal for the small. There's billions of dollars in Small Business Administration, but black people don't like taking the time, right? Hire a lawyer to write you the grant proposal and stuff like that and say, look, this is what I need to do. He'll tell you what you need to do on your end, how to get the right credit score and stuff like that, So when you step to them, you have collateral. They'll guarantee it, but you got to have some initial collateral, something to put up, whatever like that. And say, well, we'll come with $10,000 and boom, boom, boom. You put that in escrow and everything. It's a process. Negroes showed up at the meeting, whatnot, with their bags, whatnot, talking about where's the money at. They thought they were going to be able to cut a check because you attended a $10 seminar. You thought you were going to be able to cut the check. Boom. No, that's scamming. Blah, 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 blah. It's so tiring dealing with ignorant people, man. I love my people, man. But, the whole problem is, right, the ignorant people are the loudest. They're the loudest voice and whatnot. They always get online trying to discourage other people, They're Debbie doubters and stuff like that, If you don't show them the bag or show them something instantaneous in front of them. This is why we listen to rappers, right? Because rappers got money and everything. And no matter what they say, they don't do shit really for the community and everything. They may do some charity work here and there, but no fundamental change ever happened with dealing with these rappers, Look at Atlanta. It's a freaking hellhole. I thought T.I. and Killer Mike was going to get black banks together and do all that. Nothing happened. Atlanta's turning into a freaking hell on earth. Patricia Lance Bottoms, right, is saying, look, I'm going to be a talk show host. I'm getting out of here. She's tired of y'all niggas. Y'all destroyed the city. Y'all like that. You don't want to put. I know Bomani's cracking up.
Yo, man, brother, that is funny. You are here. You said our sister mayor Liberia want to be a talk show host because people are driving her crazy. But that's the issue with leadership. It's like you have people, and we have to think about that. You know what I'm saying? Even when I look at my son, I look at him as as a great future leader of this business and technology and trying to help his own people and things like that. But he's gonna get turned off if people keep doing the stuff that they do. So I think a lot of people in black leadership are like sick and tired of black people.
Yeah.
So I even asked myself, and I was like, yeah, it's challenging, but I have
it does. Black people get on your last nerve.
My family, and I think about our people from the diaspora who were stolen. So I have no choice to fight the fight. So I just tell people I appreciate people like Kala and all the other folks out there that got your back, and they'll be supporting you and fighting with you. But yeah, go ahead, Kala, man. That's
So bottom line is
incredible.
Managing expectations. Let me tell you something, folks. Right? If you tell people, look, it's going to process, right? Due diligence, right? Read the contracts over. Read the terms and conditions. That's not being white.
It's business. It's being
organized. Business, And also, and what I'm seeing now is a lot of black people do not know business. You know, I could
They
tell.
don't,
You
brother.
know,
They don't.
they don't anything how business the real world works. You know, and
It's a
so
very small percentage, brother. Trust me. And if you're not
they
willing
don't
to cultivate and work with people, it's hard. And
they don't understand. You know, and you try to be patient, right? Because we let everybody in. We always call Bomani says family, family, family. You know, and you got
absolutely,
people
we let too much people
got
in.
people up there okay, like this, and also. In the future, we gotta start having a hierarchy in this shit. You know, we have to have a hierarchy. You know, there's some people that could think on Bomani's level, Kyle's level, and everything, and there's some people we call the laymen. You know, we put in layman's terms, right? And the whole thing is this: if you're dissatisfied with us or not, please don't go to the unapologetic Negropean. That's what they do. They get tired, frustrated, and everything. And they run to the Negropean, right? Who has nothing.
Like he's God or something. Like he's gonna help them. All he's gonna do is take whatever you tell him, and he's gonna twist it because he has to be, because he's like a theater person. Like people, like he studied the arts of drama, and he knows how black people are, and that's why you see his allegiance. He has a white porn star girlfriend, or shacking up, or whatever they're doing.
He's shacking up. He's shacking up with a white chick, porn star.
Probably cheating on her and doing all kind of stuff.
He probably doing all kinds of stuff like that. He ain't gonna marry her or whatnot. She probably won't marry. You'd be surprised, man. I've seen this before, right? Those European women, right? You ever see them get with black soccer players and everything, take all their money and shit and divorce them and shit? You seen that shit?
All the time. That's
all the freaking time.
On.
And these people think they got the bag when they got these European chicks and whatnot. These people. I'm gonna go Europe, man. Once they get the money,
all of them, every single last one of these white women that getting with y'all are playing y'all.
They're playing. They don't have no long term.
They already know it already. They learning from their other sisters that they see doing the same thing too. Look what Kim Kardashian did to Kanye.
Check this out. They're
over. Go ahead.
When they may like that, excuse my language, that dick at first, right? But once you get older and you got erectile dysfunction and whatnot, they got no more use for your ass. And they want to see your black ass sitting there and whatnot. They're gonna get another younger motherfucker, and you're gonna be paying him child support. That's what it is. They don't have no long-term allegiance to no black man. When you crazy, that only a black woman's gonna stick with you to the end.
Oh, absolutely. That's real family. Your sister, like I tell people, my parents are still married. They're in their 60s.
My parents were
been together since my mother was like, late teen.
My parents were married for 41 years till my father passed away. Married for 41 years. When a 41 beautiful family, beautiful marriage and everything. I come from black love.
Exactly.
I come from black love.
That's a real black family.
Black
woman and children.
And I had a father that was 6'4", put his foot up my ass so many times, man. My father put his foot up my ass so many times I could taste his shoes. And so the bottom line, I was a person that was raised in a black family. I had my grandfather; he put his foot up my ass. My other grandfather, I had uncles, whatnot. I was always around strong black men and black women, all my whole life and whatnot. I ain't just somebody to come here. I live this stuff or not. I am a black man from a black America, the once black America that was once proud, And the bottom line is they taught me about Africa. They taught me your African roots and everything like that. I never forget my father when Coming to America came out, right? And my father, right? My father was like a country boy hillbilly, right? He used to watch Hee Haw and all that stuff like that. And he used to watch Beverly Hillbillies, right? And also he used to love that. My father was like a black man, But the thing is, when he saw Coming to America, right, he was like, man, I just felt the African, the African, when at the end, the drum, remember that at the end, when it's Coming to America is going off, and when they're showing all the characters and everything, and they had the African music playing, my father was like in tears, like that just touched me, man. I feel, man, down in my soul, man, I'm African, man. He just loved that movie so much and whatnot, He loved Coming to America, he loved it, even though it was a corny movie and everything like that, right? But he loved Coming to America, man. He said, yeah, I felt my African roots. He always say that, So bottom line is that's what I come from, I had my uncle, he gave me my first autobiography of Malcolm X when I was 15. Never read it. Funny thing is, I had that book, right? And he gave it to me at 15, right? I still got that book to this day. And I read it and everything. It was like I was into hip hop and everything. But when I turned like 20, right? I turned 20. That's when I opened that book up and read it, right? And there was another book on Malcolm X, right? It was a book read by Malcolm, done by a whole bunch of authors, Malcolm X critics, right? And I opened it up, right, and I started reading it, right. Also, it said the one part it said Malcolm X was talking about Martin Luther King getting the Nobel Peace Prize, right? Because I had all these thoughts in my head. I was in college at the time, right? I had all these thoughts in my head, but I couldn't put it together, right? There's something wasn't right. And he said, now look at how does this look? Malcolm's quote was, where one of your generals is getting a peace thing to the people you're supposed to be fighting. I said, yup, I thought that. And I fell in love with Malcolm. I said, yup, that's what I'm talking about. I thought the same thing. And that's why I read Malcolm X more. I said, yo, that's just common sense. I said, yo, he said, look, he said some critic came at him. He said, look at these dudes sitting up there eating off the crumbs of the white man's table. I said, why are we always begging for scraps off the white man's table? He said he's trying to get a crumb off the white man's table of plenty and whatnot, And then one part, what was the other thing he said? He said something. He said something like Malcolm X said something. Quote. It'll come back to me when I'm thinking. My mind's racing right now, so I can't really hold thoughts. I got to start writing shit down so I can. But Malcolm X was like going off in this book, right? They was quoting him like there was all these quotes that basically were hidden from us, And basically, and then like a year later, I bought the book. The best book you ever want to read on Malcolm X is this. It's a yellow cover book, soft copy called Malcolm X: His Last Speeches. Anybody's in the Pan-African movement and the geopolitics, that's what got me onto the level of geopolitics that I am today. Out of all the books I've ever read, that book called Malcolm X: His Last Speeches, right? It was written by a guy, the guy, yeah, I do have a general love for our people. Written by a guy that was in Peru, right? And he was one of Malcolm X's followers living in the Andes Mountain in Peru. And basically, he went and found these recordings, like the last 3 days of his life and whatnot. That had a profound, and he printed them, right? That had a real profound effect on me, and what Malcolm X was saying. All the stuff we're going through right now, he predicted. He predicted all this stuff that we're going through right now. He just said, look, man, he said about American government, he said, you got the Democrats and Republicans. He goes, the Democrats are only doing that, trying to court the black votes because they're racist. Because he says, look, the white working class people, as soon as you start making games with the Democrat Party, they're going to go over to the Republican Party. So we keep playing, and everything he said played right the hell out, played right the hell out. We have this thing called the Reagan Democrats. Let me put this into perspective. Why Joe Biden? And those of you watching this tonight, and those of you who listen to this on and afterward, you're gonna get a drop. About to get a jewel dropped by the College Genesis. Why did Joe Biden and all these people orchestrate the crime bill? Well, let me tell you why. Malcolm X predicted this, right? The white Democrats, right? Working class white people and everything like that. Republicans couldn't make an inroads in them. Then when they started basically bringing in black voters, right? The Republicans, like what we call the Southern strategy and the Nixon Southern strategy, George Wallace and all that, they started basically saying, you know something, we're losing white voters. Not that because the civil rights has gone too far. White people feel like the Democratic Party is becoming a party of Negroes and whatnot, And then what happened was the Democrats still had the most white votes, but it was gradually being eroded. And then you had in 1988 the Willie Horton ads, And then the Willie Horton ads played on this old fear that was under the current, but nobody ever brought the thing. Black crime in America, right? Even though it was grossly exaggerated. So you got to say something. White people will tolerate the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nations. We had the Aryan Nations in 1980s and stuff like that, blowing up Jewish synagogues and everything. You had La Cosa Nostra. They had to pass a RICO Act to curtail the mafia. You had the Irish mob in Boston and everything like that. But the one thing is said is they're not going to tolerate any black people that's criminal. So anybody basically, I remember when what set the motion off right now is when what's his name? Nicky Barnes was on the front cover of Time magazine, right? It was Jimmy Carter said, what? A heroin kingpin that's black? Jimmy Carter's, in a few years, Nicky Barnes was gone. Nicky Barnes was gone. He was on the front cover of Black Kingpin of Harlem, whatever. Like, they said that cannot happen. Now, at the same time, the number one film in America was The Godfather Part 1 and Part 2. They said, the Don, he had a family. It's all about it. They're about to remake The Godfather right now. They remastered The Godfather.
Wow.
Right?
So Nicky Barnes,
the 50th,
Nicky Barnes is doing.
It's
but
the
they
50th year
glorifying that life.
It's the 50th year anniversary of The Godfather.
New actors and everything. That's what's up. Wow.
And so therefore, they said, we like The Godfather like that. Look how many mob movies have been made, Goodfellas, and all these other people like that, gangster movies.
So
and everything.
what's the difference between Nicky Barnes and the rest of the black
There's one thing is Nicky Barnes don't have the complexion for the protection,
That's it. Because if they talk about family, that was a man about his family. He's about his
crew. Nicky Barnes, Frank Lucas,
just like other black gangsters.
Yeah, black gangsters had all those things that they did. They modeled themselves after the Italian mafia, the family and codes and honor and stuff like that, So, but the whole thing is,
we were always men of honor, and I mean, even take us all the way. That's why I spent that money, spent that bag to go to Egypt in 2004, brother, because I wanted no one to come tell me no foolishness. You know what I mean? Because we had everything that's established in the society today. They got it from our ancestors in Africa.
Right. And also, like I said, the bottom line is this: The Godfather is out. It's still a masterpiece. Still the best cinema thing that ever was created. Not the Ten Commandments, not Gunga Din, whatever like that. Not Attila the Hun, movies or whatever like that. The celebrated movie in American history is Marlon Brando, Al Pacino, James Caan, and Diane Keaton in The Godfather. That's the most
Italian gangsters. I mean, you talk all the family stuff you want to talk. I do understand it's a movie about, because when the first movie start off, they have the wedding and they're doing all this other stuff.
You're wrapped up into that, man.
I mean, if you talk about directing a movie and getting people to believe certain things, they did a masterful job of that because it's all embedded in our mind. But
and you're touched by his he goes, have you seen your wife? A man who doesn't stand with his family can never call himself a real man. So everybody's like, yeah, go ahead, Godfather.
It's our family.
It's family.
About gangsters and domination.
So the bottom line is this. He goes, give this to Colenza. We're not killers when I just beat them up, whatever like that. These guys are cold-hearted killers, murderers. They in part 2, they murdered a girl just to frame a senator. But that's okay, because they're white, That's how white things work and whatnot, I remember when Curtis Leo had a thing because Eddie Murphy wanted to do a movie about Nicky Barnes. Man, there was a firestorm. I don't know if you remember that. That was back in '89.
No, I don't remember that. But
there was a backlash like you won't believe. They had a backlash like you won't believe. They said, nah, man. I'm surprised Frank Lucas, the movie American Gangster, was made. But that's because of gangster rap. Whatever like that. But at the time they were not trying to see no black gangster portrayed and everything. Now we had a black exploit like Hell Up in Harlem and stuff like that, but to basically say, okay, this is going to be a cinematic, thing, not like Fred Williamson and Jim Brown and all these other people talking about Hell Up in Harlem and black exploitation. You're going to make a feature Hollywood film, on Nicky Barnes, whatever that. They were like, and Eddie Murphy backed off the project. He said he wanted to be Nicky Barnes there. And he said, no, we're not going to do that because he's a negative impact towards black people. Well, you can't portray that. But the same people, man, I remember when The Sopranos came out, you even had Rudy Giuliani saying, man, I can't, I watch that show every Sunday night. I can't.
I mean, that is sick, brother. That is very sick.
Yeah. And so the bottom line is that's what you are dealing with in America. They're not going to let you cannot, the point I'm trying to make was, you cannot rise in their country. It's not going to tolerate no black man rising to the level. You got all these black men sitting up in penitentiary doing 100 years and whatnot. How the fuck that happened? Sammy the Bull Gravano is on YouTube making YouTube videos,
Absolutely. Let me interject this, man. Let me spit one of the Nas rhymes. You know what I'm saying? Nas was, I used to listen to Nas a lot when I was younger, as a teenager. But, he's in one of his rhymes, he was saying, my mayor Giuliani don't want to see no young black man being John Gotti.
No, that was Biggie. Biggie Small said that. He goes. Biggie Small said.
Biggie Small said.
Biggie Small said.
Nas said
He
something.
goes, Mayor, he goes,
My man Juliana
black
Insurance
become
John
Gotti.
Gotti. Yeah, that was that song. I don't want to live no more. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what Nas said. Nas said something similar, but I've heard similar rhymes about, when Nas was talking about something on when he was mixing that rhyme, and he wrote in the word "dead president." The thing of it is like, this is a rhyme related to connecting people. Like, yo, family, this is a real situation. We all see it now. The people who have voices, they even write it in their rhymes and things like that. And Kala just explaining to you, it's okay for them to glorify Godfather and okay for them to just, oh, that's a family movie. These are cold-blooded murderers, people who literally go against society and do what they want to do and everything. And they're probably a little more organized. It's that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. I'm not here to knock anybody hustle, but at the same time too, what about when our people try to do the same thing and so on? And that's what you're talking about.
And the bottom line is this:
rise into that level.
The mafia introduced heroin into the black community. They had Bumpy Johnson selling it and whatnot. My uncle Nate was one of the heroin kingpins of Harlem. I go way back. People say, "What's called?" My family goes back as Harlem. I'm from Harlem. My family's roots in the north is in Harlem. My uncle Nate was a heroin kingpin and whatnot. This is how it worked back then. My uncle Nate was my grandmother's brother, right? He came to Harlem right around the same time my grandfather did in 46. And my grandfather basically knew what he was about. He was a pimp, like that. And my mother and my aunts and uncles, right, they wouldn't go around Uncle Nate until they were teenagers, right? And Uncle Nate came around once a year, right, giving out money and presents and everything, right? My grandfather would leave the house. He would leave. He'd go, okay, and they have a small talk with Uncle Nate, but he said, I don't want you to influence my sons. That's how it was. And people stayed away and everything. That's the type of culture we had, Even back in the days, remember people used to sit on the street with their 40-ounce bottle in a brown paper bag?
Brother, I lived those days, man. I was that teenager back in the days, man.
You had a brown paper bag. Why? Because you didn't want to do that when you saw adults or church people walking up. You had your brown paper bag. You just like that. That's the type of culture we had. That was called black love. We had love for our people or not. Everybody on the street corner, he could be a bum, but he's going to tell you to do the right thing. He's going to tell you to stay out of trouble. I remember it brings tears to my eyes when I was a kid in the city and whatnot, and the whole entire community would show up at our bus stop and see us getting off the bus. See us getting on. I'm not going to let those people down. They say, oh, these people are getting off that school, man. You're getting that schooling, because a lot of them didn't have chance for education and stuff like that, right? And so they're on the school thing, making sure we got off the bus and everything. The whole neighborhood showed out, for the school bus, Why? Because we loved, we had love in our community at one time, until crack came in and we started being selfish and individualistic and stuff like that and predators among our people, and we're trying to tell you that black love is still there. And what we do, me and Bomani talk about is the good times. We could bring those things back, but we're not going to have nothing without black love. Why? Because when you have black love, what you do is you hear a brother out. I may not agree with everybody Bomani brings on, and he might bring everybody else, but I'm gonna hear the brother out. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. That's what black love is. I'm gonna hear Kala out. Let me hear what he has to say. Let me see what's in his heart. You don't get on here and just start talking about college, like white supremacists and whatnot. These are the people that sit around and we allow in our circles and everything, putting out negative energy. Now, I'm open for criticism, man. I look, there's people who I have my critics and whatnot, and I love my critics. You without critics, you have nothing, But don't put words in my mouth and don't try to misconstrue because you become the apologetically Negropean, when you basically slander and character assassination,
Yeah, people are not gonna do those things unless you're doing something, unless you have a powerful voice and an impact. Like we know your strong connections in Liberia and things like that. So it's like you become a person of a target. So like I'm telling people, if someone is not making negative videos of you and talking all kind of stuff about you, you're not really hitting a certain pinnacle.
Right. And I know people are coming after me, we know there's people that want to see us destroyed, they want to stop Kala, they want to stop all this stuff and everything, but hey, let them try. But those of you call yourself conscious, they keep on trying, they've been trying for years and haven't done it yet. But check us out. But the whole thing is those of you who say you are with us, you know, that you say you're riding with us and you're with us, you believe in this. We're not, you know, you basically are siding with the people who's trying to destroy us. That right there, I can't forgive. I can't understand. You know, you claim you're Pan-African. Like me, like, I have no ego. You know, like I said, people all come at me all the time when dude, if you could do what I do, hey, look, I'll give you the reins. I'll kick back. But over the years, I have not only found one person and two people, Bomani, Tyehimba, that I really believe I can sit back and relax. You know, I see a lot of you people out there, you're not really built for this. You know, so that's why I'm here. You know, I put my career, you know, I have a business and everything like that. But the time I put into the Pan-African movement, I could have been doing my business. I could have added more, but I devote time to this because I know this is important. People don't say that they don't put no skin in the game. They got nothing out there. They haven't written a book. You know, took time, wrote this book.
Show the book, show me.
Bam.
Yes, bro. Let me get this thing out of the way so you can see the book better. There you go.
Yeah. Journey to the Promised Land. You know,
Promised Land. Voyage
of the Bark Azor. You know, on Amazon. You know, orders on Amazon. You know, and so the bottom line, why did I write that book?
There you go.
Because I felt our people need to have this information. I wrote this novel, right? I took everything in me to write this book. It took me a year and a half to write this book and publish it. You know. And I did my research and study and whatnot. I got information from the Library of Congress and whatnot. I did everything. I paid attention to detail. I had to get the seasons right. I know there's a rainy season, a dry season, all that. I had to get all that right because you're in 19th century, the 1800s Liberia, you know. So I had to get everything right. The way the ships are, the ports are, you know, what the streets look like, you know. I had to put this in writing. So you get a visual picture of what the people look like when they sailed across the Atlantic in the Azores in 1878. So I did a lot of work and research into this book. You know, I put it out there. People say they love it. They're like, "Oh wow!" I have a guy that wants to make it into a movie. He said, "Yeah, you ought to pitch it." One day I'm like, "Well, push this into a movie." It's in audio form, but let me tell you something, folks. I hate audio. You can get it on Kindle, you know, or you can order it on Kindle. And download the Kindle app and read it. I'm all for reading. You know, I hate when I go to the library right now and they get rid of books, right? And every audio, I cannot do audio. I like picking up a book and reading. You know, I like reading. I just do. You know, I never got into audio books and everything like that. Maybe if it was a topic that I need to read, you know, and something like that. But a book like this, man, you want to have this on your bookshelf. You want to have this on your bookshelf. You want to basically order it. You know, you want to pay the $20 to order the book and have it right there and sit down and read, you know, when you're sitting down on a park bench, you know, and be intrigued. You know, so that's what I believe in. You know, you can order on audio, you can order on Kindle, you know. I think it's on audio, I'm not sure. But you can order on Kindle. I think it's like $5 or whatever like that. You can order it tonight on Kindle, you know. And order the book. I say order on Kindle so you can meet it immediately, and order on this, you know, and order the book. A copy will be with you within 2 weeks. So the bottom line is this, man. I took the time to write this book. Why? Because 10 years ago, I formed a group called the Association of African Americans of Liberia. And despite all the negative stuff about Liberia, people tell you, right? And when I did my homework and researched the country, right? And I realized Liberia was like the real only serious attempt at Pan-Africanism, you know, to the next level, you know, because the whole thing is this: Liberia managed to have a black republic. Liberia is the only country in Africa where it says in the Constitution that white people cannot own land. You can't be a citizen.
I love it.
Article 27 of the Constitution. So they twist Liberia to make it seem like they were colonists. And I found out that was not true. These were people that had 200 years of experience in the West. They came from the Caribbean, they came from Black America, and they came from different parts of Africa. And they realized that, look, we need a black republic. Why? Because outside of Africa, they created a sanctuary, a citadel of hope and peace and thing. Yeah, get the Kindle form, you know, get the Kindle form. Yeah, read it. The main thing is read the book, you know, read the book, you know. And so therefore, people don't understand, black people don't understand this one thing called serenity. Now, what is serenity? Serenity is not freedom from the storm, right? It's peace and tranquility amidst the storm. That's what we're trying to build in Ghana and everything. A sense of serenity. The black race does not have that. We always basically, every time we look around, we think that there's a coup going to jump off. And even when we have our own communities, right? All hell's breaking loose. Why is it that we're so, black people are flooding into the suburbs, right? Abandoning their own communities. So white people are buying up black communities left and right and regentrifying them. Black people are terrified. We don't have a sense of serenity. Why? Because we haven't said to ourselves, you know something? This is a black neighborhood, right? We have a few bad apples, right? But we're going to tell these bad apples, if you fly right, or we're going to get rid of you and destroy you. Now, people say, Colin, you're like a white supremacist, like a white guy. No. But I remember, I'll never forget this documentary I saw back in, what year was this? Back in 78, 79. I was just a kid. It's always stuck with me. It was about the public housing in Chicago, right? How there was like board meetings with white people controlling the public housing in Chicago, and the people come in and say, "Look, you guys are social workers, everything. You don't live here. Why are you making all these decisions?" And they went up there and took the mic from, "No, you're not going to talk about it. We're going to take control." And then all of a sudden, what happened was, black people become administrators and stuff like that of the place they live in. So basically, we're saying we'll give you public housing, but the contracts to build this place go to white people. You know, the staff to administer, white people and everything. So you got all white people down there managing housing projects with black people living in. Black people fought back and said, no, that's not going to happen. We want to manage our own shit. White people say, no, you can't do that. And we fought and we won. And so therefore, what they did was this. When they won, the subway stopped coming through black areas. When I said, we're going to cut you off. When I'm trying to strangle and intimidate black people, right? You know. And then all of a sudden, there's one documentary I listened to, right, where this lady, sister, broke it down, right? They live in an apartment building, right? And the white, I hate to use these terms, white C word, was saying to the lady, "Aren't you discriminating against your own people?" She said, "No." She goes, "Look, we are poor people. My family's from the South, we got nothing. But we have a right to live decently." They kicked all the drug dealers, the heroin people, and all these people out of the housing project. They would get criticism for discriminating against their own. She said, no. One lady had a son that was ringing the doorbells of people, right, causing disturbance. And they told us, look, if you don't get rid of your son, you're gonna be evicted. Guess what? That stopped. And they said, because of that, they said they live in peace and quiet. The place is clean. Said, this is the way we deserve to live. We don't have to live like animals because we're poor. That stuck with me. That right there stuck with me. And it dawned on me ever since then, right? Just because we're black, right? Just because some of us are poor, do we have to live in fear? Do we have to live in poverty? We could be poor. We don't have to live in poverty. And then saying of mine is serenity. Now, outside their housing development, they had their high rise they had and everything was chaos, was a storm. But inside that place that they managed right here was a sense of what? Serenity. Serenity is not freedom from the storm. The storm's always going to be there, but it's peace and tranquility amidst the storm. You know what serenity is like? If you have an awning on your backyard, right, and it's the summer days, the rain's coming down, right, but you're sitting out there on your back porch, right, the rain's not touching you. You're sitting out there having a cognac and everything. That's serenity. When you're living in New York and you have a house and you're snowed in and for a couple of days, you can't go no place and everything, the snow is buried and everything, and you're sitting behind the fireplace or whatnot, hugged up and everything, and you got plenty of food in the refrigerator and you're relaxing and whatnot, that's serenity. The snow's outside, but you're inside safe. A nation should provide its citizens with serenity. Yes, outside the country and everything like that is all hell breaking rules. But inside this country, inside this community that we're building, should be a sense of serenity. And that only happens when you lay down the rules, you lay down the law, and you're in power. And then as the next topic, we're going to talk about people criticizing us for wanting to build our own communities in Ghana. You know, And I'm seeing now in Gambia, man, Gambia has a murder rate. I was like, damn, what the hell's going on? You
Yeah,
know, I'm like, shit,
what's really going
Gambia.
on in Gambia? I didn't know about the
Yeah, there was somebody
murder.
murdered, stabbed up out over land, you know. And in Gambia, it just happened the other day. I was looking on YouTube. I was like, yeah, damn, you know. And also, people get their houses broken into a lot in Gambia, you know. There's a lot of theft and everything, you know. I'm not knocking my brothers into Gambia, but you got to reconsider this doing it on your own shit, you know.
Right.
You know, you got to reconsider this stuff. You know, you want to go out there on your I'm in Africa right now. It doesn't work like that. You're a foreigner. You know, you got to come in groups in numbers. You know, build your own community centers and stuff like that. Your town hall, your council. You know, where you meet at. You know where you discuss issues at and everything. You know, yeah, you can branch off to other parts, but you got to have a home base.
Serious.
That's something that's been denied to us for 500 years. We had no base. And then when we did have base, the British and everybody tried to retake it. You know, in the West, you know, the Maroon communities in Ghana and in Jamaica, they tried to come back and say like that. Why? Because they don't want to give you that sense of serenity. And that serenity, when you have a sense of serenity, you could regroup. You could form alliances. You could basically plot strategies and everything. But if you're by yourself and everything like that, you're not with a group. You're just by yourself. You're just wasting your time. So these people that want to fight us over this idea that we should have our own communities in Africa and whatnot, you know, now Liberia, a country like that, I don't really think it's necessary. You know, it's some way Liberia is set up. But when you got larger countries and everything like that, you know, you go to a country, you know, wouldn't it be good if we basically had our own community here, where the people could get health care and they have security and they have all the stuff like that. We're working together. And the whole thing is this. I noticed one thing, right? When people are by themselves in Africa and they don't commute with anybody, you never hear from them. Why? Because maybe they're not doing as well as you thought they were, you know? Like, where's such and such and whatnot? He's not doing well. Because why? Because they're by themselves, and we know how hard it is to go to another country and get help, or their pride. You know, a lot of people have pride, right? You know, you go to Africa and whatnot, you just think, I'm going to make it, you know, and you got your pride, you know. The Bible says the pride comes before a fall. You know, you have your pride. You don't want to work with nobody else and everything. I don't need to buy. I know everything. I know I got it, man, you know. And then you fall into these situations where you got to, you know, yeah, I left Tanzania. I see those stories all the time, brother mine. Yeah, why we left there. Why we left, you know.
The popular one is when people leave and go back and they have nothing to go back to because they done got rid of all of it.
They got all the stuff in America. They got to go back to America and start all over again from scratch. You know?
Yeah, so it's serious. So I'm sick and tired of our people going to Africa and destroying their lives. So what I came up with as a solution, because that's what I do, come up with a solution as a person that's been trained as a technical person, which, you know, you're trained as a technician. You know, and that means that your brain is used for thinking, coming up with solutions and things like that. When people call me to come to their office, they're only calling me for one reason, that they have problems with technical stuff, and they don't really care about whatever I want to say. They just want me to figure it out. And that's what when I looked at repatriation, when I used to roll with the scholars, when I used to do, you know, when we did presentations for them, like you saw me, like I did the Egypt tour. That was Dr. Ranoka Rashidi, one of our greatest historians. Then we did a Pan-African movement summit, and I was recording, so you didn't see my face, but you know, I was around many scholars. You learn from them. It's just our time to take it to the next level, and that's what I'm telling people, family. If you're looking to move to Africa, do not destroy your life. It does not. Stay in America and get yourself together. No matter what you think about this. I mean, I understand people are frustrated, but they think that people got I've been waiting for FBI agents and all kind of people to come find me, because I'm like, you know, because people say, you know, I'm like, these people have better things to do.
Yeah.
Over people.
They're not worried about us.
They may say, oh, this guy does tours and investment. He takes people to Africa. How detrimental is that to our society? Nothing. Let's leave them alone. We can monitor them, and you know, we keep a scale of things like that.
Like on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like 1 or 2.
Yeah. So I mean, let's think about what black person out there, what black group out there that are really making any kind of noise to where white people, FBI, CIA agents will literally target them. We understood the situation in the 60s and the cold. I mean, they weren't playing around. Our folks was about their business and their life. So the white folks had to get scared and terrified. people like myself, I'm not putting no fear in their heart. I'm doing tourism, I'm doing business. You see the videos that I have of I'm on a
Yeah, but mine's having a good time, man.
boat.
He's on a boat.
I'm sipping on Hennessy, and I'm
Sail
partying with
on
like
a
a
good
bunch of
time.
beautiful ladies.
Yeah, but mine's up there just having the time of his life and whatnot. You know what I'm
What
saying?
kind of credit is that? And then we're doing, but we're doing business and we're building a network and connection. But I'm telling people, you keep on feeling like the system is after you. They have other things to do. Right now, they're trying to figure out how they're gonna take care of all the poor ass white folks that don't have jobs and everything. I
Yeah.
was in Arizona, and also I was in San Diego, California, in a few years apart, and or even this California in general. And what you notice is white people got real problems. They
do.
can't even employ themselves. They can't take care of themselves. They have so much older white people that are homeless, that are on drugs, and things
Yep.
like that. And I'm telling people, do you think the American government is going to spend the resources to waste the time on, some guy that run business out of his home that literally
Right.
just smiles and do tourism videos and then trying to buy land, trying to aspire to be somebody? They have better things to do. So I tell people, let's focus on what we need to focus on and stop thinking that, oh, the system is after us, they'll get us, and and people call me all the time, and I'm like, I'm gonna sell them the services because that's what we do. But at the same time, too, I also talk to them and I'm like, yo, family, make sure you take your time, get your life together. I was like, I'm one of the people that push this repatriation and nation building to the highest level. I've been going to Africa for 18 years. Where do I live at? In Georgia. And it's not saying nothing bad about me. I'm just saying to people, that's how difficult it is. And then think about all the people who moved to Africa that didn't have themselves organized. Within a few years, they came back with nothing. For me, is the goal is to get it done right. So,
Yeah, right.
so even if I'm 50 before I move to Africa, I'm fine with that. Because
Right.
you have to, my son will still be a teenager and things like that. So you're telling people like, family, please get yourself organized and focus on the picture and stop with all this little crazy stuff. We're in a different time. We're not in the time of age of Garvey, Malcolm, or any other. We're in our own time, and we have to evaluate that. We can't just attach other things to it because we think, oh, this is gonna happen to us. People are coming after. There's nobody coming after you. Stop the stupidity and get to work.
And let me tell you something about that, right? A lot of our people use COINTELPRO and, like I said, white supremacy and like that as excuse to sit on their ass and do nothing.
As excuses, yes.
Well, white supremacy is going to come shut that down. That's what people told me. White supremacy. We always say this to BAO. It's called the white man is Thanos theory. White man is the Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, right? With all stones and whatnot. He can just snap his finger and whatnot. And let me tell you where that comes from, right? Let's talk about this, right? It comes from the Anglo-Saxon. What you talk about is Negro Anglo-Saxons, right? If you study Beowulf and a lot of English literature and everything, even Shakespeare, right? There's always some higher power or something that is like, it goes to things like everything like Dracula, the Wizard of Oz, all these things are rooted in Anglo-Saxon paranoia, right? The Anglo-Saxon, when his economy fails, he doesn't say, something, we're stupid. During the Great Depression, we were dumb. No, it was the Jews and their monetary system and everything. The Jews are responsible for everything. When they don't take any responsibility for themselves, there's always some higher power. If you talk to the average white racist, right, he thinks he's being oppressed right now by the black man. That there's black people up on high pulling the strings and everything, We have learned from the Anglo-Saxon, right? We don't want to basically do anything. We just sit back and say, something, the white man this, whatnot. He sits back and says the Jews and the niggers, remember those days, right? Jews and blacks, Jews and blacks, Jews and blacks. What the fuck does Jews have to do with us? Jews and blacks, Jews and blacks, Jews and blacks. What the fuck do the Jews have to do with black people, Because they need a scapegoat, a scapegoat. They need an other. You always need an other. You always need some supernatural force that's you're battling against, right? Meanwhile, their people are sitting there getting hung up on heroin. They're sitting there drunks and whatnot. They're sipping moonshine. They're doing all stuff like that. They basically can't hold a job and everything. They got more broken families and stuff like that. There's mass murderers and all kinds of stuff like that. Well, he sounded like a good boy and everything. Why? Because nobody checked him. You look at all these Ted Bundys, all these serial killers and everything. Nobody ever said, something, you're full of shit. Shut the hell up and get yourself a thing. The reason why you have a problem with women, maybe because they're not attracted to you. not because white women there's a conspiracy to turn white women to loving black men. No, they just don't like you. No, but the
And
Jews,
maybe some of these white women don't love these black men. Maybe they're just using them. How about
they're
this?
using them whatnot. I don't see a lot of.
Yeah, I feel like most of them are using them, like 99.9% of them.
They don't care about black men and whatnot. Black men don't have the power to sway. Just that they don't like your white ass. They think you're corny, you're goofy. But you want to go up there and shoot up a black man, whatnot. Because you think that the black men. I've seen this. The black men is a conspiracy for black men to breed you out. We don't have no interest in breeding your race out and whatever like that. We don't have no interest in that. But you want to put it like that because you don't want to take any responsibility for the fact that you're corny, you're whack. Your whole world was John Wayne, the white man, this and all this stuff like that. But now you got black men coming up or not. We got intelligence, we got swag and style and everything, and you think that's a threat. So that's why the white man made these minstrel shows, the clown us, the goof us, make us out to be buffoons and everything. All these minstrel shows that he put out there. What that does? You always got to have the white man always have to have a fool, a court jester. We became his court jester, the black man, the blackface, and everything, making fun of us, clowning us, and so that's what the minstrel shows are all about. What do they call the minstrel shows and all stuff like that. Why? Because white men are insecure. There's I read the book The Great Gatsby in high school, right? But then the movie came out, The Great Gatsby. You ever seen that with Leonardo DiCaprio?
I didn't see the whole movie.
One of the scenes that you got to focus on was there was a kitchen table where, and I remember reading this when I was a kid, because read the book. How in high school, so you get to read page 3 to 4, and you know what I'm saying, and everything like that. So the one part where Gatsby says, "Yeah, man, this is our world because they have the wealth and everything. They live in Long Island and all the way." He said, "There's other people that want who? The coloreds, the black people. They're here." And then when he said, "Look, they're never going to have it." The woman said, "Yep, the black man's never going to have what we have." He said, "We're never going to give it up. This is ours, man. Let him go build his own shit." After they got their wealth from the slave of our ancestors, right?
Yeah,
they're basically on Wall Street making all the money hand over fist. They got the life, champagne, women, all stuff like that. They have these ballrooms and whatnot. They said this is all ours. And the closest you're gonna get to this is being a chauffeur. They always have black chauffeurs and whatnot. A kitchen help, and we're just spectators watching the white man thing. Then some of us don't want to be spectators. We want a piece of the action, and stuff like that. The black man, okay, we'll give you a little piece. Like the NFL, you got black men down there killing themselves in concussions, right? With the NFL, white guys sitting up there in a box, collected billions of dollars on everything from apparel to franchise, whatever like that. And the whole thing is how are they going to satisfy the black people, right? Oh, we're in talks with Jay-Z. We're talking to Reverend Al Sharpton and whatnot, They're never going to let the black man in on that stuff. It's like this. At gun, you're going to see at gunpoint, they're going to force the black players on the field at gunpoint, nigga, we got billions of dollars on the line, right? Y'all niggas better get the fuck on the field. Get your black asses on that field and play. And the bottom line, that's the way it is. Why? Because this is their shit. Now, when we humbly say, something, why don't we make Africa great? Why don't we build Africa for ourselves? No, we got to be partnered with the Chinese. We got to be partnered with the Europeans. We can't have a Pan-African thing. How dare you guys talk about building your own businesses up in Ghana? How dare Negropean? How dare you talk about it? Then they start calling us colonizers. We're returning to our ancestral homeland and building something.
Oh, brother, you saw that one? That was brother. I know we've been trying to keep many things clean and everything. And I think we've done a good operation for the last hour and 45 minutes. But we just have to get into it because and people send me messages and tell me don't focus on this person guy. But what I'm telling people is I'm using this as the greatest time to educate my brothers and sisters, because when you have people who I thought were my friends turn on you because of someone like that, it changes the game. You know what I'm saying? It changes the game of things. And so you're letting people know, literally, family, these threats are out there. And some of our people are not smart enough to understand them. So let's get into it because we're talking about the
Yeah.
society of Negropeans. We're talking about the black people that's even in Europe that's like saying that, hey, in order for me to progress, I got to go get with a white woman. But I'm telling people, I've never thought that in my life. You know what I mean? And any picture you have, that you come here, you check out, you see any of the albums, anything. I'm not, you're with your black woman because you're in a movement. And once you decided to say that you're gonna represent your people, your brothers and sisters, you have to come with it correctly. Number one rule of engagement that you have to be down with. You have to have a black family. And anybody that disagree with me and feel like they're gonna come up with some other people in the past, like Sheikh
And
Anta,
a heterosexual black family. A
yes,
heterosexual.
family, black family. That's about black men, women, and children. Nation building, black power. Meaning a black man and a black woman is making black children. No other combination.
If you don't believe that the any movement that you're part of, the core of it should be black man, black woman, and everything like that, and the hierarchy and the lower level, that you don't belong in this movement. You don't believe that.
Absolutely, and then you cannot judge any of us as doing so. This unapologetic Negropean coon, black devil, race trader, literally. I'm telling people that know me, like anyone in y'all call me again, I'm gonna hang the phone up on y'all because y'all know me for many years, and y'all know y'all know I'm about that life. I'm about that life where I remember even fighting for people on the plantation that eventually cost me one of my positions. You know what I mean? Doing aircraft maintenance, but it's what it is. It's once you decide to do this, you're in for it for life. You may end up like Malcolm, or may end up like Garvey, or may end up like King, or any of our other ancestors who had shortcomings based on what they believed in, and black people basically stabbing them in the back. We're a different generation, and we're gonna do this thing right and strong.
And
So,
also, I'm
yeah.
not Garvey. I'm not Malcolm X, and everything like that. Those type of just pray for our brothers. They're still our brothers. No, I don't believe in that shit. Nigga, you come at me, man. I'm gonna try my best to destroy you. I am. I am so sick and tired of people destroying us with drugs, with pornography and foolishness, and bamboozling us and everything like that. That well, college. I don't care about that. I
Now
look
they're
at
doing it online now, you know what I'm saying, which is even more dangerous. I grew up in New York, and it was simple. You had issues with people, we fight.
yeah.
But nowadays, how do you deal with people who are in like Austria and Switzerland, and they bouncing around and things like that? So I'm just telling the Switzerland and Austrian gangsters, yo, look out for this person and handle him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We have
like I said, we're gonna put
respect
a
the order of
APB.
business, how it works. We can't have accept no black men out here. We have enough black men in jail already that they can't do anything. And some of them, and I was almost go as far as saying probably a good percentage of them, or a majority of them, are there because of trumped up charges and because of the wicked system and things like that. So it's like, when we have black men out here, we need them to be productive, every single last one of them.
Mm-hmm.
All hands on that. If you're not a productive black man, society, all of us, society meaning black folks, us, we need to get rid of your ass. You know what I'm saying? We just like, I don't want any of my sisters to feel like it's okay to go out there and bust their ass and work hard, and then have some guy home smoking weed, drinking, and playing video games and not producing anything. Not saying that, I'm just giving just a theory, a mindset. My point is that all of us have to be committed to this movement. Like I said, my greatest inspiration in life, literally, was seeing my parents work for 30 plus years in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
And they still there in New York City working out well after I've left. When I left New York in 1996, I left New York to join the Navy, and in things and so I'm telling people, we have core values of commitment of our people, and so for a black man and a black woman to produce a black child, and you go and you get with a white devil, you go and you fight against your own people, you go and claim that you're a Jamaican, but you're just a Jamaican. You don't have nothing to do with Jamaican. You're not. And if you are anybody out there, I'm being dead serious. Anybody who considers themselves a Jamaican and you don't respect Marcus Garvey as the greatest Pan-African hero in Jamaican history, and you are a sellout and you're trash, and you should just go jump off a bridge. Head
first.
And that's what the unapologetic Negropean should do. He literally called Garvey a criminal. Now, we know many black men have been put in the system for trumped up charges. We see movies come out, we see books come out, research come out. What about the people who no one does the research on that's innocent? You know what I'm saying? We've been trying to get Garvey exonerated for a long time. It's not gonna do that because they know what they did. They know it's
we have these Negroes like this dude Kamawa that did this thing on Bill Cosby, You know,
What is the name?
it's called. It's time. Let's talk about Cosby. You know, it's time to talk about Cosby. Everybody's trash this dude, right? And he said, we need that. First of all, who's we? We
Yeah,
need to talk about Cosby, right? Cosby, right? Basically, Cosby was found innocent of all those charges, right? You know, and stuff like that. So anyway, basically, Cosby, man, broke Black history down like nobody else did. He used to always did. Do you know that when Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali was going through his thing, you know who was his public mentor that used to tell him what to say?
No, I didn't know that, brother.
Bill Cosby. One time, Muhammad Ali was supposed to be on Johnny Carson's show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened was he didn't show up, right? And everything like that. Oh, he's supposed to be. Johnny Carson said, man, he's a no good. Bill Cosby got on Johnny Carson said, no, you don't talk to him like that. I'm not going to let you disrespect my brother like that. Johnny Carson. You know, he said, well, no, you don't do that. You know, that was Cosby. He put himself online. He always put himself online for Black people. He helped Spike Lee finish that movie Malcolm X. You know, he always
one of my favorite movies.
You know Malcolm X. That was Bill Cosby. You know, and that's why the power structure never liked the Cosby. So they have a thing of let's talk about Cosby, whatnot, right? And then I had Godfrey in there. Everybody's going up to Godfrey. He said, "Well, I just want to know, motherfucker, you took a paycheck, whatnot, and you know you brought Cosby."
Godfrey, the comedian.
Yeah, Godfrey. He was in there. He's like, now you're trying to back off. Well, so we're in a different time period, right? You coon, we're gonna come after you, right? So anyway, I asked a question, right? When are we gonna have a conversation? Let's talk about Thomas Jefferson. Right. When are we gonna talk about Thomas? He basically impregnated a 14-year-old girl, you know, and has sex with her, you know, against her will. When are we gonna have the conversation about George Washington, who sold black for a keg of molasses? We're going to have a conversation about all these other racist devils that basically destroy Black people. You know, we're going to have a conversation about Andrew Jackson, right? Who basically hunted down a slave, right? And brought him back into slavery, you know? And these people tell it. We're going to have a conversation of all these people that sent us to kill Native Americans, Buffalo Soldiers, whatnot. We're going to have a conversation about that. So, but we're going to have a conversation with Bill Cosby. But you don't want to have a conversation about America and all the shit that happened to us. You want us to turn against Cosby, but you want us to worship Thomas Jefferson and all these other racist people that hated our people, who said to their dying day that we the Black race was suited for slavery. So the bottom line is this: you want us to have a conversation about Bill Cosby? You want us to have a conversation about Bomani Tyehimba, who's doing a legitimate business and helping people and gave people the trip of a lifetime and everything, but we're gonna have a conversation about Bomani Tyehimba, you know? So like I said, these people, right? What you don't understand is we have people that's gonna fight back, you know?
Absolutely, brother. I want people like, you know, I tell people like, you know, I'm not with some of these folks, you know what I mean? I'm not into this YouTube and all this other stuff. I'm a real brother that grew up in Kingston, Jamaica, and grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and realize that I need to build something for my people and learn and put myself in a situation to bring something to the table. And any Black man that's not willing to bring something to the table to uplift us, the hell with you, and we're gonna come after you. I don't care. I don't care if you fly to the moon. We're gonna find you and we're gonna handle you because we're not letting. I mean, think about what happened 100 years ago with Marcus Garvey. That was unacceptable, brother. I'm pissed off at the highest level. I mean, I'm trying to control myself.
Yeah, it angers me too.
I'm sick and tired of stupid, weak-ass Black people who feel like you need to run your mouth to the system and get our own people into issues with the system. All you're doing is destroying your birthright. So look up and wonder why we don't have the things that we have. And I mean, when I'm talking about things that we have, I'm talking about ownership, factories. I'm talking about all levels of this aspect. Why do we live in a world where almost 99% of every airlines is owned or controlled by white people? Or controlled by others, I should say, because it's not just white people anymore. It's just other nations, especially the aggressive folks in different parts of Asia and things like that. And it's like Garvey gave his life for our folks, just like many other people before him and before him, before and after him. But it's like Garvey is one of those iconic situations. And again, I'm saying to somebody, if you call yourself the unapologetic Negropean and you claim to be Jamaican, I know he's not Jamaican, he's a British. You know, his parents were maybe Jamaicans, but at the same time too, his parents were part of that sellout class of Jamaicans that sold Marcus Garvey out. Just like there's a group of sellout class here in America that sold Garvey out. There's sellouts who sold Garvey out, and we have to watch out for them. So the people who are coming at us whether they're from Jamaica or America, those are the sellout class. They're nobody. They're just trying to do what their ancestors did. And when people ask us, what's up with all this? I was like, family, right now, the biggest issues that we're dealing with is this us. And right now, I'm not worried about no Ukraine. I'm worried about no Russia. And worried about no white people. I don't care about damn about anybody else. What I care about is the future of our people. You know what I mean? We need to stop playing around with the situation and take it real.
And
We're going to have these sellout, worthless house Negroes literally sell out the future of our children for their own little crumbs, and we're going to have nothing. So, family, I'm looking for all hands on deck, just like when I was in the Navy, when you're just out there and you literally got to depend on the next person, no matter how much you hate him or whatever, because that ship goes down, everybody dies.
Everybody goes down, you know.
So you all have to do your job. And the same thing when I'm talking about with these people, because Negro P try to say, "Oh, we're not talking about no movement. We talk about Bomani." I am a part of a great movement. My whole life is dedicated to this movement.
And Bomani, I'll say this right now: Bomani Tyehimba is untouchable. He is like the Marcus Garvey of this day and time. You know, as nobody else has come close to what he's trying to do. You know, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Man. Everybody else may do stuff. You may have an investment in Africa or not, but this guy, brother Bomani, is the spirit of Marcus Garvey, you know, the spirit of the black family, you know, no compromise. If we win with Brother Bomani, we're going to have a whole lot. And the whole thing is this: we're not, like I said, the Chinese are unapologetically Chinese, you know, the Japanese are unapologetically Japanese, you know, everybody but us, we got to compromise. We got to,
well, the only time we're unapologetic is when we're being Negropeans.
We're being Negropeans, you know.
We're showing that we're just okay with being a Negropean.
Yeah, the unapologetic Negropean. The Negropean is unapologetic. I mean, he thinks white, he sleeps white, he acts white, and everything like that. So he's unapologetic about it, you know.
And then you got a lot of white devils and black devils paying them, because that's the only way someone who's a bum like that stays afloat without having to get a real job.
Right. And remember what I said last week about the pivot, you know. Now, all you people out here in the chat and the people listening to the show and the replay one, I talked about the pivot, right? Now, Negropean obviously showed the show last week. We were 4.5 hours, right? Negropean watched that show. He was there. I know he saw it, right? There's no doubt about it. And I know Negropean's probably on the thing listening tonight, you know.
Well, I already have one of his trolls, because I always see these trolls in here. Now that's like, okay, as long as they don't cross the line.
They try to run interference and whatnot. Let's talk about reparations and whatnot, you know. That was stupid shit. We're talking about nation building tonight. You see the title? You know, you ain't gonna get your reparations. Get a goddamn job, nigga. Get a job, you know. Learn how to invest in something. Pay yourself reparations, you know. Ain't nobody gonna hand your black ass a check. You know, it ain't happening, you know. Now, Negropean pivoted, right? First, he came back and he pivoted to an older video of Bomani and Kwesi, right? Look what I'm talking about, right? No, he's butthurt about what we said about him last week. We know we heard it, right? But he pivoted to Kwesi's video. Oh, they start changing the subject about us building communities in Africa. Kwesi and everybody said, yeah, we need that, you know? Anybody that's been on the ground and everything, like, know that if you're going to build any sort of sustainable, why not build a community, right? Why are people wasting so much time, money on these failed projects? Well, instead of coming together and building in one place, you know, where we can have substance together, you know, a community together, you know, we can't have that. So he says that that you guys don't want to be so. We're gonna be subject to Ghanaian or Liberian or whoever Sierra Leone laws. So in other words, basically, what he's saying is 500 years, there's always somebody above you, you know, over you, looking over you. Like I said, with the sisters that took over that housing thing in Chicago, they're tired of white people telling them what to do. We live here. We're going to administer this place, you know. To the Negropean, there's always got to be somebody over. It's like they know that the Africans, right, are constrained by the poverty, the laws of their country, and everything like that, you know, and trade alliance and like that. We don't have such obligations. So us being to ourselves and building on continent is a threat to the system, because we don't give a shit about the Queen of England. We don't. You know, I don't give a shit about the Queen of England. We don't give a damn about the Dutch royal family. We don't give a shit about the Portuguese family, whatever the hell that shit is. We don't care about the French. We don't care about any of these freaking goofballs, you know? So the bottom line is that we're sitting over on the continent, we're our own communities and our own libraries, our own organization and stuff like that, that is a threat. Why? Because we're outside of the spheres of white supremacy or white domination. And so therefore, it's okay for somebody to come to America from Nigeria and create a little Nigeria in Houston, create a little Haiti in New York, or a little Senegal in Harlem, and all this stuff like that. That's okay. A little Liberia in Staten Island, that's okay. But African Americans, diaspora, you got to go over as an individual, right? And just try to fit in. If somebody's going to go there long term, right? You can't just do that. Why should we be able to build our own schools so we can educate our kids? Why are we going to be a burden on the host country? The whole thing is we have the means to build our own schools, our own infrastructure. Why won't we do that? The host country will benefit from whatever we're building. If we build our own towns and everything, we need food and markets. Where are we going to get it from? The local people. Wouldn't the local people benefit if we start building our own supermarkets and stuff like that, our department stores and our own market galleries and whatnot? Who do you think we're going to get our stuff from? The local people. So it's a win-win situation. And when we do build our own hospitals and clinics and whatnot, the local people will benefit. So this is what we mean by building infrastructure on the African continent, But they don't want that. Why? Because that's what they call progress. That means the ideology of Pan-African is finally taking root. It's becoming a reality. There's an old Confucius philosophy. It says, listen to this. It says, the philosophy of one century should be common sense and common knowledge in the next century. We've heard all our ancestors tell us all this stuff for the last century. Now it should be common sense in this century. So, but even speed it up, right? Because we're in a fast mobile day. It shouldn't take a whole century to be common sense. It should be the philosophy of one decade, should be the common sense in the next decade. We started the BAIO talking about land infrastructure nationhood. That means we have land, we build infrastructure, and we build a community.
There you go, brother. That's it, family.
We build a community. Same thing like that. When they get ready to build a community, everything, they have the blueprints, say we're going to build this here. There's going to be a shopping center here. There's going to be a fire department here. There's going to be all these things and whatnot. So, and I you know what I learned this from Virginia Beach, right? When I first moved there, right?
Virginia Beach, my old stomping ground.
Check us out. you remember Dam Neck Road?
Oh yeah, absolutely, brother. I lived there 5 years in Virginia Beach in my young years.
Before you got there, right? Do you know Dam Neck and General Roof didn't even connect each other? Holland Road, Dam Neck was like all woods, right? It was just right Dam Neck right there, old Dam Neck that goes to the base, right? And it stopped at Holland Road, or it stopped at General Booth, right? But when I first moved to Virginia, right, I said, what are they doing? I saw them bulldozing trees. I said, they're going to build a road. I said, how are you going to build a road through all that thick woods and everything like that, right? I said, man, that's a pipe dream. Yeah. I didn't believe it. I said, man, what are y'all talking about?
When I went back, the whole area was changed. I was like, wow.
Yeah. I said, they'll say like after a year, right? They bulldozed that whole tree, like 2 miles, right? And all between there, they built whole new communities, right? Water, sewer systems, everything, man. I said, I said that was all woods.
Yep.
Then it dawned on me back then. I said, so to be in New York, everything's all built up. You never seen anything like that, right? So
yeah, exactly. When I came to New York, literally everything was already built.
Everything's all built, right? But when you see them take woods, right? Woods, and next thing you see office buildings and apartment buildings and shopping centers. I said, we could do this anywhere on the planet.
Exactly. And that's what my motivation was, brother. I lived there in 20 years in the South. Do you know how much real estate developers, I see all white group, literally carve out acres of land. Then I drive by that area a year later. It's a whole community.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
So I'm like, all they did was put their money and their resources together. So when I started seeing that, and I started seeing all the failed attempts in Ghana, I was like, yo, we got this. And I'm glad I got involved in it. I didn't know there was going to be that much backbiting and backstabbing. But nevertheless, I realized that we don't have to just do basic jobs anymore. Like I'm always telling people, I remember being an aircraft technician in my early 20s, and I always say that I don't ever want to be that 40 and 50-year-old aircraft technician out there and his hands and knees out in a cold, changing tires and brakes and out there trying to fix engines or climb up on an aircraft or out there in a cockpit or just any of those things. great careers, just like any other career. Just like I never wanted to be that military person that's in the military for 40 years. Are those great positions? Those are great positions and great opportunities. But at the same time, too, what I realized, when we commit ourselves long term to these commitments, that means we can't commit ourselves to true Black power and nation building. Like,
Right.
the Navy can't fire me, the airlines can't fire me, no one can fire me because I don't work for any of these entities. Only people that can fire me is the Black people that I work for, which is a lot of Black people I work for. I do tours, business, investments, do technical services, go to their office and things like that. And they said, put their finger up and said, help me, I'm done. Because the other race of people ain't gonna do nothing for me, because I already tell them that I'm all about us and things like that. So, family, those of us that are about that life and about us, support the energy, because that's the only way we're gonna keep going. Like I said, when people invest money in us, what I do, I'm one of them people famous for supporting Black-owned business. And I'm telling people it's not easy supporting Black-owned business, because if it was, all of the scholars and everyone else that I know out there will be taking their groups to Black-owned hotels. No, they're going to go to Marriott, Hilton. They're going to go to this hotel, that. And then when they go to restaurants, trust me, family, they're not going to the Black-owned restaurants. And I've been on journeys with people, and I've seen it, and I don't say nothing, I don't analyze and things like that. And that's why when I do my own programs, because I've done trips where it's not always, where I've done a few trips outside of my own journey, and I'm always telling people, I was like, family, and I'll even look at the itinerary. I'm one of the people that are famous for reading many other people's itinerary, and I was like, that's not Black-owned, that's not Black-owned, that's not Black-owned. I was like, but I understand when you're trying to set business up, that's what people think. But people like myself, I think grassroots. I think about the foundation of where we came from and what we have to do. And if we don't do it that way, then everything is going to be owned by these other people. Example, what do a Black man do when he makes a lot of money and he have a successful business? He sell it to white people.
Yep. I could never understand that, man. It's like
I would never understand that, brother, either.
It's like this. There's I sold it. And they'll say, everybody's like, oh, he just cashed out $20 million when now we give him a golf course, a golf club. And he's saying, well, yeah. And what gets me is we call him a successful Black business just because he got rich, How is this success and whatnot? White people will go down with their business and whatnot, They tried to get rid of Papa John's and whatnot. He said, I started, and they said, look, man, you got to go. And they forced him out, They be forcing CEOs out of that thing. They're like, no, I started this from nothing, Y'all gonna force me out or not? They won't go nowhere. They won't business because that's their business, their life. Black man's like, something, man. I'm tired of being praised for a Black business. You offer me this, nah, I'm ready to retire. Don't even bother. Like, me and my brother was talking tonight before I came over here, right? And we'll talk about one of our dentists that we just do business with, right? And I do insurance for a living, right? We sell dental plans and everything. One of the guys that was a pillar in the community. Now, this is Bomani, a pillar. And it was Dr. Stevenson, right?
Right.
Dr. Stevenson was an important man in the Black community in Portsmouth, Virginia. Pillar of the community, everything like that. His son was a dentist, right? I don't think he was on the level of dentist, but he was a dental tech whatever. And his son's like a goofy kid, whatever, but he was good though, right? And so anyway, last year I said, well, Dr. Stevenson was shutting down. I said, well, I know his son and daughter will take it over. He retired his business, right? And they got to go work for somebody else.
No way, brother. That made no sense.
I said to myself, because I don't know what I'm like. Dr. Stevenson, he was a pillar of the community. He had the largest book of people. He's contracted with all the insurance carriers that I work for and everything like that, right? And the bottom, I said to myself, I said, why is he shutting down his office? Why did he basically groom his son to take it? Remember Purdue Chicken? Remember that guy? You know what? Remember that one commercial before he died? He said, I have my greatest invention, right? You know what I'm saying? He goes, my son. And his son turns around. That's right, Dad. He goes,
that's cool, man. That's what's up.
This is my girl. This is my son. You never see that. The only example we see that is Sanford and Son.
They built a legacy.
The only example we have is Sanford and Son. Even on the Jeffersons, Lionel had no interest in the cleaning business. We don't have that in the Black community. He's passing on to your son. He's a chip off the old block. We're gonna take it on. We don't do that. We sell out. We just like, and that's what it is. That's our culture. We have to change that. I want one day Bomani's son's gonna take over his operations. We're gonna.
Yeah, it's funny, son, because I was getting on my little boy one day, man. I was talking to him, because with these boys, you got to talk like a man to them because they're about to soon be men. And that's I was asking him about his life. And all he talked about is taking over my business, which is cute,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's time I was like, son, we have a lot of business. I was like, I can't do all this business by myself in general. That's why I'm always trying to find people to work with, which is very difficult. So we can expand business. But I was like, yeah, you're the technology genius of the world. You could be you're the next director. Handle your business. You learn all the technical stuff you learn, and learn all the what you learn. But yeah, we have to literally do that for them. And they're gonna appreciate it more than we think because I'm telling you, brother. I remember this being in the Navy, and I remember like days I was shaking my head, brother. I was saying to myself, I was like, what did I get I say that this is a popular thing of me all the time because I take on these challenges. I always say to myself, I was like, what did I get myself into?
Yeah.
But that's a challenge of being a man, where you take on challenges greater than yourself and you keep on taking it on. So now I'm like 44 and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna be that real estate giant in Africa. Just like you hear about these real estate giants because land has been there. We definitely need people who are professionals that can handle and organize things. And I've been in training mode, brother. The amount of attorneys that I've hired over the years, and you learn the law. International business is serious. It's not defined by. I know they have degrees out there for international business. You can get all the degrees you want. That degree is not going to help you be on the level that you're doing. You got to learn the cultures of where you're from, where you're traveling to, and you got to have a network that works for you and people who believe in what you're building, and they're not just going to easily disappear and run because some Negropean accuse you of doing certain things. Because Negropeans, whether they're in America, Europe, or in Africa, because you have a lot of them in Africa, brother. I'm being real.
Yeah, oh yeah, I know.
Family. That's one of the things I don't ever talk about because I don't want people to have issues with me and things. But there's more Negropeans in Africa than anywhere else.
Yep.
I mean, because if that wasn't the case, when we have good people coming to Africa, we would connect with them and protect them and make sure that we do good investments. Instead, money is lost to things. So that's why people like myself always have to tell people, go get a business attorney, go get a real estate attorney, because the money you're going to pay them is worth it versus what you're going to lose if you don't pay them. Because you have people that can work against you, because that's how our people are. Majority of black people are crabs in a barrel. This is what it is. It's very rare where you see people like call you and say, hey, I salute you, brother. Appreciate it. That's why I appreciate all our folks here on YouTube that support us and the people who actually do business with us, because it's not the typical thing. The typical thing is, okay, oh, he's doing this. He think he's better than us. I've had to even deal with that in my family, but I tell my family I'm an ambitious person and everything I do is for them. Just like I tell my son, the same thing too is for us as a family. Say I make $500 million or $1 billion. What am I going to do with it when I'm dead?
Right. And that's the spirit, because you told me
we spread the love and spread it around to where it's not just money that is going to go and the system is going to take. Because you know what happens? You end up in one of them old folks' homes. Sorry, excuse me. One of those retirement communities. I need to be politically correct.
After you, man.
But it's the same thing. Whatever you want to call it. You call it whatever you want to call it. It's a system where you literally, that money is gone. If you don't reallocate it to black investments or to your own people, the system takes it. Yeah. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to really go find the next of kin?
The whole thing is this. I remember years ago, you told me, man, you said, look, man, in the end of the day, man, we need more people involved in this. I can't do it by myself. Very rarely people say that. Usually, this is all me and you don't do it to boast and brag and stuff like that, And so the whole thing is, like I said, the Negropeans pivoted, right? We talked about tonight about the communities. We saw just the last conversation how important it is to work together. Work together in Africa. Where we at, we work together. So you can't be on some individual Book of Eli shit, by yourself and everything, and be out there. It's not gonna work. And I tell people all the time, I say, look, oh yeah, people think they know more than me and everything. They get out there, fail and everything. I didn't expect this. I told you that, you think because you may see modern buildings in Africa and everything will work like America. It doesn't work like that, It does not work like that. That's why you need people on the ground. You need a legal team. You need people looking out, watching your back at every turn to make sure like that. And but not that we're trusting our African brothers. We're just saying that this is reality. You know, there's a Africa, Hakuna Matata Africa that we think about. No, everything's great. Get on the plane. Hakuna Matata. I'm in the motherland. That's not reality. You know, Africa still has a problem with colonialism. Still has a problem with corruption. Still has a problem with just not having a vision. Of the future. And we're providing a vision. Building Africa, building the smart cities, building the tourism sector, building investments, getting our black colleges and HBCUs to invest in the endowments of Africa and partner with Africa, creating smart sister city projects, right? From what I'm hearing now, the governor of Virginia is asking Norfolk, Virginia, to suspend the sister city project with a city in Russia. That little poor city in Russia probably had nothing to do with Putin. But sister city projects are important because sister city projects, the way they work is you have a community in one country, right? You say, ask your city, do they have a sister city project? You form one. And whatever resources that city have, right, they partner with it's education, whatever that, and it's and the cities grow together. It's what's called sister city projects. The Filipinos here in Virginia and Chesapeake and they got sister city projects for people from their villages all over the Philippines, and they're benefiting. They're locking down major contracts, right? We need people that's in America, right, to get contract U.S. companies, right, with the company since we're buying from these people, right? They got to give back, right? When are they going to start investing, getting serious about investing in Africa? We could do that with sister city projects, put pressure on corporations to invest in the African continent, right? Since you're not going to do right by us and everything like that, we need sister city projects, right? In the future, we got to tell the United States, whoever running office, you want our vote, you got to start doing right by our motherland. Our motherland is neglected and everything, neglected by America wouldn't be America without the African blood. And so Africa, the thanks that Africa gets is it's the lowest place on the planet where America invests in. What do you think will happen if you invest in a factory in Africa? We think they're going to take it and sell the parts off. This is what they think. This is what they put out there. Oh, Africa is a bad investment and everything. Oh, Africa is not going to do anything with that factory. That's a waste of money and everything. So therefore, we have to basically say, look, if you're going to basically do something. Ali Collins said, that's a good idea. Yes, I have a lot of ideas, man. I'm not bragging on myself, but I'm an endless pool of knowledge. I've been studying this for years. There's no way we can have all that. Then when we have success, right? Just like we have a Negropean, right? Negropean, they will twist our success and make it seem like we're doing something that not is in our interest. They'll take a legitimate Pan-African movement where we're winning and say, look, these black colonizers, they're colonizers trying to colonize Africa. They're coming over here acting like the white man, investing in everything. So in other words, basically, you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. So therefore, the bottom line, we got to stop. That's why we do these shows to put the message out there. It's okay to be an investor. It's okay to take your money and invest it and look for a return on your investment, right? It's okay to say, look, I'm putting my money in here and whatnot. You want to build this and everything. Let's put the legal documents and everything. If you screw me, I'm going to take you to court. That's business. It's okay to be business. We love and everything, but when it comes down to business and everything like that, you got to put your business face on. Anybody that's been around a real businessman knows that, right? He could be laughing with you and everything, but as soon as you start talking about business and whatnot, his whole demeanor changed. I thought he was cool. You know what Bomani, right? His whole demeanor changed when he started talking about money and investment and everything. That's how you know when you're dealing with somebody real.
Yeah.
Fool was like, yeah, let's do it. That's a fool. A business person was gonna be like, no, well, okay.
Because you got to process a bunch of stuff. You can't just say yes, you're gonna do this because you have to calculate many things. This stuff is
right. I'm saying his eyebrows are raised. He's like, and he'll let you know. Well, okay, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. He might come back to you and say that's a good idea. But if you have your stuff together, if he knows, if you really have a winning proposal, he'll be like, okay, we can do this. But a lot of times we don't understand business, and we think everyone's going to act on emotion, you know. Yeah, we're Pan-African this way like that, but we have to be Pan-African businessmen. We have to be Pan-African engineers. We got to be Pan-African scientists. We have to lose science. Science don't jive for what you think it is. Science is science, right? Science is the rule of logic. Logic is a law, the law of logic, right? If something doesn't have logic in it, right, it's not science, you know? You can't just say, well, that's a white man's science. No, science is science.
Science is science.
Science is science.
Yeah, stop putting white people in front of everything like they build
But
this.
what gets me is this. We say we're the author of science, Imhotep, greatest mind, but yet when you say, okay, Imhotep and logic, no, that's a white man, it's white man's way, whatever like that. No, science is science. If you believe the black man created math is math. 1 + 1 = 2, no matter who says it, whether a white man says it, whatever. That's where logistics, calculations, calculus, and all the stuff like that comes in. You know, so you can't just come to somebody with a half-hearted plan, you know, and say, okay, let's do it and whatnot. You know, well, I say, well, did you do your feasibility study? No, but I know it's going to work. Nah, according to this, you know, the soil, like with bags, ran into a lot of problems. You know, the Bag family, right? They tried to build a plant on salty soil. You can't plant on when the soil's been when salt waters hit the soil, you can't plant on it anymore. That's just science. You know, you can't do that. No matter how much you believe, you could pray all you want. You know, you could call the ancestors and spirits all you want, but science is science, and we have to get back to that logic and reason. You know, like intelligent people. Because the bottom line is the reason why we don't do that is because we live in America, we're comfortable, and we know the people that use science, right, got our back. You know, we turn on electricity. We don't know. We ain't doing dances and stuff like that. We know there's electricians out there making sure it works. Right. That show up making it work. We have to be that sort of people. We have to be thorough. And when we talk about, we're thorough in our business. You know, we have to cross our T's, dot our I's, and look over everything. You know, we have to have a justification process, right? In business, right? When somebody has a new proposal, he has to go through a justifying committee. The justifying committee, 9 times out of 10 say, no, that ain't feasible. You better come back here with your stats and everything, why we should proceed with what you're saying and go take the company away. You have to justify what you're talking about. And a lot of times we don't want to have that because we don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. And then when the project fails, right, everybody's at each other's throats and everything like that. You know, I saw that with the whole Luke Major thing. You know, the whole Luke Major thing, it all fell apart. Why? Because people weren't asking the questions, you know? And so therefore, like I said, we in a situation now where we're saying, this is what it is. You read the contract. You read all this stuff like this. This is what it is. Okay. You know, we're going to move on this acre right here, right? We could justify that because we have this right here and we have this set in place. We can justify it, right? We can't justify it. We can't move. We're moving too slow. It is what it is, you know, and that's the way it is. We have to learn how to manage expectations. You know, when you basically, a lot of times in Black America, what we do is this. A rebel rouser will come around, right, with his sly whispers, right? His sly whispers. Oh, yeah, man. You know the project is underfunded, under budget, we're on a shoestring. You know it's moving along. So, but you'll sly whisper and say, you know something, man, that's because they're taking kickbacks. That's because they ain't really serious. That ain't like that, you know? We can't stop the sly whisper, the Negropeans, the devils that's doing that, right? But we need people that's with us to understand it's a process. Because the Negropeans are always going to put doubt in your head. You're going to sly whisper you to death. You know, you're going to talk about, oh, yeah, criminal, throw things out there in the wind. Because he don't have to worry about getting sued, calling somebody a criminal. You know, he don't have to worry about that. He's up there in Luxembourg or whatever that country is, whatever, Vienna, whatever the hell he's at, Austria. And everything, he's under the safety. He don't have to worry about this. He can get on the YouTube channel. And people are supposed to have intelligence, understand something this. If somebody says something like this, no one ever says, do you have proof?
Yeah, the majority of people don't think, they don't use their brain, because I've never seen one person, even in the comments of his video, say, "Do you have proof that Bomani is a land thief?" Which, but I'm sorry to people. I know I shouldn't even be laughing. I should be pissed off, but I'm not, because I was watching this video and I was just here having a drink and doing something else, and I was just laughing. It was just funny, because I was like, if anybody really believe this, they gotta be they gotta be really stupid, because
Oh, they are. Oh, they
I've
are.
been a part of this movement for a long time and putting the work in, and it's like, and I literally, you can call me and I'll talk with you about any business. And one thing about me in business, I would tell you, do not send me no money unless you're clear, because once you send me the money, I'm gonna tell you, cancellation and refund policy and all of that kicks in immediately. So one person was like, it's only 15 days. I was like, it doesn't matter. I was like,
Yeah.
you have all the time to get a lawyer to read through the stuff. I'm a person about contracts. And that's what I like about America. America is about business. And that's why I'm still here.
That's the reason why, for the time being, at least in our lifetime, we have to be based out of the United States. Because the
Yeah,
laws,
things
the
set up
infrastructure is here. The infrastructure is
about
here.
business here.
The infrastructure is here to do that, right? So we go to these countries, we go to different countries and everything like that. You understood what you agreed to when we left, right? Don't go paying some police officer $100 to.
That was happening to somebody, that a friend of mine came here today, and she was telling me the same thing happened. I was like, my sister was like, I was trying to keep her motivated, because I was like, yo, we need you in this movement. I was like, one or two people can't do this. We need, you need a whole bunch more people to even join and everything. So we're trying to keep the people committed, but it's because of people like himself and other black devils. They're sabotaging people, and people like, I was just, people called me and they was like, I was only trying to help my people. And I was like, yeah, family. I was like, I understand. That's all you're trying to do, and you have done nothing wrong. We're not gonna condemn you for trying to help your people. This is how black people are. I lived in Jamaica. I lived in America. I've traveled many parts of Africa. Majority of black people are just crabs and snakes, and things that some are more detrimental than others. But that's the mindset of our people, unfortunately, because we have been divided and conquered amongst all lines. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you go for a job, they just pick one black person and say, the hell with the rest of y'all. And the next, you all of y'all mad at that one black person.
Yeah, but bottom line, crabs in the barrel, And I tell people all the time, I said, look, I'm always been about this. Infrastructure means structure, right? In order for you to have infrastructure, you have to have structure. Structure means you could rely on it. It operates by itself. It's systematic. It operates by itself. We're trying to get to that point where this is on autopilot. It's on autopilot. Okay, this is happening right here. It's systematic. On both sides of the Atlantic, we got the infrastructure set up in America and in those countries. We're going to do this and everything like that. We have a banking system. I can't wait to the day when some African American who's a Pan African open up a black bank on the continent. We have our own bank. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, absolutely, brother. And I know sometimes these things may be sensitive subject. Like, I always like what you talk about with Afghanistan. I just like
the idea,
American
idea
idea of this.
Africa. And also, let me say
Right?
something, right? And when we came up with the idea of an Africa, the BIO, right? We got so much blowback and pushback, right? And then Bomani joined us, and Jonathan Hill joined us, and Jonathan Hill's a public. He drew up the first blueprints, right, for the Garvey Town, whatever, like that. So the first time we had it down on paper, what a prototype black community, diaspora community look like. Now the Afghanistan, people say, "Oh, you want your own?" Look, running a whole nation, that's going to take decades, right? But we can start with building communities. You could start building towns. You could start building enclaves and everything. And smart cities and all that stuff. They're going up all over the world.
Definitely smart cities. You need that.
You're smart cities all over the world. They're all turnkey. They're going all up over the world. And so, therefore, you have your schools, all the amenities in a square. I saw the vision when I moved to Virginia. I saw they took a chunk of territory in Virginia Beach, right? I said, there's never going to be a building. How you got that's wood? There's swamps and woods back there, right? And sure enough, right, within a year, all you saw was just things. Next thing you know, sewer lines were down. You saw the road dug up. You saw those sewer things. And next thing you know, you see one section, they got a post office depot there. And next thing you know, you have a trucking depot where trucks come in and haul stuff. And then you have office buildings popping up, right? And then you have outdoor cafes, shopping centers, everything. I said that was in the woods. I said, well, how the hell did they do that? How the hell did they do that? Then the surrounding areas is nice luxury housing and townhouses and condominiums. I said, how in the hell did they take raw land and built the whole community? The whole, let me say this.
Well, brother,
in other words, the people have
my
access to 80% of the stuff. They don't have to go anyplace. They got the post office there. They got UPS. They got all that stuff in one little, like 4 square miles in one area.
You're like a self-sufficient county.
And a self-sufficient in one, and just in wood. They took out like literally carved out, and next thing you know, they got everything they need. This is the future right here.
And that's what I'm always wondering. Like, I've never met a black developer in America that was doing that. I mean, I'm in Georgia, and that's why I've seen driving across the different counties. I'm like, wow. So that's why that's how I got motivated, because I'm like, yo, I'm at the point of talking about Black Power. So Black Power is like us owning our own community.
We need our own to build our own communities. So we own everything from top to bottom. Up. And not only that, right? In this sector, they got their own police department, a municipal center building. We could do that in Ghana. Our own municipal
exactly, because we need to have our own police
police department, right?
Our own business. Like when we build a police station in our county, in our community and town and everything, I tell people, who you think is gonna be working there? not us, but any representation will be us. But it'll be a representation of us. And I learned these things from the wicked rednecks in America. What they did was they set up towns where you are the chief, you are you're the sheriff, you're this, you're
the fire marshal, you're the fire chief,
you're the judge, you're everything. So
you're once somebody from outside comes in there,
and some problems happen, they team up against them. So you're not gonna win a court case.
Yeah, and also what I'll say was this: so that not only that, we also have the ability to, when we become a municipal center, to have our own tax revenue. So we're not relying on your donations.
And tell my tax.
So no, you buy an ice cream, right? And you swipe that card, something is going to the treasury. We're collecting tax revenue off everything that's in our midst. When you have a municipal center, somebody's collecting taxes off your ass.
It's a serious business, brother. People don't understand that. That's why we have to control our portion of what
that's why I say the African. How's Africa fund itself? Taxes.
Go ahead and rock on with that and just break it down into the.
Check this out. The taxes. The African simply means a community. If you don't want to start with a nation state, it could be a county, it could be a town, and everything. But the whole thing is, it has to have all these infrastructure. It has to have its own municipal center. It has to have its own treasury department. It has to have its own city council. It has to have laws, ordinances passed. It has to have all that stuff like that. It's not a suggestion. It's not volunteerism. For the long term, it's the law. You live over here, whatnot. These are the laws. We don't have to explain them to you. You break them, you find out the penalty. And we have our own jail. We have our own jail, our own, like that. Yeah, you're gonna get 2 years and everything like that. You was doing this or whatnot. You got to pay. We have civil court. All that stuff like that is needed when you're building people, because human nature is, why do you think the French have the guillotine? Why? Because of human nature. Why do we have laws? Laws protect Bomani from collar from everybody else. We tell you, it's human nature, and bottom line is a Negropean he's not civilized, right? That's why he's reckless with his tongue, in a civilized society, you say something to slander somebody, you're going to be paying restitution, for slander. That's what having courts and everything is all about. You have to have court. We have to do that. Well, why can't you do that? Well, first of all, if we're living in a section, courts and jurisdictions are area specific. If we live in this area, right, we have to have our own magistrate and judicial system for our area to collect taxes, collect property taxes and all stuff like that. Why? Because we got to fund our own school board and everything like that. We have to be self-sufficient. And then as you grow, people see you self-sufficient, then more people come over. So I want to buy a house over there, Why? Because you got everything organized. They don't have to worry about their security. We got police. We got police. We got a fire department. You don't have to do all that stuff like that. We have a school system. We have a board of education. We have a school board. We have all this stuff like that. We have all that stuff in place. You know, we have a health department. You know, that's what Africa stands all about, being self-sufficient in Africa. We should like that. And how do you pay for it? You pay taxes. You know, you buy electricity. We have electricity substation that supplies with electricity, and you have solar panels that back up and everything. That's fine and dandy. Right now, they offer you free money to put solar panels on your house. I might do that, you know. But the bottom line, we have a functional electric grid. We have a sewer system. We have a water system. You know, we have all this, and you pay your bills. It's a water for yes. The water people that make sure our water and sewer is right, they got to get paid. You know, so you have to basically like that. Yeah. Also farm. Yeah, with farms are, you know, look, farms are a good idea, but farms is long term. You know, you got farms on the outside and everything, but that's separate. You have to have that municipal center, right? Because the farmer is going to basically like this. You got to have, and also the most important thing is you handle the permits and licensing. Somebody can't just come and just set building on in the area. You got to have a permit. You know, there's certain laws. We have zoning laws. You can't build this here. You can build this over here. You know, all that stuff right there, what we call smart cities, African and stuff like that, is building sustainable communities where we're functioning on autopilot. It's systematic. It's infrastructure. It's systematic. So we're not sitting there every day talking about, oh yeah, you know, it's all like this. You know, there's a problem, right? We have our own police. 911 comes out. What's going on? Whatever like that. You know, okay, this will happen. Police writing tickets, you know, for people selling on the side of the road without proper business license and everything like that. You got to pay a fine and everything like that. It's called the rule of law, you know. And I know a lot of Negroes don't like the term rule of law, you know. And the bottom line is this: we have to, not only that, in the initial stage, we have to be tougher than anything the white man like that, because it's for our own benefit. Because that's how town. You ever wonder why towns die out and everything? Because people get in power, right? They have their favorites out there. Well, Johnny, such and such is a councilman's son. Well, he crashed a tree into the thing and whatnot. No, he wasn't arrested and whatnot. People are like saying, you know something, this town's full of shit. And they move on someplace else. So therefore, the rule of law has to be applied equally, no matter who the hell it is. You know, there ain't nobody, no grand poobah, nothing like that. This is the law. You know, and we have to be like that and sustain ourselves on the African continent, because you will be tested. You know, people will come in and try to disrupt. But once we're on the continent like that, right there, in our communities, we're secured. You know, why do you think they can't uproot the Afrikaners in Southern Africa? You know, they got communities. They got a whole white community in Western Northern Cape called Aranya, a self-sufficient community, right? Now, we're not separating ourselves from our brothers and sisters in Africa because they can come freely like that. But the bottom line is the residents there. Now, if you're a resident, whether you're from Nigeria, Ghana, you're more than welcome. But you understand the rules when you come here. You know, these are the rules. This is like that. This like that. People have been building towns and everything like that for generations. You know, and the whole thing is when you have towns, you got to have a planning board. You know, a welcoming committee. You know, where's our site? Where's our income coming in? Right. Okay, we're on the beach and whatnot, so we got to attract the tourists here. I remember watching the movie Jaws, right? That was on tonight, right? Remember when the shark came one night, all the towns like, oh, well, our business is going to suffer. See all the town people sitting there, oh, our business. That's what a town does. You know, what are we going to do about the shark? We got to hire Quentin to kill the shark, right? We're going to get our business on a paying scale again. That's what you have when you're like that. In the bottom line, he said, remember one part in Quint said this, line? He said, if you hire me, ante up when I want $10,000, right? Head tail, he go, or be on welfare for the winter. The whole idea is when you build a town, you don't want to be dependent on the federal government. That's like that in America. We want the federal government comes in, they're going to tell you what to do in your town. So we have our own town right now. We have our own way of life and everything like that. We don't want nobody coming in and saying, you got to do this here. Why? Because we raise our own money ourselves and everything. We have our own tax base and everything, and we can do that. You know, what is the sin in that? And we're paying taxes to the national government. What is the sin in that? I can't think of a single thing was wrong with that. Because right now, guess what? The Chinese are doing it. They're starting to build their little Chinatowns all over Africa. The Indians are united on the African continent. The Indians in Kenya, the Indians in Tanzania, and the Indians in South Africa, they're all working together. It's all about the Indians in Africa. And they basically, in South Africa, they have a lot of political and economic power. So the whole thing is, if you think we're going to go to Africa and be just individuals and everything, you are sadly mistaken. That's what we're up against. We need to be united with people from the diaspora. We need to be united, right? And then from a position of strength, we can negotiate with our African brothers and sisters and say, hey, such, I heard you want to build this. Well, okay, we can build this right here. We can build this together. But we have to be, we can't be looking over their shoulders like, oh, yeah, what are you guys building? Let us in and whatnot. We can't do that. And we can't expect Black people to come from America and live like second-class citizens in Africa. We have to have our own space, our own everything. And while we're integrating into the host country, whatever host country is, we're integrating with that society because we're interacting with them. You know, they come to us, we come to them, and stuff like that. But we have to build our own communities. That's the only way it's going to work. You know, any other way is you're just a fool. You know, we have to have like that because we Black people in the West, we understand white people from we have a different point of view as far as white people dealing with the world. You know. Now, African brothers and sisters, they don't have it. They're not there yet.
Yeah, everything is based on experience, and who have the most experience dealing with white devils?
It's us. It's us. And so, therefore, we understand that. You know, we understand certain things. And I was thinking about something, right? Oh yeah. One of our ladies from Liberia, what's her name? Willa, right? She was on Dynasty Show a week ago, last Sunday, right? And look at that show, right? She said she was in Lofa County, Liberia, and she said that so white people are trying to get into. They won't go into the city. They stay away from the Pan Africanists in the city, whatever like that, Black African Americans and stuff like that, you know. And so they have this church, but they basically they use their church missions is to see what they can get into business and whatnot. That's what they do. So they always go to the rural area where people don't know who they are. You know, it's like, oh, the white man came and gave us some milk one night. Oh, then we loved him one night. Well, anyway, one of the church ministers told the one Liberian, said, you know something, you look like a monkey.
Wow.
And then she's sitting there listening to this, right? That was me. I would have busted his ass, you know. She said she's listening to this guy, and the guy said, no. I'm not monkey. A monkey was like they said, no, man, you look like a monkey. Call him a freaking monkey in his own country. You got these racist rednecks, right? Also, they're in Ghana too. You know, I was watching one video a couple years ago. Stone Cold rednecks were doing some pride. What would possess a Stone Cold redneck from Georgia to be in there all rednecked out and whatnot? You know, in Ghana. Why? Because they want to come into our base. They want to come into our.
They own the world. They can go whatever and do whatever.
Yeah, they want to come. It's more specific that because they can go back to America. It was like, oh, you think you're gonna escape to Africa? I was just there. I got a bunch of friends on the ground, and when they have the confidence that they're trying to. It's a war. It's a battle. That's what Negro P and all these people think they're gonna win. They think that they're gonna basically win the hearts and minds of Ghanaians and Africans against us. This is the fight of our life, folks.
Yeah,
if they win, we could forget Africa for the next 200 years. That's why we're going hard against these people out here. It's more than just basically critiquing Bomani and College Genesis, where these people are trying to discredit and undermine us, right? And they're trying to get with the Black people in Africa and whatnot to spoil our name, tell us what they keep putting out. They're criminals. They're doing this, that, and the other thing. Now, they don't talk about white people on the continent and what they're doing. They only focus on us. Why? Because they think white people are inevitable. You know, white people are going to be there and everything. And the bottom line is they don't want us there. Why? Because if we settle in there and we have a communities and everything, and we're raising the red, black, and green flag and everything, and we're having a Garvey Day festival and everything, you think they want that? No. White people have a safariization of Africa. It's a safari to them.
And it's really sick, man, brother. And that's why I had to do Roots and Culture Tour, because without the Roots and Culture Tour, all you're going to be doing, 4 or 5 days sitting around watching animals.
Yeah. You can go to see the animals for one day, but the safari
And
also not the
that's why I
safari.
do national park. National parks are one day. I'm not going to nobody's safari. I'm
Check this
sorry.
out. And not only that, they do human safaris.
Wow.
Human safaris is they go to African villages and everything like that, right? They don't they completely ignore the fact that Ghana, these countries have modern cities and everything like that. And they go to villages, right? They always go there. They put beads on. You see the white chicks out there with the African garb on, trying to do a dance and everything like that. And they come away with this, oh yeah, everything's good in Africa. They love us and everything. That's a safariization of Africa. That's not the real Africa. There's people in the rural areas and the cities that basically hate your white ass, and they basically like, yo, what do you? And there's a lot of Africans, like brother Sakala, like they're tired of that. They're tired of being safariized. White people still come. Remember a couple of years ago, remember you ever seen a movie Black and White with Method Man and Wu-Tang and all them, Mike Tyson?
Yeah, I remember that movie and Power from for Wu-Tang.
Yeah, remember the part where Method Man said white folks be coming to our neighborhood taking pictures of us, man.
Yeah, I remember that part. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a human safari.
Yeah, they literally like come and check you out. Yeah,
it's a safariization of Africa. Everything's safari, right? Nigerians were first ones that, because they had a blowback on tourism in Nigeria, Abuja, right, a couple of years ago, right? Nigerians were like, and I didn't know this, right? And also I heard what they said. I went to Nairaland, right? Nairaland's a site. Nairaland, I guess they got better, but they are the most anti-African American. They're the anti-Pan-Africanist site. And that's Nigeria's forum, Nairaland, right? And they were talking about in the Abuja, they're going to build a theme park, right? And they said, man, this is not, we don't want to be safariized, people coming here and they're taking pictures of us and whatnot, and going, and they said, well, these are black people. I said, we don't, it's like you come to Abuja, just come in, chill and everything, but marketing this to people who's going to come and take pictures of us like we're animals and shit, so like that. It's a human safari that white people do, So when they go to Africa, they're on their human safari. They're not there to connect with people that they consider equals and everything. Yeah. They say, oh, I met this little village girl. Oh, she was good, like that, they braided my hair, they braided my hair. They put beads in and stuff like that. It's a human safari. White people are good at that. They're good at making people out to be less than them. They go to their superior civilization where they come over here and they go to a water pump and whatnot. We helped them get the water out of the well and whatnot, It's degrading. It's a human safari, And a lot of Africans are saying, look, we want infrastructure. We want to develop. And it's why white people say, we don't want you to develop because that takes away from our human safari.
Take away from their control.
Their control. And they basically want to see Africans always down, always poor.
Absolutely. 100%. That's their mindset.
And so, therefore, if we're talking about building a modern town and whatnot, you think those white people want to roll up there? No, no. We were like, okay, whatever. They want to gas up at the gas station, whatever. Ain't nobody gonna be greeting them with flowers and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. So the bottom line is this is what it's all about. And the whole thing is this, say, well, why are you doing? Why? Because we basically, people from the diaspora, from the first world, and everything, we think it's time to start building Africa, right? Like I said, we have to build this continent. We have to modernize Africa because it will give people a better standard of living, and it will basically give people a better life expectancy and a chance, man. I hate that when I went to Liberia one night, I seen kids, right? And I see a lot of kids in school uniform, right? But I've seen kids walking around like, man, there's no future for them, There's nothing for you. Seen it in Africa, right?
Yeah, it's weird. In the media situation, our children from America, they get out of school. You have playgrounds, you have parks, you have soccer fields, football, basketball. Those, if you go to the village that we're building our land in, brother, none of those things exist. Not even.
But Bomani, they're saying that
we're going to be doing that.
Obviously. They're saying you're taking land from the people. You're cutting down their soccer.
Hey, brother, I'm a land thief. This Jamaican brother that live in America in Georgia, going all the way to Africa.
Bomani, how dare you take away their soccer?
Brother, I must be more powerful than I think I am because I'm like, I can't pull that off. usually people be fearing and running from Africa, not going there
Yeah,
and taking control of the people.
we're going there, and we're gonna have a soccer field for the kids. We're
Yeah.
we're gonna get ex basketball players to come over there and build basketball courts and help basketball. We're gonna build scientists to come over there and give the youth science and STEM and everything like that. We're gonna have STEM schools, all the stuff that we're trying to bring, stuff like that. So basically, people saying we're stealing land from them,
Yeah, what we do, brother, is we're literally giving everything that we have to Africa.
Right.
And so like sometimes I don't understand when I have Ghanaians I send message like, I hear your presentation. What are you doing for Ghana? I was like, you idiot.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you stupid? I was like, do you know we dedicate our whole operation to bringing everything that we have in Africa? Do you know how dangerous that is? People have been telling us that we're stupid for doing that and things like that. And we're hoping that by us doing what we're doing, things change and work out. Because we have literally given up everything that we have to make it work.
And it's a core because
once people need to literally be appreciative of what we're bringing in Africa, what we're doing in Africa, and that's what I like about it.
And don't worry about those Ghanaian Negro peers too,
Yeah, you have a lot of you have more Negropeans. I mean, even think about the population. The population diaspora. I'm just throwing a number: half a billion. Population in Africa, 1+ billion. You have literally 10 times as much Negropeans in Africa than they have outside of Africa.
You know what I call them, brother? Afro chic people. The Afro chic. What it is. This is how you get your Afro chic on, right? You live in London all the time, right? And you got the London accent, right? But yet you have the African dashiki on and stuff like that, right? You go to Ghana once a year, whatnot, and on the beach with your white boyfriend or your white girlfriend, and then you come back and you're an expert on Africa, and but you spend most of your time in the West, but yet you're Afro chic and whatnot. You won't basically move back to Ghana, right? You'll go back there and everything. If you got a position, guaranteed position, as soon as that position goes away, you make sure you got your visa where you can return to the West. That's getting your Afro chic on. So Africa is chic when they don't want to get down their hands dirty and build anything. They ain't gonna build anything. And they mock us because our attempt to build something, our thrust to build something, right, is making them look stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy because in the area that we came in, it's not much built there. But as soon as we started talking about building, we have a whole world against us.
And also, Bomani, how many acres are we talking about right now? How much land?
Well, we paid for 15 acres paid in full, so that's us right there. And then we have 60 acres we're making payments on. And
now in that surrounding areas, as I'm looking on the map, there's literally tens of thousands of acres sitting there lying dormant.
Let me tell you what there's. You do have the University of Winneba, but we're talking about the town that we're in, which is not Winneba. There's basically nothing established as far as if you ask me about a supermarket, I'm gonna say it doesn't exist. Gas station, forget about it. You ask me about a beach resort, don't exist. You can just name a bunch of things. I'm just gonna say no. But what I'm gonna say to people is that then people are like, why would you put yourself in that situation? I'm like, because I believe in grassroots movements. So I'm not gonna spend my time and trying to get some land in Accra or other major cities. I'm gonna go into the rural area. Because
you're gonna build something
from the ground up, and I'm gonna work with the people there locally and build it from the ground. That's like when I came to Georgia. I didn't know anybody in Georgia. I built a business for myself and I built relationships. And that's what I'm telling people. Business is one simple thing. You know what I mean? And other people are gonna say the same thing too. That especially they're good at business. It's based on one simple thing: relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So all the people that you need to do it, you need to build good relationships with.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any Ghanaian-owned gas stations in Ghana? Ghanaian-owned?
Yes, it's called GOIL, GOIL, for Ghana Oil. So some of those gas stations they own, some of them they don't. But as far as the details of who literally have ownership and percentage, it's a little bit difficult. But one thing I do like about Ghana that they own some of the things in their country. If I name certain other countries, I'm gonna be like, this is French owned, French owned, French owned, French owned, French owned, and things like that.
Nigeria's like that too. Nigeria's like that too.
Black owned or French owned.
Black owned everything. Black owned. Right. Nigeria's like that too. Now, now let's say a Ghanaian wants to say, something, you guys population growth, you guys need a gas station, gas station. We're gonna put like 3 gas stations on the road to your town and whatnot. So therefore, because he's black, saying we got a gas station now that's black owned and everything like that, and they could be part of the community, they part of it, or Nigerian or whoever else gonna come with.
Yeah, a gas station can fit in the area because I mean it's perfect for all those things. But when I saw the area, I literally was looking at like I know for sure as I put my life on the line that this area is going to be developed. And the only reason why I know that for 100% is because when you're in a country for 15 years, you go back and forth, you see everything. I see at first I went to Ghana, it was dirt roads. It was dirt road heaven. I mean, infrastructure was terrible. But, the energy of the people, beautiful. The energy of the country, I forgot who was the president then. Man, love that energy. And they tell people like, yeah, we may not have much, but I'm saying the energy is good. And what we can do from here on is build from the ground up. So that's when I started recruiting my brothers and sisters from the diaspora and things and the ones that were already, I was like, yo, family. I was like, we need to put this thing together. I know they was like, who is this 20-something-year-old guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they realized I was telling them the truth because most of them were going there and they weren't building anything. And I wasn't trying to disrespect them. I came to everyone respectfully to the highest level because that's how I've been with my elders. Because when you're 20-something, everybody's older than you.
Right.
And we talk about great scholars and things and people who have done wonderful things in their life. So you have to come up with them an approach and respect. And then they'll respect you too. And so they were like, yeah, man, we need to figure this thing out and do this. And that built a momentum for me from 2006 up until now, where I was the one that was like reaching out to people like, come to the conference. Let's do a conference. Let's explain things to the folks in the diaspora because some of them don't really know how to make deals on land. Some of them know how to make decisions. So I'm telling people that literally, family, these are the things that we have done to make changes. And if you're not going to commit yourself to making changes and grow with what is already established in a movement of repatriation and Pan-Africanism, stay out of our way or you will get run over. There's no way around it. Stay out of our way or get run over. And I'm telling people, run over mean many things. Run over you may be in Austria or Switzerland and you're running your mouth off and a group of white neo-Nazis beat your ass because they're like, yo, I was watching something on YouTube and they said that you are a race traitor. It's like, and I know white people are like that.
Yeah, they are.
Dumb stuff like that because they'll look at you like, because any
skinheads out there,
Germany is like pro like their people. So when they see another part of their people trying to get with NATO, they're like, that's not happening. And that's real with people out there. It's like, so I tell people, be real about what you're about because if not, someone is gonna come check you and holler at you. So be careful.
Negro Pen hasn't run into the right skinheads yet,
Oh yeah, man, they're gonna work his ass over when they see him, man, because I know they don't like him. I know they don't like him, and they were waiting for the perfect time to handle him. Because one thing I tell people, I will never live in Europe. If there is no other place to live in the world other than Europe, I will get me a rocket and shoot off into the moon, or I'll hit a button and beg for aliens to come get me or something. But living in Europe, if that was the only choice, I don't have a choice. I will literally swim in the ocean until I can't swim no more or something.
Yeah. So like I said, the bottom line is this, right? Like we discussed tonight, right? We said the importance of building a community, right?
Right.
And building a community, right? Why? Because we'll have all the administration, and that community is going to become a municipal center, right? Under the laws of the host country, right? We have our own municipal center, municipality, right? Where we have to get into negotiations with the host country and everything like that, and stay, for citizenship or abode. Remember the right to abode? If you have the right to abode, it means we can say that,
Yeah, I remember that.
So if you could abode, right? If you could abode in a country, right? And you have your own community that's self-sufficient and everything, taking care of yourself, right? You don't really need citizenship, right? Thing, you go. I got a lot of people that say, "Oh, I got my citizenship." Why not? Where you're not building nothing, though.
Exactly.
I'd rather have the right to abode, right? And they say, okay, you build a community up and everything. You got a few thousand residents. Now it's time to say, look, we got to organize ourselves. We need our own municipal center. That's just common sense. We need our magistrate. We need our courts. We need our district court. We need all the stuff like that. Who's gonna run it? Us. You know, with our own tax base. You know, our revenue authority. You know, that's what's going to come as you grow. And then once you have that, right, you are a permanent part of that country. You know, you can't be uprooted. You know, so therefore doing it any other way, right? Where we're just haphazard and everything like that. Everybody's all over the place one night. You could be easily uprooted anytime. But when you basically have that community is functioning, you have a sense of serenity. All hell could break loose, but guess what? We have our own militia, a guard. You know that we have our own ambulance services. We have all this stuff. We have our own first aid. But I know you did first aid before, right? The people understand what first aid is and all stuff like that, you know, and training people how to do first aid, training people how to survivalist techniques and stuff like that. You know, we have to be self-sufficient. You know, I don't what part of that don't have, and it takes working together. One person can't be in this part of the country, and other people like that. We're all coming from the diaspora. Let's stick together so we could all work together, you know. So like that, you know. So these people here that want to keep talking. Look who's talking to you about it. The people who come at us and whatnot, you know, they either hide behind a screen and they don't have anything really to say, and they can't show you any works that they did. Now, I defy anybody to match up what Brother Bomani's done over the years. Just right there, all in black and white, right there in color and living color, right there on the YouTube channel. You know, and all the stuff he's done, everything you want to know and everything like that. There's nobody, like I said, Brother Bomani is untouchable. You know, he is untouchable. And what they're trying to do now is lump Bomani with everybody else. Oh, and make it a smear campaign, which everybody is suspect. Everybody's doing this and everything. And the whole thing is people don't take time to look because why? Because why you working your Walmart job? Now, I'm not going to people work at Walmart, right? Your life is miserable, right? You're not happy. You probably don't have the money to take a trip to Africa. You look at all these people living their life, but Monty's living his life. I live my life, and you're envious and jealous, right? And so basically, what you want to do is throw shade on what we're doing and everything. Why? Because you can't be in a position like that, or you think you're deserved to be in a position of Maya. But the thing is, like everything else, right? Bomani wasn't handed this, right? He worked hard for it. Anything in life, you got to work hard for it. You know, the rap song in there. Anything you work, you got to work hard for it. I forgot what song that is. You know, but the whole thing is, you have to work hard for this. You know, this takes hard work. It takes building relationships. You know, it takes getting to know people.
Right.
You know, and basically and campaigning and for what you believe in. And then it's like anything else. Like when you're planting seeds, right? You water and nurture it, and then you reap the harvest. Right? We're still planting seeds. We're cultivating a movement and everything, right? And pretty soon, right now, we're starting to reap the harvest. Harvest means success, the tangible result. When you see that family on Bomani's property, that's the end result. That's the tangible. That's the harvest.
That's it. Done deal.
That's the harvest. Now, you can talk all you want, but you can't explain why he has. That's why Negro Ping hasn't responded to the video. We showed the video of the family last week on the thing. So Negro Ping is listened now, like he listened last week, right? He wants to pivot and talk about a video Bomani did months back. Then he wants to pivot and talk about Ukraine. You know, and a thing I wanted to ask was this, right? There's a couple of things I want to ask to talk about, right?
All right.
And somebody asked the question, right? Are there we got Liberians in Ukraine, right? How are they gonna get out, right? And I posted on Facebook today, what the fuck is these niggas doing in Ukraine in the goddamn first place?
Yes, serious question.
And they said, Kyle, let me find this, you know, let me find this, you know. Hey, let me find this, right? Okay.
You're usually up there in your land, shacked up with some white devil.
Let me put this. Let me put this. Let me find this thing, right? Let me find this post I put up, man. I'm real disheartened, man. Brothers is just, I don't know. I thought I was making progress, and these motherfuckers are going at each other over goddamn Ukraine. You know?
Yeah, you gotta find that, man, because that's unbelievable.
All
Like
right,
I'm telling people, like I'm being real with you, family. You know what I'm saying? What we thinking about and looking at is what we need to do for our people. I can give a damn what Europe do. Like I mentioned to you, family, earlier, my favorite war was World War II, and I wish it had continued for 10 more years because then,
yeah, we wiped out 10 million more of them.
I mean, these are people that colonize. I've
And then
colonized our people.
unapologetically colonized, right? Then went in Africa and dug themselves in. The apartheid laws came post World War II. That happened post World War 1947.
Yeah,
Post World War II.
So
After
like they
after
literally
all the
doubled
death
up.
and stuff, they talk about racism and anti-Semitism. They say, we got a new idea. We're gonna put the black in the homelands and everything, and take this country over from the blacks, and everything. That's what they did in post World War II. So I wrote this thing. One of my friends, Thomas Dodgeway from Liberia, right? He wrote the thing, said, okay, let's see if you can read this. He said, "Oh my God, look, let's see this." He says, "OMG, a Liberian just called from Ukraine, very frantic. You can hear it in chaos and planes, helicopters flying. Please stay safe." Now, the question I asked was, right, what the fuck is this nigga doing in Ukraine in the goddamn first place?
He's trying to make a living. I don't know.
Look, Negroes from Africa be calling from Siberia. What the fuck you doing up in cold ass Siberia?
Trying to make a living.
I'm like, greener pastures. I said, they ain't no greener than goddamn Africa. Excuse me.
Africa is.
There's no green in Africa. If you can't we're going over to Africa, showing people you can make money, make a living, and y'all going to Ukraine of all goddamn places, right? And so let me read some of the comments, right? I got feedback. I got comments. People were mad at the College Genesis, right? My boy Frank Roscoe said, Africans live and study in Europe. You can't build a university we got online. You got access to the libraries of the world. You can educate yourself and you can study right there in your own country. What the fuck you got to go to Europe for? Plenty of Africans live in Europe, Kala, right? I laughed. And my boy Jamal Sterling said some Africans don't believe in borders, right? And I said about the guy that's saying like that, I said best he considers something Ukraine. That's another thing. Why are Africans not even one? If African culture is so superior to ours, right? African, Pan African. Why is it that it don't take but 10 years for people to be completely Germanized? I'm a German now, I'm French, I'm Ukrainian, Chinese is Chinese no matter where they go. I'm Chinese when they don't bother trying to assimilate, whatever like that. Keep the identity. Africans become full-fledged whatever country they find greener pastures in, and I'm like this, By the way, I said, I bet you consider Ukrainian. And Frank said, your boy Lionel France. I love Lionel, right? He's a Liberian. I love him. But this guy got the Ukrainian avatar all over his shit, right? He's butthurt, man, crying, man, for the poor people. Man. He says he suffered during the Liberian Civil War. I get that. He said, man, you don't know what it's like to be in a war situation. Yeah, that's different between being in a war situation in your own country, right? You worry about that. You should be talking about the people that's in Mali right now, the refugee situation in Central African Republic. Nobody raises an eyebrow about it. The people dying in Ethiopia right now, no one's crying about that. No one's putting the Ethiopian flags on for that. But you basically come and basically talk about the Ukrainian people like they're yours. I don't get it. I don't understand. So anyway, I said they value white lives over our own. We value white lives over our own. Yeah, inferiority complex. Lionel says, I value human lives. I'm not an American who color codes everything. Okay, let's see. Okay, if that's the case, then why has nobody raised an alarm about what's going on in Ethiopia? Why didn't Lionel put up a Mali flag? French said invaded Mali and said they're not leaving. It's the mentality of the black race. That's why we can't listen to people, Brother Bomani, who are going to want to dictate and tell us what to do, what we're doing with our money and our time and effort in Ghana. This is the mentality that you're dealing with. These are the people up there, build a community by yourself. Yeah, because we know shit happens. We got a place of refuge. And we go there. We're not coming. We're not going to go come back to America. We're going to fight for that community that we have with guns, everything, whatever it takes. We're going to secure that community. And the bottom line is, if people want to take it from us, there's going to be blood. As simple as that. Oh, you sound violent. No, we're just telling you out.
So violent. People are crazy.
Yeah, that goes for Negropeans and race traitors who want to try to infiltrate us and try to bring us down from within. Don't do it. Once we settle on that continent, leave us the fuck alone. So, okay. Frank says, "Where's your avatar for conflicts in Africa?" You know,
where's your what?
If Frank Roscoe from South Africa said, "Where is your avatar for conflicts in Africa?" You called me a liar. It's funny. Lionel says, he's from South Africa. Lionel's from Liberia. He says, "Frank, that's your homework. I don't live for you and your craziness. Just the other day, you stupid South Africans killing Africans to leave your country. What country you built? White people, South Africa built and still owns the land." And a couple days ago, these guys were kicking it. These guys were kicking friends, man. I said, yo, on my timeline, we're talking about this stuff. And one little white country, and these guys are now mortal enemies and shit. You know? You got Liberians talk about, yeah, we're doing on a war footing for against Russia. I'm like, Liberians, y'all better sit y'all broke asses down, man. You know? Talk about we're trading because in case of Russia. Man, sit y'all black asses down. Stay the hell out of it, man. What we call a non-aligned movement. Give the Ukrainian people your thoughts and prayers. You know? That's what they give us, our thoughts and prayers. All hell breaking out in Africa. They give you your thoughts and prayers. You give the Ukrainian people your thoughts and prayers. Don't say shit about Russia, you know, because you don't know when you're going to need Russia again, you know? Stay out of it. Let the West fight their own battles, you know? We stay out of it. But that's what they. Then some clown, right? A gangster rapper, right? I don't know if you saw this, Bomani, right? This is gonna shock you. A gangster rapper, right?
All right.
Here he is, right here. Spade TV and whatnot. You know, y'all riding with Dallas artist OG Bobby Billions, right? He says some of these videos got me ready to grab my stick and fly to Ukraine. I'm calling all slaughter gang members, OTF, NBA, the GDs, and the BDs. We got to put it into shit. So this fool right here is talking about going to Ukraine, fighting somebody else's war.
That's not a black person. That's definitely not a black person.
This is a gangster rapper from Dallas, Texas.
Oh, I got you, a fake ass gangster rapper. Yeah, they'll do dumb shit like that. Yeah, they won't fight for their hood and the black men and the black women and the black children and the black family.
Nope. So this is what you're up against.
And the white people.
This is what you're up against, man. This is what you're up against. This is what we have. And some of these people who think like that are regular commentators to the unapologetically Negropean. You know, they think because they on social media they can get away with it, they can hide behind all this stuff like this. You know. So the bottom line is this. You know, we. Basically a focus on building Africa, building Pan-African links and everything, Everybody, the rest of humanity, my thoughts and prayers are with you, But you got to hold your own nuts, hold your own nuts. Hold your own nuts out. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. I pray you get out of that situation.
That's the same thing they say to us, our thoughts and prayers are with you.
Every time, thoughts and prayers. What the hell does that mean? My thoughts and prayers with you, Every time there's a calamity and whatnot, our thoughts and prayers. Hurricane Katrina. Our thoughts.
It basically means that good luck. You're on your own. We can't do nothing for you.
Our thoughts and prayers are with you and not. We ain't gonna help you out, but our thoughts and prayers.
Exactly. We're not gonna help you. That's like the Ukraine is there hoping that NATO will help them. NATO is not helping y'all.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers.
Your thoughts and prayers are with you.
But I don't get these Negroes, man. If white people don't give a shit, man, they abandon them. What the hell are you? I watched that.
White people willing to abandon their own people.
Yeah, I watched this Dinah show last night, and you got a South African Nigerian, man. They just, they just, how So some talk draw. You got to draw the line and everything.
Because
but we tell the Nigerians, y'all can't even handle Boko Haram. You ain't got nothing to say. Damn, that's crossing the damn line. Come on, motherfuckers went at it over Ukraine. I'm like, that's all it takes. And for some white people to be invaded, y'all in y'all feelings. And nobody said nothing about the French troops that's in Mali right now. There's something wrong. This Negro-European mentality is poison. This Negro-European mentality is poison. Where white people lives matter, their opinions matter, their twisted facts, their cognitive dissonance and everything. All that matters, but black lives don't mean shit. Black opinions don't mean shit. Black authority is not respected. And the bottom line is this: Bomani's head of a movement, right? And you're going to respect his authority. He's going to respect his authority. Why? Because he knows where you're trying to go. You're jogging down the road. He's already been back twice or 15 times. He could tell you, take this path right here, but you're going to be stubborn. You're going to go off on that path, right, and die of thirst because you thought you had the right way, and you went down the path, and you had to sleep outside for the night until somebody comes and rescue you. Where he told you to stay on this path right here. You don't want to listen to him. And so this is what we're talking about tonight. Yeah, and it's the bottom line. If anybody's serious about this movement, who are you going to listen to? You're going to listen to a bum, a jobless clown sitting in Europe, right? That does nothing with his life and everything, has nothing to show for his life when that, who lives on welfare with a white woman that subsidizes him with porn stars and stuff like that, with porn money and everything like that. So he sits in Europe and he does nothing, right? And he sits on all day dreaming up ways to fucking undermine black people who are doing real work. Now, if he was on the ground in Africa doing something, I would say, something, you got an argument. If he had a black woman, I would say
absolutely. It would have some kind of argument, but this guy's literally has nothing to do with black people other than him being dark skinned, a big black dark skinned man that don't have no interest in black people, but black people keep on supporting them and funding them.
Against me as people, I look at some of these comments. That's right, Negro Pan. Thank you for fighting for us.
That's right. That's a joke, right?
Check this out. That's why I texted you like 3:00 in the morning, Bomani. I know you saw that, right? 3:00 in the morning. And I just said, I was falling asleep. I woke back up, man. I'm dreaming about the Negro Pan. I said, I gotta say something, man. Negro Pan's a bum. I texted the Bomani. Negro Pan's about 3:00 in the morning, man. 3:30 in the morning, man. I'm just like, God damn. I said, I can't wait to get on the show Saturday night, man. Negro Pan is a freaking bum. He needs a job. Those in Europe,
literally, because idle time is the devil's time.
I just said the idle mind is a devil's workshop.
The devil, exactly. There you go. I mean, I've heard people flip that so many ways, and I'm always like agreeing. Yes, men.
I don't have.
And working. They do not need to do anything. They need
I'm working. Money's building a movement. I'm building a movement, right? I'm on the phone with my partners in Liberia and whatnot. We're trying to pull something off. We're going to do something off right now. I'm not going to announce it because now Negro P and trying to like that. But the
best thing to do with your plans is to fulfill your plans before you share with anybody online because they won't have
nothing, whatever like that. When it happens, you're like, oh shit, I didn't know this happened, Colin. You can give us enough time to preempt and strike, preempt the strike against you. No, because I know for a fact the way y'all beat up on Brother Bomani. He has a temperament I don't have. I don't have the patience for you Negroes, I don't. But Bomani has a deep love.
Unfortunately, I do have a little patience.
I love you on that, but I will put my foot up your ass in a minute, Bomani's a nice guy, nice guy, bad guy. Bomani's a nice guy, Paul's a mean guy.
Yeah, you see me, I'm always smiling, brother. I mean,
he's always smiling. Always happy. He's always happy. He's high spirited. So Negro P trying to paint Bomani. He's an angry man. That's a lie. I never heard that. Every time I say, see that smile Bomani has on? Always smiling. Always happy. I was like, how do you do it, man? How do you do it, man? I'd be so free. I
want to ask Marcus Garvey. I want to go back to his gravesite and say, Marcus Garvey, how did you deal with these people? It's like you had a great vision and you had a great following, but then you had a certain percentage of black devils that was willing to do it. anything for some white trinkets.
Yeah, that's why I never said I want my own YouTube channel. I don't want. I got my social network site, and I do it like that. I deal with key people, and I don't want everybody to bro. Hey, Kyler, what's going on? What's going on, motherfucker? Ain't nothing going on but the mortgage and the rent. I was like, yeah, everybody want to get into your business. They want to find out everything about you or not. Oh, what you doing? No.
Use it against you, and use it against you literally.
Yeah, I'm saying you tell them one thing when they'll say you try to go back and oh yeah, well he's doing it. How did they know? Such told me. That's why I don't tell nobody shit. It's a need to know basis for everything I do. I talk to key people on the ground in Liberia and Angola and everything, and that's it. If you're not if you're not on my conference calls, whatever like that, you're not hooked up to the my social network and everything like that. You're not in our secret. In our social network, we have secret groups in there that no one can see unless you're an administrator and stuff like that. So they can talk freely among themselves and everything without somebody spying and stuff like that. We have secret groups inside the social network. Download the app, BAIO Global Pipeline, on the App Store and everything. Sign up for the social network. It's 2 questions. Are you African American or African? And what do you do for a living? I want to know, what do you do for a living? Don't you tell me you're some son. Yeah, Negro couldn't join because he has no profession. The nigga has no profession. I want to sign for the nigga site, but it asks you what I do for a living. I'm a guy. I'm a gossiping bitch.
It's funny because he wanted to be a part of our community, and so when he started reading regulations that, no swirlers and no men.
And you got to have a profession. You got to have something. Now, if you're retired, right?
You got to do something. I can't have you just being a part of what we're doing and you just sit around.
And not only that, Bomani, right? We know we got people that got that nice 401k. So get yourself a Roth IRA, a 401k, folks. You're gonna buy retire. Get yourself financial because you can live like a king in Africa on a 401k. Buy yourself a house when I do it, man. And so like that. If you're young in your 20s, 30s, your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. Have yourself a skill set, right? If you can't port it over to Africa, that's fine, right? But get your money saved, something like that, But we need people with skills. We need electricians. We need people that's going to do their own thing. We need plumbers. We need all those skill sets.
Yeah, we need skills people. And that's why Negro Peon, like I tell people, he's not qualified to do anything.
He's not qualified to even be in our circle,
I mean, I feel bad about the situation because you do have men like that, they out there. Next thing you know, they're doing stupid stuff. Next thing you know, they're doing jail sentences. What did he do? Like 2 jail sentences, like multiple years?
2, like a 5 and a 7 year, what I heard.
Yeah, because what we're trying to figure out is like, what does this guy have done in his life? Like people come here, they see my naval book, my high school book, you see my whole life displayed.
The only thing Negro Peon will show you is when he first started on Welcome to Another Day in Paradise. That's the only thing, and talk with that stupid British accent, which is annoying, man. I hear that in my.
He's not even in Britain anymore because they know one thing about the UK. We have some roughnecks Jamaicans there, roughnecks. If he just stayed there,
he's not there because he knows
stay there because the roughneck Jamaicans. They're like, yo, boy, the Jamaican, you're pussy wall, and they'll dust him out and mash up in bomber cleat. Yo, he don't understand the situation. That
also Bomani, just so anybody's listening for the first time, if you haven't been in Europe, can you put the picture of this nigga up on the thing so we know who we're talking about? If you see this nigga, talk to him. You know what I mean by talk to him. If you see this nigga in Europe, right? So I know he don't just stay in Australia. He probably goes around, get on a train and whatnot. Pretty soon, one of our people is gonna reach out to Negro Peon. Reach out and touch somebody.
Yeah.
Reach out and touch. Reach out to this nigga, right? Reach out to this nigga. There's somebody out there that's in Europe, right? That might be going to Vienna, Austria, Switzerland, whatever this nigga is, right? Take the picture, right? Ask around. Do you see this dude? Can you find this guy? Have you seen this dude? He'll stick out, right? Got the sore thumb. Find this dude, right? Approach this nigga, right? Hit him upside the head, knock him upside the head, do something to this nigga, and also if not, do that, right? Give him a job. If you have a job or something like that in Europe, right? Give this guy a job with some manual labor, right? unloading lumber or something. You know, he could do something with his life, you know. But him sitting on YouTube every day, and we're gonna keep doing shows like this every Saturday until he breaks down and gets so mad that he finally comes. Because we know he's watching the show. We know he saw the show last week, but he keeps pivoting to other topics because he don't want to deal with me. He don't want to deal with what we're talking about. You know, the dude's a freaking loser. You know, Negro Peon needs a job. He needs a career. He needs something. You know, if Negro Peon filled out a job application, you know how you repel Negro Peons, right? You know what the repellent is, right? You know what the repellent Negro Peon is? You know, it's like Negro Peon. I got something for you, right? What is it? He'll say, look, you go here. You know, job. You know.
I hope you can see the poster real quick.
This nigga, if you show
I doubt he can fill out a job application. Like, we have literally never heard this guy tell us where he worked at. Like, I've told people,
you know what I mean?
I've given people the gimmies. I've told them the three different businesses I run and I started, and I told them my two prominent careers, which was an aircraft technician in the United States Navy, and aircraft technician at prominent airlines here in Atlanta.
And
brother, what's so hard about that? Just like you
told my own insurance agency. And I own my own insurance agency. You know what I'm saying? One of the top level insurance brokers in the state of Virginia, you know. How many years? What year is 2000? 2008 to now. How many years is that? That's
it's a good 14 years.
14 years. 14 years of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears. Me and my brother and sister, we have a top agency and said respect it. We get treated to
family business, right?
Dinners, everything. We get treated to everything. We're well, people come to the office and whatnot, and the respect. One thing, when you have your own business and people respect you, there's nothing like that feeling in the world. You can't be a grifter and a bum for your rest of your life.
Because that's loyalty, and that's dedicated customers, which you all need.
And I got clients and whatnot, you know, everything. When you're having success in your life and you make money, you own your house, everything like that. I don't care what nobody say. Bottom line, we don't want to report a bunch of losers with us. The Pan-African people, the hierarchy got to be the winners. You know, we got people that are losing in Pan-Africanism. They think they got Negro Peon does have no respect for the Pan-African movement. He's a straight up loser, and he thinks he could talk on somebody like Bomani Tyehimba, who's a winner. You know, who is a winner. He said, nobody's jealous of you. You want to be jealous. It's natural. If I was you, Negro Peon, I would be jealous. You much older than Bomani, and he got 1,000,000 times more accomplished in his life than you have. You have nothing.
Yeah, I realized that I hurt his feelings when he asked me my age and stuff. You know, which you asked me my age, what I do. I have no issue telling you because I'm proud of work, and I'm one of those guys in school and you study and you want to be someone and you're not the coolest guy.
And the bottom line is it eats him up that you're so young. You're young and you got him. He got you by like 10 years, you know, and he's young.
Yeah, I thought I had him by like 20 years because I thought he was like 60. I mean,
he probably is. You know,
I'm sure he's probably like in his late 50s or early.
He's definitely a Gen Xer.
Old as hell.
I think he's a Gen Xer. So I would say he's like 56 or 50 something. He about his mid 50s.
That's crazy. The dude looked like he's closer to 70. He looked old as hell, like he's been stressed the hell out.
Stressed out, you know, into another day.
Because he keep on having to come up with lies. One thing about lies, you got to keep up with lies. That's why I tell people, like, literally just tell the truth. Because your lies are gonna catch up to you.
Your lies will catch up
to people.
I don't, like I said, I don't overpromise.
It's kind of like scams. You can't scamming people because eventually you're gonna figure it out. So your career is gonna end sooner or later.
Instead of him basically saying, you know something, because you have to know somebody's paying him, right, to keep up this, right? Because he basically when he found out you had a website and it was well thorough organized and you've been in business for years, instead of him saying, you know something I don't know, but I got when he had you in the summer, I'm asking him a question. Then he started throwing stuff out there. Then you reacted a certain way. And he knows he was basically provoking you. He talks all calm with his sly whispers, and he tone police you. See how you reacted? He knows what he's doing. You know, he knows what he's doing. They did that to Mamiya Abu Jamar, you know. Mamiya they put him in a cell, beat him down, and then dragged him to court. And he said, "Fuck this." And they said, see, this guy's a raging lunatic, you know. You know, it's hard to come in when you're on trial and you're being falsely accused when to stay calm. He's throwing stuff at you. You've been ripping people off for years with your tourism and everything. They didn't interview nothing, just lies.
No facts. The thing of it is, he can't have literally one person come on and do a video with him, because you know what I mean. Now, one person, he's been able to get that other people to do that, but no one from anything I've done has volunteered to go on a show. Now, people have sent them information because they're cowards, but they don't have the heart to go on a show with them and look at the camera and say, "Bomani did this to them," because they can't do that, because I've been the greatest. Brother, I've been the greatest blessing to all the people I do business with, because you know what? You pay your money, I do the work, and I make things happen, and I connect you, and I make sure you're good in Africa. And I have a whole network here in this office. Then I have another office there in Ghana. And then I have, even that I have another operation with people there. So people like, how the hell this guy just live in Georgia and do all this stuff? Well, number one, I represent this beautiful state of Georgia for my brothers and sisters, my ancestors who fought hard and were stolen from Africa and came here and literally built this beautiful country for our people. And I'm literally just representing with them and literally just handling business to the highest level, because that's what they educated us with. When we talk about Black Wall Street, we're talking about what? Black excellence to the highest level. So excellent to where the white devils have to wipe it out. If it wasn't that excellent and good like that, why do white people have to mess with us?
But bottom line,
throw up stories to destroy our neighborhoods.
Black Wall Street, right? You know something? I found something, Bomani, right? You know one of the guys that killed Ahmaud Arbery? He was in the audience of the Oprah Winfrey. Do you remember Oprah Winfrey went to Forsyth County, Georgia, for the Ku Klux Klan rally up there?
No, I don't remember Oprah doing
that. That was 1987. You was probably young back then. That was 1987. You know?
Oh, 87. No, I was in Jamaica.
Yeah. So anyway, Oprah. Also, I was watching an episode that episode of TikTok where the guy said, "We don't want no niggers here," whatever like that. And one of the guys in the audience was the guy the Roddy guy that videotaped the Ahmaud Arbery thing. He was in the audience. I'm gonna send you two pictures, right? Put that up there. Matter of fact, let's have some fun tonight, Bomani. I'm gonna send you two pictures. Put these two pictures on the screen and tell me what you think. I'm gonna send you two pictures. Put them on the screen. I made the case that this guy is the same guy and everything like that. Okay, let's see. Ahmaud Arbery, that's one. Let's see. And then let's see.
All right, depends how you send it to me in WhatsApp or text message.
What do you want me to send it to you in?
I can send a text message. WhatsApp, it don't matter. I'll just pop it up on the screen. Yeah, send the WhatsApp, since we just have a trend.
Oh, I just sent it the text.
Okay.
You want me to send the WhatsApp?
It's your new message. Let me just refresh this thing here. Carla, there you go. Perfect. Refresh. Which one you want me to show first?
Okay, that's the guy. The first one I said it says older. That's the guy, one of the guys that killed Ahmaud Arbery, right? And the second one is him in the audience.
Oh, wow. All right, let me see about this right here. All right, let's work this thing out here. All right, Windows tab. So perfect. So we have, I guess it didn't load. There we go. This is the video cameraman. How does that look?
Yeah, can you put them side by side?
It's interesting. The way the screen sharing is, it may not do that. So let me just. So perfect. So that was the white devil that was doing a recording. I thought he was innocent and thought it was just.
He said that's
your accomplice in murder, dude.
Take us out. That's the face of I should have minded my own goddamn business, And but check out the other picture, right? That's him in the audience when the guy was basically saying we don't want niggers in Forsyth County, Georgia, or whatnot. He was in the audience, Look at the picture. Put that other picture up, Here
we go.
That's him. That's him. Look at the drooping eyes, his lips, everything, his ears. That's him. He has the same look. And from what I hear, his daughter was dating a black man. He had hatred for black. His daughter was dating a black
Yeah,
man.
brother, that's usually it, man. Usually these racist redneck devils, they daughter be trying to get some of that, you know what I'm saying, that black business.
To spite them, you know. But
Exactly.
that's
And things
but
like
that
that.
look at him. That's from 1987, right? And then look at his other picture. That's him. He was in the audience, you know, of that show. That's him. That's him. You know, the guy was going off about, oh yeah, we don't want. They destroyed Atlanta. I moved to Forsyth because the black moved in.
Yeah, blame it on black people. We just the worst of the people. We just,
Yeah.
I mean, the thing up the American economy is like that's how they make a living. They made a living off our people. They should be praising us.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
don't care. They're ingrates.
would
They're
have never
ingrates.
been what it was if it wasn't for stolen Africans who
Let
built
me
this.
give you an example, Brother Monty, right? In the Georgia, right? The black people have all we generate wealth, right? But our wealth is not for them. But our wealth is not manifested with banks and capital and everything like they have, right? Everything we have, right? All our money goes right back into their pockets, and they still hate us. You know, every time they get a contract and everything, because some other black guy can't. That's one of the culprits, right? But show the other picture, you know, right here. Flip the other picture. This is him in 1987 on Oprah Winfrey Show, where she went to Forsyth County, Georgia. Talk about racism there, you know? Talk about racism there. That was him in the audience. That's him in the audience. That's him. Like, yep, that's him. That's him. That's him. That's him. They ought to give me an award. I figured this out, you know? That's
Yeah,
Roger.
that's until so family, that's it right there, family. I mean, that's the system and the country live in. So push come to shove, you are gonna be
So
thrown
he
out.
had all that hate. And when you look at the show, right, when the guy was saying nigger, he was sitting there, yeah, that's right, you know. He wouldn't say nothing, right? But the other guy got up and his buddy got up and said, we don't want no niggers here, blah, 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 this and everything. He was sitting there in agreement, you know. The coward ass didn't say nothing on camera, but he's sitting there holding all that hate. Look at all that hate in his face. And years later, 30-something years later, look what happened, Ahmaud Arbery. That was him. Klansman, you know, racist. That's him. So the bottom line is this, you know, but nobody else want to talk about stuff. They want to make us out to be the bad guys, you know. So-called black people are supposed to have our backs and whatnot, you know. You want to come after us, or you want to come after Brother Bomani. You want to come after College Genesis or whatnot, you know. You want to come after us. We're just basically sticking up for our people and doing the right thing, you know. Yeah, nation building is going good, you know. This is part of nation. First of all, before you have the nation, right, the core of a nation is unity and love, you know, and continuity, that we're one people. You got to believe that you're one people. Nation building, the state, the land is there. You could always have land, right? But he didn't get a lighter sentence. I think he got sentenced to I don't know if he got as much as the other guys did, but I don't think he got a lighter sentence, you know.
He's not gonna get the same thing as them because he was more from
he was accomplice.
See the legal terms.
Accomplice.
They may use accomplice. That's the main legal term that could be used as an accomplice. But as far as the physicality, those other two, that's what it is. They're doing the majority of the time. If everything work out like it's supposed to work out, because you know
they ain't gonna see the light of day.
Yeah. So I think white people are at the point where they're willing to sacrifice some of their own people just to psychologically mess with us, make us think.
Right. The bottom line is this:
which is a great strategic move, and it's a move that the devils do. That's what these wicked white devils do. They make these kind of moves and say, you know what? Black people have been doing this, and they've been fighting for freedom and justice, and they want to see. Let's hand them these two devils because you know, literally. They're nobody to us. They literally throw their own people.
Oh yeah, bottom line. Check this out. In Mississippi, there was a black FedEx worker, right, who was hunted down by a white man and his son, shooting at him and whatnot. You know, FedEx worker minding his business, doing his job. They were shooting at him, but he's suing them. You know, he's suing them now. They got arrested, but he's suing them. And so, you know what really bothers me, Brother Monty? When I hear like they always look at the certain black people they pick on, right? I'm never gonna have an incident with no redneck and everything. You know, they don't look in my direction. They don't look at me in the eye. They don't look my direction because I look big and menacing. You know, and that's why I look at it. You know, I don't. I know. If you say what's up or but I have a look on my face that I will take your head off at any time. But they look for black people, those sort of soft ass black people, right? That they could bully and intimidate. You know, and I hate that when they interview black people. Yeah, you had a crossbow on your arm. Yeah, but we people got to come together, and now and I don't understand that behavior. What? You moved into an all-white freaking neighborhood and whatnot, and you're acting all passive, like, yes, I just hope like that. Oh, you had that in Virginia Beach a couple of years ago, where somebody spray painted nigger on this black guy's house, right? And the way they interviewed him on camera, he just, we got to work together. There's not enough love in the world. I'm like, you fucking, hey, get me in front of somebody do that to me and get me in front of the camera. See what happened. I say, that motherfucker that did this and whatnot, we're gonna find you because I got cameras, right? I'm gonna fucking kill your white ass when I catch you. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. Throw me in jail.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you out there vandalizing my property, you have the authorization to shoot, kill.
And I don't care if you're arrested. I'm gonna get you. That's what I was saying to camera. Not know that we need more love in the world and all those kind of stupid shit.
How about you double back around and touch up your work that you did and see how far you'll get once you finish.
Yeah,
the sniper rifle will be right on his head.
Yeah.
As soon as he finish, I mean, you shoot him on the parts of his body where he's gonna be sitting there laying for about 2-3 hours, bleeding to death.
Yeah, I thought he was a bear or something in the back.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna tell the sheriff when they come. Like, yo,
I thought it was a bear. I thought it was a wild animal back there. I do it.
They got these laws in America. Once you come on somebody's property, you can shoot to kill them.
Well, thing is, in Virginia, they got to be actually in your house.
Oh wow, that's unfortunate.
That's the whole thing. So the police tell me if you shoot somebody, drag him inside your house.
Oh yeah, once you hit them, drag them in the house until
drag them in the house. I don't know, man. This motherfucker was irate.
And make sure you delete everything on your camera. Like the cameras are out, man. It was dark, and next thing you know, it was right in front of right inside of my house.
I said, "Do you have a video camera? I'll erase that shit." No, man, shit went. It's my word, man. He ran into my house. Okay, it's my story. I'm sticking to it. That's what you got to do, man. You got to do, man. The bottom line, you got to make these racists fear you. And nothing else. You gotta make them fear you. Fear you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing of it is, I tell our people is like, you just have to stand up for yourself because number one, when you don't stand up for yourself, they just run that game on you like, oh, these.
Yeah, but like I said, the reason why this shit doesn't happen to me is because I study martial arts. I can fight and everything like that, and I'm always basically poised that look, you want it, you can bring it. I don't want to hear your stupid side remarks and whatnot. I remember a couple of years ago, right? Some racist guy, right? I was in a dollar store, right? And I'm in my insurance business and everything. I had to run to the dollar store to get something, paper or something like that, right? And this motherfucker is one of the delivery drivers, right? And I'm sitting online, right? And the guy, there's another black guy in back of me, obviously a professional too, Anyway, sometimes you got to run in and get some ink, whatever. I forgot what it was, but it had something to do with computer paper. I think I was right. Anyway, the guy was the guy in front of me was black guy was taking too long, right? Taking too long at the line, right? And the guy, he can't drop his stuff off unless the guy uses barcode to scan the stuff in, right? And the guy looked over at me and said, "It must be nice not." I said, "I'm real busy, but it must be nice not to have a job or nothing to do." I looked at this motherfucker like, "What you say?"
Yeah, job.
I said, dude, I have my own business. If you got out there and got it with the program, you're my agent, you're still delivering packages, or you're delivering on a freight truck, you don't like what you're doing, say so. But don't go assuming that I'm sitting there being a bum and shit, because I'm sitting there in the middle of the day. It must be like that being in the middle of the day, not nothing to do. What the fuck kind of remark is that?
Yeah, that's crazy because I hope the people don't think that of me because I'll be out there in the elements, like, you know what I'm saying? And
that's what they probably think, man.
That's what I like to handle my business. I like to handle my business when everybody else is on the plantation and I go whether it's the Office Depot, wherever, and I go handle my business. But that is funny that somebody said that to you.
We will take it too long. I said, dude, man, I run my own business. You know, you do.
That shows you how racist and sick these people are, man. I'm telling you.
Or outright say something
don't
like
believe
that.
A black man could be working and having his own business and doing something productive.
And also, it's like if they don't see you with a mop in your hand, right? I'm telling you right now. I see old black men, be 80 years old, right? I'd be like, yo, pops, man, calm down. He out there in his yard making, and white people, he always keep him busy. He don't have to. He owns his house and everything, but he got to show his white neighbors, I'm not idle, you know? Dude, sit back and chill sometime, you know? You don't have to prove nothing to them.
We aren't done to prove to these people. I mean,
how
would every single last one of them? They can go execute themselves for all I care. We just, we have to focus on what we need to do as a people. And that's what I'm telling people. Family, stop believing these stupid, ignorant, dumb black people who don't give a hell about you. If you're going to listen to any black person, make sure that they're willing to commit their life to die for you and your children. If they're not willing to die, and when I even say die, if they're not willing to fight for the future of our children, hell with them. If they're not
Negro Pants never said
woman as their wife, a black woman as their entity, and they're not willing to claim blackness and all this other things that we talk about, stop playing games and stop believing them. And that's the issue that I have with our people. You need to learn to choose the right side of who you need to connect with. Who's going to be there for you? Who's going
right.
Like in Africa, if something goes wrong for you in America, you can come to Africa and connect with us. What are you going to do? Go to Europe or go to Switzerland, Australia, and ask that Negropean to help you?
Yeah, I mean, he'll shut the door right in your face.
You come to Ghana and say, hey, I need to overnight somewhere. I was like, we have an office right there. You can stay right there. We have guest rooms in the house, I should say, because it's a business house. We literally are organized to where we have a business house in Georgia and also there in Jahadzi, Ghana. And that's how serious we are. Now, you have people who are about their business. They don't even have one office. Like Hidden Negropean. What is it? Where's his office? What does he do?
What does he do for a living? You know what I'm saying? Where's his business? What can he help at? Where's his oversight office at? You know? I would like
the oversight is the funniest thing, brother. I thought when I heard that oversight thing, I was like, this guy's joking. Because I was like, you think
that's serious?
No one would give it. I don't know anyone that I know that I do business where people have sent tens of thousands of dollars here to do business. People are not gonna. You gotta work hard to get people trust. And I'm someone that
And he works hard to tear other people down.
Yeah, so it's like, what real black investor is gonna really deal with some trash like that?
Nobody.
The people could deal with me, cursing and doing whatever. But they're not gonna deal with people not handling your business. Okay?
This is what he does, right? He says he sits back all calmly with sly whispers, right? And look at Bomani. Look how he's cursing. Look how he's giving the middle finger and whatnot. I'm the real choice and whatnot. The sly whisperer, right? But he doesn't understand something. Just like you have nice cop, bad cop, right? Both those cops are trying to put your ass in jail. The nice cop will come out, my partner. Well, your partner, they make you fear the other cop, right? He said, nah, we'll work on it. See what we can do. Nice cop, bad cop, And so basically he's trying to feel like, see Bomani, see how loud he is. He takes everybody else's video. See what Rick did to Harambe, whatever, like his name is, Hambi.
Yeah, the guy, he fires his people publicly and make videos of them. But I'm not here to judge that man because you have no idea what your employees do to you. I tell people that's the issue with Negropean. He doesn't have a business. I'm telling people there's some people who have a few customers, and then you have people who have a whole lot of people that I have, and it's impossible. I be doing my best to keep everybody happy, but it's not gonna work. Dr. Ranoka Rashidi told me that in 2004, and I did believe him, but I tried to say, I'm going to do my best to prove him wrong about that. I cannot prove that man wrong because you have 500 black people. 5 of them are going to give you hell.
Yeah. And the bottom line, that's the way it is. And when they're always going to plant seeds, sly whisper around your back, gossip and all this kind of stuff like this,
right.
And they wait to the opportune moment. They won't do it at first. They be like, now I got him, right? Everybody, oh, fine. One chick is there used to be a moderator on Dynasty Show, T. Kelly. When I can't wait, I want to put the handcuffs on Bomani myself when I hope the feds get him.
Yeah. Somebody said, I'm like, you think I work hard all my life to do it? I would have just stayed in the Navy if I was gonna lose focus on what I'm doing. This is a calculated move to build yourself up from someone that was 13 years old packing bags at the supermarket to be in the mid 40s running major operations and making decisions because I didn't take any shortcuts. I worked my way up in life. I put the time in, and that's why I want people to understand and respect. And if anyone comes at me anyway, I'm gonna handle you because you didn't put the work in to build yourself to this point. You're taking shortcuts, and then now you want to attack me and think you're just gonna make money.
They think that what they think is they're gonna get a YouTube channel. That's another thing I'm getting sick and tired of, right?
Yeah, too much people have YouTube channels and contribute nothing to society other than bad mounting people and making and begging people for donation. Can you cash at me? Can you do this? I don't have no gas. I don't have no gas to go to. I have no gas tomorrow to go to drive around and do nothing. Well, as a matter of fact, they won't even have a car.
They don't have a car like some of our people we know. Like one of our people.
All that stuff. And it's like, I'm like, your family, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? We look at I showed people my entire life. You see me and my family, we're all over the place. Now and I had to tell some of my family members, I was like, we don't got money like that. So don't be trying to hit me up for no money because
right.
But I'm trying
it's a whole
when black people commit themselves to enjoying life and doing things, we're showing you what we can do as a people. You put your money together. Like I got my Zanzibar. I was in Zanzibar. I had 3 beautiful days in Zanzibar. We were doing
that looked like paradise,
right? We were doing all kinds of stuff. And I tell people the highlights are there. It's free. You click on it, it plays. No one is telling you to cash out them. Give me this, do this. Not saying that's anything wrong. No one's telling you subscribe. Give me a Patreon. Brother, I don't have a Patreon login. I literally don't even know what Patreon is about. Only thing I know is people pay for subscription. I don't have OnlyFans or anything. Things that guy have. You know what I'm saying? He just put stuff up. I just believe in traditionally, like you get your ass up and go work. Whether I'm working for a contract doing aircraft maintenance at the airlines, whether I'm out there at somebody's business office doing IT work, or whether I'm here working on tours investment. You're a black man. You gotta do something with your life because we have so much black children and black men that are incarcerated that may be out soon. What is our example for them? Are we gonna say it's just okay to go do some crazy stuff and put you back in solitary confinement?
Right.
Or so that's what
we're giving. People understand something. We're investing in Africa, we're building in Africa, and we're enjoying life at the same time. We're enjoying the building process. And so when the Afghanistan one day gets built, we might be long gone, but we're gonna sure hell enjoy the process, man. You know.
I mean, where's Garvey right now?
Yeah.
Where's Garvey and Malcolm right now? Two of my favorite of all time. They're ancestors, and they're speaking to people like myself on a regular basis and putting things in my head and say, Bomani, do this. And I appreciate it because I'm getting directions from my ancestors. So I'm telling people I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm trying to work with us. But when you're doing this as a man in a feminist society that's being groomed, you gotta be a man with balls of steel. You can't
have balls.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the situation we live in. Like I was talking to my brother Quincy on the live, and we were talking about Atlanta, and we're talking about a situation being flipped to where it's a gender-based situation. We can't say certain things because we're gonna piss people off, so we're not gonna say those terminologies.
Right.
Gender-based, like male gender-based.
So the bottom line is like this: this right here movement really requires men, leadership of men.
Right.
It requires
civilization. That's what it is. Nothing to put down on anybody else.
Our sisters are welcome to join us and everything, but this stuff is led by men. Perfect example, Bomani Tyehimba. That's a man. Only a man's gonna do what he did, And the bottom line is we have to basically realize that it's gonna take men, and it's gonna take men recognizing their place in the movement, right? When someone is your hierarchy, someone is your superior, you have to start giving that person respect. We want to jump on and get a YouTube channel, running our mouth, and but it's not going to work anymore. You cannot fake this anymore. People are going to say, "Where's your works at? Where have you done for 18 years? Where have you done this? How many people you brought to the continent? Where's your come up at? So you can't just sit here and be like, okay, I got a YouTube channel now. I'm on the same level as people that's really been putting in the work all these years. It don't work like that.
Don't work like that.
It don't work like that, And the YouTube has a funny thing where people forget that this is not really broadcast. This is somebody sitting in their house in their pajamas, and basically talking shit. when you do regular broadcast journalism, right? Before they say anything over the air, right? They got an editor and everybody approving what you say, and they give you a talking. And one thing I want to talk about is this thing called pablum, right? Morton Downey used to say pablum puking. You know, he's a talk show, rally talk show back in the 80s, right? Pablum. What is pablum? Pablum is talking points, speech. They're words that you say over and over again, right? That mean nothing, right? But when you keep saying them over and over again, people start believing it. You know, it's called pablum. You know, when people start talking, racists use pablum, right? People, one of the pablum is, oh, black people in America are lazy. Look at Nigerians, even though it's not true. You know, it's nothing's true of that. If you keep saying it over and over again, it becomes the truth. It becomes a talking point where nobody questions because it makes a round table. He said it, whatnot, so it must be true. That's pablum. You know, Negro peeing is a sly whisperer. He speaks out pablum. You know, we got to do something about these scammers and everything like that. So everybody say, yeah, okay. Everybody start talking about, yeah, we got to deal with the scammers and everything. No proof or no anything. It's just a talking point. The spoken word is powerful. You can say something, a lie, and repeat something and everything, and people will believe it. Why? Because it's pablum. Something that's said over and over again until it becomes the truth. It becomes the truth. Then you look up on that, man, that was a lie all the time. But people still believe it. Why? Because once you believe something, right, it's hard to unbelieve it. And the people who do pablum, right, they make sure they keep saying they're not going to stop. Negro P is not going to stop. He has no facts or anything. He has nothing, no evidence, no anything, but he keeps spewing pablum because he knows people, you eat pablum up like cereal, you know, and they go with it with no proof, no evidence.
And that's the internet, and that's the downfall of the internet is people literally can throw whatever up. But the most important thing is for people to be critical thinkers. So I'm telling people, if you're not a critical thinker, do not call me and do not waste my time because I have nothing to do with you. I do not want to communicate with you because I've had even people that I thought was my friends that believe this guy. And I'm like, you're going to literally call me with this stupidity? And I just hang up on them because it's like, you know where I came from. You travel with me. You paid for a tour. The bus was there. The food was there. The tour sites was there. The guide was there. I took you out all night. And I didn't get much rest for the 10 days. You know what I'm saying? That's what I did for people. I mean, do I want to do that? No, I don't want to do that. I'm a corporate businessman. I want to be building real estate development. But I know in order for you to get somewhere in life, you got to get out there to the field and do the work and put your work in because the corporate stuff in the office is not happening. You know what I mean? It could only get so far as the work that you're willing to put in. And things like that. So you tell people, I was like, family, this is what I did. This is what we did as a people. What are these people that's coming against us going to say? And if you're not critical enough to say, like, I mean, I'm telling people, come at me with some real evidence. Come at me with something and say,
well, they have no evidence. They have no, so they got
I've walked a perfect life as perfect life could be walked. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. And, you know, the worst thing, you know, that people may find on you is you got a speeding ticket.
Yeah. And not that he talks. Yeah, I like how you laugh, man. Your smile is beautiful, Bomani. I'm saying the bottom line is this. Hey, then he talks about your son, man. Your son should be taken away from your Child Protective Services.
Yeah, that's sad, brother.
You haven't crossed the line with his child, you know, and we don't do stuff like that. We leave the kids out of it. But he brought your son into it and stuff like that. So I talk about son, just nasty, low down, low life person. This guy is, you know, and he just talks and whatnot, spewing out lies and everything. He doesn't say, look, I know this because I got evidence, right? And he says, okay, who would trust this guy? Don't send him no money or not. Don't send him no money or not. You know?
Unfortunately, based on what he's saying, it's unfortunate. But yes, he's jealous because, I mean, obviously, when you see me making all this movement, people obviously have to send a lot of money because that's how the thing get paid for. And it's a lot of money, lots of money. And that's why you have printed receipt books and you have digital books and things like that. And it's great business. I mean, I'm never gonna deny it, but I work very hard for the business, so I'm not gonna, you know. And that's what you do. So when you see other people, they realize they can never do this because that means you have to go back to earlier parts of your life when you're in that age where once you're in that age, you're not thinking about doing any Black Power stuff. What you out there doing? Chasing women. You're out there partying, drinking, doing all kind of stuff. Not saying I wasn't doing those things, but my focus was always on what we're doing, and that's And I always consider myself a late bloomer, like one of those guys that you weren't out there just trying to get a bunch of women pregnant and marrying them. You were out there studying. You were out there building a career. I always tell people, you can. Like I told my little boy earlier today, I was like, because he's always thinking I'm being hard on him. I was like, son, you have all your life to live. You know, when you're 20s and 30s, you can enjoy life. But it's like the foundation that you built, it will put you in a position to where you can enjoy that life. You want to go somewhere, you have money, you can buy, you buy a plane ticket. You and your friends want to do something, you have money, you have resources, you have a business, you have an empire, you have something to work with and things like that. So that's why I've always been one of the people that build your career and put the work in. That's why I'm one of those guys. I always tell women that I'm attracted to career women. And I appreciate my mother because she worked 30 years in New York City. You know what I mean? In an age where sometimes, we're not, well, that's what I like about the American society. You have working class people.
And the bottom line, also,
let's be real about that. You don't really have two parents really working in some parts of the world.
Right.
Now, so what does that tell you? How can you call a working class people lazy?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. How can you call people who have built the civilization in America lazy? Yeah. And I'm always coming to the defense because I don't see that. I see a hardworking society.
We were talking about last week, right?
Right.
All the post office, all Black people. The shipyards, all Black people.
Yeah, I live at the same way too, just like where you live at.
The buses, the metro, everything, all Black people.
And even Norfolk, even the airport right there. I mean, like I tell people, we decide to not show up at these airports and not show up at these jobs, the country collapses.
We started saying we're not going to do trucking, we're not going to do anything.
Oh man, woo, the game is over, brother.
Especially here in Virginia, man. The bottom line is this: Virginia, man, Black people are even major. Like I'm in the insurance business. I meet so many Black professionals in the insurance area, in the healthcare, and the medical, and all stuff like that. I'm like, yo, man. The bottom line is somebody saying the bottom line is this, and also we're not begrudging what we do in America. See, another thing, brother Bomani, is this: people think because you're Pan-Africanist, there was a comment that somebody made on Negro Penis page. They're going there because they failed in America. Most of us here have success in America. We're just saying that we're reaching back and we're expanding. We need more than just America. Same way the Chinese are not boxed into just America. Same thing, everybody else is not boxed into America. We have to basically expand into homelands in Ghana and Liberia and those countries. Why? Because we can. Because we feel like it. And because we want to.
And we will.
That's what people don't really understand. Oh, they live in America. You must be doing bad in America, so you can come to Ghana. If I'm going to scam somebody, I'm going to go to Dubai. I'm going to go to Europe or a rich country I'm going to go to Brazil. Africa needs all the money it can get. It's not a get rich quick scheme. Why would we do this if we're just basically trying to grab people and everything? It's not about that. We could do that. If we want to scam people, we could stay right here in America and scam people. The bottom of the day, people don't freaking think. It's like, yo, look, there's a thing on top of your shoulders called a head. Inside that head is a brain. What controls the brain is the mind. Use it once in a while. There's an old saying, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. And I don't friggin' see, I see more and more that statement is true. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. You got to think. We're basically putting this because we can. Why are they interested in Africa? Because it's our motherland. Because if we don't do this, the Chinese are going to come in. How is that going to look? We're sitting over in America talking about racism, white supremacy for the next 1,000 years and whatnot, while the Chinese are moving in, building enclaves, the Indians, everybody else and everything. We're trying to catch up with them. So we have to be organized. Negroes, use your brain, use your mind. The mind's a terrible thing to waste. Do not waste it listening to people like the Negro Pen. He wants you to be stupid. How can anybody look at somebody that don't have a job or not and listen? You put Bomani next to Negro Pean, right? Negro Pean got 15 years on him, and Bomani is out here, a young man doing this thing, have success, got all the evidence, and can prove everything he says. Negro Pean has nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the videos he do. He do 10-minute videos, so you know what he's trying to do. He's trying to
that's another thing. He does 10-minute videos because
so he can get all these likes and everything. We've been on for 4 hours, and honestly, I know most people are not gonna watch the 4 hours, but it's what it is. That's what we do. You and I, we get into
people say they break it up. They say, yeah, I'm watching parts of it, then they go back. But we're gonna be doing these videos every Saturday night, God's willing, and whatnot, because we are trying to tell people what we're about. We're not gonna let slide whispers and people with their pablum talking, and then they pivoting. Negro Pean yeah, that guy's married to a porn star. And check us out. Negro Pean is pivoting, right? He's pivoting to Ukraine right now. He doesn't want to address us whipping his ass to his. He thinks I'm just going to go away. Every week we're going to be here until he responds. Till he responds and says something or not. And then when people come back to the thing and he starts opening up and clipping, he won't do that. Because people start asking questions. Well, Colin did make some points, but mine did make some points. What about that? He don't want to have a conversation. He don't want to have a live stream about this. He wants this to go away. He thought we was going to back down like everybody else does and just and try to ignore him. No, man. That's the reason why he hasn't done any videos about Bomani directly in 2 weeks, because we're hitting him back.
Oh, brother, you can't call me a land thief and think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, the bottom line, call Bomani criminal.
You can't say these things about me and it's okay. Like, notice that he didn't say nothing about my tour business.
Because anything, that's what I call
gossiping about the business. Yeah, if I took 100% of people and 1% of people have an issue, that's good. As a matter of fact, if 15% of people have an issue, that's good. I mean, we talk about numbers here. And I exceed those numbers over the years. And it's the same thing in the business that we do. It's just a little more complex.
Right, complex.
Learn to understand these things.
Check us out. The bottom line is that's called a pivot, right? When he really wanted to come after your tour business, but he said, I'm going to find somebody on one of his tours. So since he couldn't find nothing.
He's still trying to find people to piss off at me.
Right.
Maybe find people, yes, but they don't have the heart to go on there and say anything about me, because what they're going to think about is all the good things I've done for them. Maybe they've been disappointed by this wasn't a 5-star hotel. I think that's the worst thing that they can probably be upset with, or that they didn't have, or not every day.
They missed the continental breakfast. They missed the continental breakfast.
Yeah, but I mean, it's nothing that I can literally say, like, I mean, because the bus is there, the schedule is there, everything is organized.
It's business, right? It's business, man. Somebody, you order fried food at your house or whatnot. Some days you say, okay, the fries were stale. Sometimes, but that's the business ain't gonna shut down.
And that's the thing of it is, I don't own any restaurants. I don't own any hotels or airlines. So the complaints they're making is about these entities, and it's like I'm doing my best to put the best entity together. So the small complaints come from that. It's not coming from, oh, he took my money and he didn't follow up. He didn't call me back. He didn't help me get my visa and things.
You help people with a payment plan.
Yeah. And even people that are not a part of my group, I help and work things out for them. Help them with visas and paperwork. I mean,
so you help people out get to the continent. They had the time of their life and everything. A life-changing experience and whatnot. Remember, I can't wait to Chief X gets on. I don't know where he be at, man. He's probably smoking the ganja right now.
Yeah, Chief X is always good. As a matter of fact, one day I have to reach out to him, and because I mean, he's hilarious. Like literally, he was telling my tour guide, like, I just came on a trip. I didn't read much of anything, and my tour guide told me, I started shaking my head, and I started laughing. I was like, bro, that's our people. But the thing of it is, the brother respect me enough to say, what, I trust this brother. I see his work. And that's what some people say.
That's all it is. Chief X
that signed contract. It's like, Bomani, I didn't read anything, but what? I love you and I trust you. And I was like, I appreciate your family. Even though I want you to look at this up because I don't want no issues with people. But that's one of the things I would say about my brothers. I really, really respect them because I know many of them didn't read none of the stuff to come on tour their business. But they're like, oh, I like this guy. Bomani is a good guy. There's no way somebody can fake the way he's acting because you can't.
Right.
Because I look back at my Egypt video and I look back, I was like, wow, I was saying the same thing. And it shows you consistency. But people don't understand that because they never committed themselves to anything.
They never did anything else. They never did business. Like they never have to be responsible for payroll and stuff like that. All the stuff that comes with a business.
That's a lot of stuff to handle, brother.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff with business and whatnot. And let me tell you something, running a business, right?
That's why some people are scared to do business, but I tell them,
I wouldn't wish running a business if you don't have the software, just work a job. I wouldn't wish for someone.
But we need people to set their game up. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was telling people in the early days. I was like, when we doing tourism, I was like, family, there's a lot of business out here. Come do your tourism business, do your investment business. It's business out here. Come do it, because at that point, a lot of my elders, they were like retiring. Like you don't see people like James Small taking groups, and other people that are not as popular as them. They're not doing those things in Africa anymore, because it's you're limited based on your age.
Right.
I mean, this stuff takes a toll on your body.
It does.
Number one, you're not getting, no matter however you tell yourself. I tell myself all the time, I'm getting enough sleep. You're not getting enough sleep.
Yeah. Bottom line,
you're lying to yourself, and you're literally cutting back your lifespan and things like that, and you're telling people like the suicidal thing that we're doing. It's like that. If I don't know if that's not dedication, I don't know what else is. Because I tell people, those of us that are doing this, you don't have to do it. More than likely, you're a very intelligent person, very educated. You can go work for white people and get nice 6-figure salary.
Right.
Like I tell people, I got stacks of certification, aviation, IT technician, all that stuff independently, books and everything. You study that stuff. You spend your 20s when you're in your 20s studying, not exactly doing the thing that people think you're doing. Like I tell, like my son, I have my son at 32 years old. That's the only child I have. So I'm telling people social responsibility. And as much women as people think that I have, because somehow people think I have a whole bunch of women because I take pictures with women. I love women.
Right. Yeah.
Like I love my brothers. So I'm not gay because I took pictures with my brothers. And I'm not a womanizer because I took pictures with my sisters. You know what I'm saying? You're telling people it's a part of marketing and enjoying life. Like I took a full moon cruise on Zanzibar Island. Brother, there's only one other brother that was on a trip with me other than my son.
Right.
Women, and then we had other women that came and hang out with us. So I told people, I was making a joke, and I was like, family, don't think that I'm on a boat full of my wives, because these are not my wives, these are my tour members. We're just having a great time. We are just cool because they've traveled me in the past, and we just have a good relationship. I build relationships with people. Now I can't do to everybody because some people are not cool like that. But the ones are cool, we are cool. Now we just are connected like that. It's where if they're in Atlanta, we connect and hang out. Like one of my good brothers, Goham, we always connect when he come to Atlanta. And then we just work on business and put things together. So there you go, brother. And I'm looking at the time, 4:11. Hopefully we can wrap up.
Man. We've been going. We can go all night, man. We got to end this. I just want to let me give a summary, right?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, we talked about Negro. We talked about that. We justified the building of our community, municipal centers, everything. That's the whole car of the African, the bigger thing of African and everything, which ultimately one day might be a diaspora state in the middle of the Congo, somewhere like that. That'd be great, like a Wakanda, that'd be great. But in the meantime, what we do have is the ability to build communities, right? Our own municipal centers and everything, with our own security, police, and courts and everything like that. And people can come over and everything like that. It'd be as simple as, I'm buying a house over there and I'm settling and everything. I'm going there. You don't have to worry about school. Also, we'll have our own community college. We'll have all that stuff, like we have trade schools. We have all that stuff set up on that, so you can contribute to the society that we're going to from a position of strength. You're not going to contribute anything without the position of strength. That means you can't just go there. I see so many people going to the continent by themselves, young couples and everything like that, and they end up coming back. When it didn't work out in Tanzania, we got to come back to Texas and everything. Why? Because they're not part of a community like my mother Bomani is building. And which we're a part of. We're trying to build. So bottom line is this like that. We talked about Negro pivoting, right? We did a show last week, right? The week before. It's been 2 weeks. I did one the week before and last week. Well, last week was a real one, And Negro has not responded to any of these shows, right? Negro
he's running from Austria to Switzerland because he thinks that the Russians are coming to get, the Russians are gonna.
Yeah. I hope the Russians do one thing, man. Take Austria and take that nigga out. I hope. I never wish people, man, but
I mean,
That,
hey, you never know, man. A Russian soldier may see him and this, like, oh my God, it's that guy.
that's
Let's
the
throw him in the back of
Negropean.
our truck.
That's a Negropean when I shoot him or not. You know, that'd be like that. But the whole thing is this: we talked about the pivoting. You know, he's pivoting. He's ignoring this and everything. He's going to talk about Ukraine. He's going to talk about everything else or not. But he is not going to talk about what Rosie
Well,
is.
what he's talking about now is scammers. He's talking about how to identify. I'm like, bruh, I've been doing videos on that forever. You don't need oversight. Oversight is a worthless and it's irrelevant. You go get a corporate attorney,
Right.
a real estate attorney, and that's it. And
So
then
how is
whatever
he going to do
documents people
oversight?
show you, you get that attorney to look at it, and they will verify those documents because that's his
So how
job.
is he going to do oversight in the middle of Europe and whatnot on something signed in the United States, right?
Yeah, the issue is he has no connection in Africa. You have to be able to, like, I tell people, I was like, you can think of whatever you want to think. I think I'm not intelligent. If you want, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But it's like, you're not going to be able to do any of the stuff that I do. I mean, it's impossible. You'd have to spend the next 20 years of your life studying to pull the stuff off that we pull off. International business is serious. They just started coming up with degree programs for that business. That means you're able to run an operation in one country and be able to handle it in another country and be able to do the back and forth and things like that.
Is this something as international lawyers? If somebody does, I will look.
You definitely have to get some international attorneys.
Yeah, that's hard to find too. You know.
Good luck on that.
Good luck on that. You know, so it's not easy. Brother Bomani just laying the blueprint out.
I make it look easy. I mean, I'm not lying to you. I make it look easy, but it's not. I put work into it. You know, and that's the issue that people think. They're like, oh, he can't be that smart. I can do this business. No, you cannot do it. So a lot of people try to do all the business. I've done tours and land investment, and what you see is failure.
Yeah, failure, because you don't put the due diligence in. You think it's easy and whatnot. You will go up there. Instead of just going in line, get with somebody that already is doing it and everything, and then learning and being quiet and humble. And we as a people, you could be like be an expert or something like that. Somebody's like, oh, I know better than him and whatnot. I could, if he could do it, I could. No, it don't work like that. You know, it don't work like that in the real world. You know, Negropean has no intelligence to build something like Bomani's doing. You know, so why would you trust him with oversight? You know, why would you trust his judgment?
Yeah, I don't think he has one customer, because look at his whack ass YouTube page. I mean, nobody watches this stuff and nobody make any comments on it. Yeah, there's one thing about entertaining black people and being a jester or clown. Black people love that. I mean, historically, they always had some clown. Like, you know, like one of the things that when I was in high school, one person said she wanted to be the class clown. I was like, okay, you just want to be known for being a fucking clown. But that was the situation. Some people want to be clowns, and that's him. He's like that class clown of your high school class. Yeah. People want to be certain things, and they say, you ask them what they want to. I just want to be a clown, not even a comedian or a professional. I just want to be a clown. I just want to be.
He's a court justice.
Court justice.
He's a deadly clown. And check us out. He has a video out. Just made called "Abandoned Black Ukrainian Orphans." You know, what the fuck does that got to do with it? He's pivoting. He's not.
You're a black man. I'm a black man. Do we have black children? I have black children in Jamaica that don't have nothing. Black children in America don't have nothing. Black children in Africa have anything. Those are my areas of concentration. I'm not worried about no white people. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yes. The situation may be sad or whatever. But what am I as a black man with all my black problems and my black people to worry about? Why do I care about some Ukrainians or some Germans or some Russians or any of them people? They're all the same wicked white devils who want to dominate and control each other. Go ahead and do what you want to do. As a matter of fact, let's go back in the past and extend World War II with 10 more years. You people would not be here. And then if it wasn't for our folks in the Caribbean and for other places coming there to take care of y'all and do certain things, y'all would have nothing there in Europe. And then make our dreams come true and wipe each other out. The thanks and all the Black American soldiers and people are going there. Stay out of that fight. Make sure you put yourself in a position, because the Russians are dangerous. You don't want to be getting them hit with them Russian bullets. Do not get yourself involved in the hurt situation. Because these people, eventually they're gonna get a part of it, because they're not gonna sit there. They're gonna want to get a piece of the action. Because when I was in the Navy, and white boys is crazy. It's like, you know, you in the Navy trying to get some college money and trying to build a career. They talking about war. I was like, there's no war. It's peacetime. When I was in the Navy, it was between 1996 and 2000. It was peacetime. There's nothing going on in the world. The perfect time to go get paid. Yeah. What you getting paid? Paid to train, playing warfare. Now, I'm not into all that warfare shit when it actually kicks off, because that's some serious stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Bottom line is black people talking about look, the bottom line is I'm absolutely shocked, right? It's like all the important topics of Black America has just disappeared from the headlines, and everybody's talking about Ukraine.
nah, that makes no sense, man. Ukraine.
Yeah, I
Was there ever a group of redneck racist neo-Nazis in Russia or
and
Germany
matter of fact,
or whatever their places
you
are
know something,
in
in
Ukraine?
Ukraine, one of the military people, the U.S. is actually a neo-Nazi. Ukraine has a lot of neo-Nazis in the police.
It's funny because Putin was saying that they're basically separatists, and they basically are many other things, and they basically this and that. And I tell people, like, who gives a hell what all that stuff is about? Why don't you let us kill each other off? Why don't the next 30 days in Europe, all the white people just wipe each other out? The world would be a better place.
Yeah, and also one thing is that all the white people that's in Africa, please leave. Get the hell off the
Oh yeah,
continent.
absolutely. Go back to your motherland and struggle to build your motherland.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
This has
Europe
nothing
is
to
so
do with
great.
you.
Why not go there? Live
Putin
there.
Putin and his cousins has an issue with each other. That has nothing to do with any of us. Let the people who have issues with each other fight. Just like when World War II kicked off, it had nothing to do with black people. But why were they recruiting black soldiers from parts of the Caribbean, from Africa, and then why
America.
now? And then y'all not even treating us right in America, but y'all want us to join y'all war. And then we all came and volunteered.
This shows you how low they are. The American is low. He'll basically tell the black man, like Rod Sterling, Twilight Zone. That guy, the original Twilight Zone. Did you watch that as a kid? Twilight Zone. You probably don't
Oh yeah,
remember.
absolutely. I watched Twilight Zone when I was younger.
Okay. Well, he did an interview, right? He
I
said
watched a bunch of white people stuff that I didn't know I was watching.
but Twilight Zone was good, right? But they interviewed Rod Sterling. That guy was a brilliant mind. I mean, that guy was freaking way ahead of his time, right?
What is that, like the producer, the writer of the show?
Yeah, he's the narrator in the Twilight
Narrator.
Zone.
Okay, narrator. Okay.
Anyway, he said something that was really unique to me, right? He said, look, he goes, let me tell you something about America, right? And racism and everything. He says, we got to do something about it, right? He goes, you cannot have a people, right, who you send to war and send to war and you basically treat them like a second-class entity. That's a reflection on our civilization. He says, the bottom line, America got to make a choice what they're going to do. Because you can't keep oppressing a group of people, right? Have them slums, don't give them opportunity and everything, and then basically spill their blood and then call themselves American, but you don't want them to be part of your civilization society. He said, only America does that work, because I do see that they, at least in Europe, give black people some basic regress and whatnot. But in America, it's almost expected that, black people, your life don't mean shit to them, And the whole thing is when it comes time to war, they put a flag in your hand and a gun and go fight for America and stuff like that. But I remember when America was fighting the Spanish America in the Philippines, a lot of black soldiers defected. That's been written out of history. A lot of black soldiers went to Aquilino's army and became officers in the Philippine army to fight the United States. They ain't forgot that shit. So basically, like this: how you gonna send somebody, and then when they come back from war, you lynched them? They had your uniform on, and black men soldiers got lynched. How anybody could be a proud, patriotic America? I don't fucking know how. More power to you. You gotta do what you gotta do and everything like that. But when it comes down to it and everything, when it comes down to it, that none of this shit means anything to us. That's somebody said, I feel bad for 1,000 Africans in Ukraine. Why are they there? Why the fuck are they there? Please tell somebody. I wish to be. I know we over time and everything. So we have 4.5 hours. Somebody could have called in and said, "Yo, look, man, this is why they're there." There's no reason for you being cold ass Ukraine. What the fuck is Negro? And you talk about us building an Afghanistan, and we build an Afghanistan. That's a multiplier effect. That'll build a continent. If Black America was able to have a state, and they're funneling billions and trillions of dollars into that state, that'll basically be the engine to build a whole continent. We need that.
Brother, people may not like those things that we're talking about. But
but that's reality.
I've been listening to you talk about it for the last few years, and I mean, it's
You
like
came to the conclusion I was telling the truth,
brother. The whole time, more and more as time go along, because that wouldn't hurt anything. It would just progress it, and that's what I've learned from listening to you and how you explain the situation, and then just learning, because I'm there on a continent. Over the last 18 years. I mean, brother, I don't see
if we had the Afghanistan set up right
in Africa.
What you did should have been done in like months, rather than all this hard work. It'll be already a blueprint. We're gonna build a town here and everything.
It took me a long time to get to that point, brother.
The bottom line is this: if we had this state, imagine if we had a state that represented our interests. Can you imagine if we had our own state that represented us in the UN and the African Union, stuff like that? That basically, if we have any problems, that state is our voice on the continent with our own military and logistics.
Well, that was what the African Union and many of these other entities are supposed to be, but as you can see, it's controlled by the
well, the bottom line, there's a difference between what was proposed, right? Was the ONU originally was about all black people, right? But they changed the definition to define African Union as anyone born on the continent. Right now, a white Afrikaner is more African than you and I, according to the African Union.
Yeah, and then literally, I've been to South Africa, and they will let you know that. Like, I literally went.
They'll tell you that they're real Africans, not you.
Yeah, that's true, brother. I literally went to a store right in Johannesburg to go get something and then walk back to my hotel room. And the person started speaking Zulu to me because I understand certain words and things. He basically told me that he's more African than me and everything. I was just having because he's
a white person.
Yeah, a white person. He's a literally a store clerk. That's like you go to the corner store and you have one of the Arabs or one of the Indians or someone from whatever country. That's that person, but he was a white person.
We lost our identity. That means what it is, like Marcus Garvey said, Africa will develop, it won't be a black man's continent,
Yeah, I mean, if we literally don't participate, as far as when I say we, black people in the diaspora, mainly black people in America, if they don't participate in Africa, it's a done deal. The deal is over. The only survival, and I want people to listen to me. For those who are listening to this call this late and or going to watch the recording, hear me clearly. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody and things like that, but you have to think about the situation. When you go to countries like Ghana, who are the black people living in Ghana outside of the Ghanaians? It's black people in America. You go to Tanzania, the same thing too. I mean, you have a big interest in a big setup. You talk about people who have built business and built enterprises and things like that. And then the people who have taken on my journeys, the majority of them are born in this country here, born right here in America. Now, if I try to get people from other countries, good luck. Do I have people from Europe and people from different parts of the Caribbean? Maybe about 0.5%, but maybe about 1% to 5% the max. But 90% of the people are from here in America. So I'm telling people, that is a real statistic based on the fact that who is interested and who's willing to put the money down, who's willing to buy the land, who's willing to do all of that stuff.
It's African Americans,
I mean, it's what it is, brother. I mean, and as far as my people from like the Caribbean and other places, the ones that are from there that live here in America, those are the ones that participate at a very small percentage, and that's the reality of the situation. So, if America doesn't if Black energy in America do not participate in Africa, like the Italian gangsters say, forget about it.
Forget about it. Forget about it. What's Donnie Brasco? Sometimes forget about it means forget about it.
Literally, it's not gonna happen. And that's I love.
Bottom line, why it's a battle for Black America. That's why me and Bomani and I make us a good team.
Yeah, exactly. I've never come at my brother.
I'm African American. Don't
try two different places, and me and his brother get along more than anything else. I get along with my brother more than many other people because it's not about where you come from; it's about what you're about. And then we're also at the same location in America, where we see this all these. And I don't want to talk about these other groups because I want them coming after me. But the thing that's funny though is like all of these groups that's coming out here. Talking about they all about American this and that, and reparations shouldn't be paid to Black people in America and all this other stuff.
Those people are foolishness. Foolishness. You're never gonna get a reparations check.
Number one,
that's just some excuse for you to act ignorant, stupid, and whatnot, and deny Africa. That reparations, all that stuff like that, but ADOS only came as a result because when they looked at dinosaurs, the mind said these niggas actually going to the continent.
Yeah, we actually
So we
don't.
got to create an identity. ADOS,
We're bringing
FBA.
a lot of people with us.
I said, wow, this is actually real.
Yeah, it's real.
This is actually real. Yeah, it's real. You think we were kidding? We created the BAIO. Bomani hosted the first BAIO. That's when it all came to life, man. Bomani, I said, man, we first of all, we were just on the internet.
Yeah,
And then when I saw Bomani down there, everybody had the BL t-shirts, and Bomani says like, yeah, fam. And he's hosting the thing, him and Dynasty and whatnot, and Jonathan Hill. I was like, we're on the map, man. I said, man, we're gonna be unstoppable. We got people to come out and everything. So in other words, I said people actually believe in what we talked about in Afghanistan, a state or territory or enclave or many enclaves. We could build one in every country in Africa. We built one in the Congo. We have blueprints. This is our self-contained community in this country, right? We're going to be participating. And then when we have we get a good 5 million diasporas living comfortably on the continent, right? Funneling their pension funds, everything to the continent. We're funneling trillions of dollars to the continent. And we're able to write our own ticket and everything, build everything we want. It's going to geopolitically, when Africa no longer needs the West, and we're the main payers of African debt and industry, everything like that, it's going to be a game changer. That's why people like Negropean can't fathom the idea of European Africa is not running Europe for everything. We mean the African Americans are going to be, you get enough, but right now it's only a small percent of African Americans even know we are about. But let the word get out, and a few years to come, there's going to be millions of us, man. Think about that. Millions of us saying, you know something? I want to build. That's going to change the whole geopolitical dynamic of the world, because we're not going to be defined by the borders of America. Black people right now, in the mainstream media, they're ignoring us, right? When you talk about Black America, right? I mean, they did have Nancy Pelosi go to the year of return. That's only because it got so big they couldn't control it.
She took the whole Black Caucus with her.
Yeah, what I'm saying?
She took a white lady.
Black Caucus
took a white lady.
Yeah.
Bring a whole bunch of Black Caucus people to Africa.
Actually, they went there.
Sick and disgusting.
They went there, right? But they brought her there with her.
Oh, they brought so it's the other way around. You telling me?
They brought her. I was like, what are you bringing her there for?
Family. I literally,
They went there, and when she had to go there on some, I don't know what.
I mean, she's Speaker of the House, so it's like
I'm saying to myself, what do you need her to speak for? What did she got to say? She could have read a letter.
Well, I think they really look at her as the boss. Black people always looking for some white person as the boss. I mean, yeah, she's in a senior position, but you could have basically, and I can't say what I really want to say. You could have left the old white woman, back in DC.
You could have left her in the hotel.
Not exactly the language I really want to use, but
she could have stayed in the hotel. She could have stayed in the hotel room by a video conference. She didn't have to be there. Exactly. So what the hell y'all doing, man? And Nancy Pelosi, you gotta be kidding me, and also, so bottom line, this is what we're up against, right? And then we're having a bicentennial in Liberia right now. That's booming right now and everything. Excellent. So the interest in Africa by African Americans is going to change the political content. Now, next is going to come is y'all haven't been doing right by Africa. Y'all giving us freaking crumbs. Oh, we give aid. You have been giving us shit.
Yeah. The aid that is set up is literally a psychological aid to where it's based on
the aid that the Africans need to develop.
The aid is going to be dependency. So you give somebody those strings, they're not dependent on it. And then you're right. The most important thing is the strength attached to those deals that's being made. And that's why I tell people no one owns what we're doing because we don't have any strings attached to anything that we're dealing with. And that's the most
important. You can't call us colonizers or whatever, because who are we working for but ourselves,
Colonizers.
Bomani and College Genesis is going to colonize Africa or just by ourselves and whatnot. We have no army behind us and whatnot. We have no diplomatic corps and diplomatic relationships. So why is it that they're using the word, throwing around the word colonize? Pablum. You keep saying it long enough and whatnot. Yeah, black colonizers from America. They come in Africa to take the land.
But I mean, the thing of it is, it has to be some weak-minded black people to believe in someone like the unapologetic Negropean or any of these other black devil coons and race traders and house Negroes. I mean, you can call them all those names.
And the bottom line is that my final word is this: Negropean. This is 3 weeks in a row. I've been on 3 weeks in a row and whatnot. We said what we said. We indict you right now for being a coon, a jobless fool, and a troublemaker and a gossiper, right? What do you have to say about it? We're waiting for you, Negro Pen. I know you're watching. We're waiting for you.
Yeah, he's
You know?
not gonna say much of anything because you know what I mean. He's just a
Oh,
weak
he's gonna
he's a
keep
weak
pivoting.
excuse for man.
And all you Negro Pen fans, look at this right now. Right now, he's pivoted 3 weeks. We hit him back 3 weeks in a row, and he's not responded back. Right? For somebody who takes every clip you say and stitch it up and say, "Oh, look what I'm saying. Look at it." He has
Yeah,
ignored these 3 broadcasts. Right? He's pivoting. He thinks he's smarter. He's not smarter than me. Nobody goes against a college Genesis and wins. Because I don't take on battles I can't win.
there you go, man.
Negro P is quick work for me.
There you go, man. Just like the brother Joseph Sakala was beating his ass up about
Yeah.
race trader, and that's
He
somebody
has,
from the content.
he
And I'm
won't
telling
mention
you,
that either. He
the
won't
black
mention that
brothers and
either.
sisters from the content family fight against his brother because if think about it, family. Well, y'all even think about this. If you're in an African country like Ghana, and then you have all these business people in America that used to come on a regular basis and do business with you, and they're not doing it anymore because of whatever situation, well, how does that affect your content? Is Negropean, is the unapologetic Negropean going to bring business to you? Is he going to bring a group of people to you? He's going to bring investors. He's going to bring people. No, he's not going to do any of those things. He's just there as a paid snitch, a paid white devil.
He's a provocateur. He's a provocateur.
You know what I'm saying? And they had people. It's people like that is the reason why Malcolm went so early. Garvey went so early. Dr. King and many other prominent names went so early because these people are put out there. Because me and you, look at how we look. If a white person come right now, and we're like, okay, who the hell are you? But if it's another black person talking about black power, revolution, nation building, and then me not saying they're gonna talk that aggressive, they're gonna play it off to make it seem like they're normal. Which I've met a lot of people like that. And I got like, yo, we gotta literally try to find out who this guy is. And I was like,
yeah. They come up with all the rhetoric and everything like that.
I gotta be able to come to your house and come hang out with you and your family. If I know if you're gonna be talking about being real, just like you can
right. We have to get to that point where in the BIO we have chapters. Right, we're gonna start doing this next year. We're gonna have meet and greets and everything like that. If you don't show up and whatnot, and like we're gonna come to you and say, "Whoa, yeah, you're talking to, we'll be in your town next week," And whatnot, we want to know who you are, who you hang around with, who your friends are.
People are gonna show up, and then the other people that are not down with it, they're gonna run out because they're gonna feel like their cover is blown.
Yeah, cover is blown. So bottom line, we want to meet you. We want to see where you are and stuff like that. The bottom line is this: anybody can get online and pretend who they want to be. Have you been to the continent? Do you want to be with the continent? Anybody know you? Can anybody vouch you? Have you had long conversations with people, right, in depth and everything? Have you like that, or you just on there every once in a while talking a bunch of nonsense and you talking something and you ain't living it, And so this is what we want. We want people. This is real, and to trust you. If people think they're going to join us and be in the hierarchy, no, you got to work your way up. You got to put work in. You got to put your roots down. Put your boots on the ground. You got to. Jonathan Hill's proven himself. He's proven himself. He's been to Bomani several times to the continent. He's done stuff like that. He's proven himself. And the bottom line is people come along, they drag along, they're waiting for you to fail. That's what it is. You're bored with your life. You know something's there, but you're waiting to fail. Say, see, let me go back to watching basketball. But this is called consciousness, right? Because what we're saying is pricks your conscience, and we're saying is right. It burns in your soul, man. I had a lady one time, man, when I first got on there back in 2006, right? She was like, Carla, what you wrote last night when it had me shaking and shivering in my sleep. I said, ma'am, that's what they call it. You a demon, Carla. And what you were saying, it just had me, I was shivering. And I said, look, man, I'm trying to liberate you. I'm trying to get the coon out of you. You know what I'm saying? You just, she was like, just go away. Just go away. No. You know what I say. I know when I say, people listen to what I say, they can't forget it. It's in their soul. They're sitting there like, God damn that collar. That's why people hate me so much, They hate my guts. I realize that, I'm gonna have a hate collar. We used to do a hate collar show, Have people call in, 1-800-HATE-COLLAR. Have you tell you people hate my freaking guts. I realize that, I mean, I do this because I have to tell the truth. I have to tell you like it is, man. You ain't getting no reparations check, as simple as that.
Yeah, some people, I mean, somebody got to wait these people because they literally think that it's going to happen. I'm like, I've been hearing about this thing for 20 straight years. And some people I've heard about it longer. They've been around longer.
I said, bro, you are not gonna get no reparations check.
I mean, why would they give that to you when you pose no threat to them?
You pose no threat to them. That's how it works. They look at you like black people, like what's that? The Mississippi governor, senator, what's his name that retired a few years ago? Haley Barber. He said black African American don't mean shit. He said that right after Obama got elected. He said they got a black president. They don't mean shit. Haley Barber.
Black president, that definitely don't mean nothing.
He said
I ain't a lifetime.
Who cares about African Americans? They don't mean shit because hey, we did them a favor. We gave them a black president, so they should be happy. They don't mean shit. That's what he said. Basically, that's what they said. You basically, no black white person goes to sleep worrying about what you think. What you call nobody white goes to bed worrying about what black people think.
That is serious, brother, man. That is serious. And talk about bed. It is. We have been rolling, brother. 4-4.
Hey, we're longer than the last week's show, man. See how it goes. All right, brother. All right, brother Bomani. Peace.
Any final words before you close or anything?
I think I handled all. I said, Negro P, go to hell, get a job. That's my final words. I want them to hear that. Go to hell, get a job. Negro, leave us alone. Shut up. All right, brother Bomani. Peace, Black Power, and keep strong, man. We're proud of what you're doing, man. Thank you for leading us, man.
Absolutely, brother. You take care of yourself, man, and I appreciate the energy. And
anytime.
And we'll do another marathon.
All right, as long as the weather.
Bomani marathon.
I can't promise every Saturday when the weather gets warmer. I'll be out. But right now,
anytime in general, we don't. People know we have a
right now for the next month or so. We got Saturday nights locked. We're gonna be kicking the Negro Peon's ass every Saturday night, man. We're gonna do this stuff. God's willing. We're gonna do this shit every weekend until the Negro Peon capitulates and comes off the air and shut up. And we let people know.
I don't know if he's gonna be around, man. I think he's running from those Russians.
Yeah, I just think. For the most part, right? People are walking away from Negro Peon, but they basically hate us so much and whatnot. They try to prop them up. But since we've been doing these shows, people realize that we're gonna fight back. Everybody else, they watch Negro Peon, they think he's Thanos and shit. That he is gonna wield the Infinity Gauntlet and wipe people out.
People like, oh my God, I can't say nothing about Negro Peon. He's gonna keep on making videos. Brother, make 1 million videos of me. I love it, man.
Bring it on. Love this shit, man. Keep it up, Negro Peon.
I'm like, somebody has to actually have the heart to lie about me and have nothing to prove, and people actually believe in him. I was like, rock on, man.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
The way he expresses and say, and he got a British accent, man. That person,
what happened to that person? Click. Check it out. The devil talks in nice terms. Lucifer had the softest voice, It says in the Bible. Yeah, Lucifer talks with a soft voice. He knows how to con people, He's a freaking demon, That's what he is, It's another day in paradise and whatnot. It's another day in hell, motherfucker. All right, brother Mike, I got to go, and I'll holler at you. I'll give you a call tomorrow, brother. And like I said,
brother, take care of yourself.
Negro P and go to hell,
Absolutely, brother. Take care.
Peace, brother.
All right, so yes, family, we've been on this marathon as we talk about a whole lot of things. So don't listen to this one or two names of what we talk about. We talk about literally the subject that we put together, which is we always talk about African nation building and organizing ourselves for Black power, and that's it. We speak unapologetic about that situation. And we're thinking about our children. We're gonna make these moves and make these things happen. And nobody, this is not 100 years ago, because we have learned from what happened 100 years ago. All of these race traders needed to be wiped out of the planet, so they didn't get involved and mess with Garvey and the UNIA work. So in this generation, I'm telling people, all these Negro Peons, these black devils and so on, you see them in your area, handle them. You know what I mean? Let them know to stay out the way or they're going to get run over. That's my favorite terminology. It's not a threat. It's a simple thing. Stay out of the way of what we're building or you will get run over. It's kind of like being steamrolled. And that's what will happen literally. And I'm a person that's famous for that. since I started this Pan-African journey, anyone else who came against what we're doing, we shut them down. You know what I mean? So nothing's gonna change. I mean, and this we'll keep on doing it because we love our, the future of our race. And if we're gonna make a difference and make a change, we got to make sure that we don't have people getting in our way. So yes, family, it's all about Black Power Nation building, and we do our best to make sure when we do this presentation, we go into full details. We're not here to do 10-minute videos. We're going to have a straight, strong dialogue and get into it with you about what we're talking about. So family, appreciate everybody, love, energy, and support, and thank you for tuning in. And for those who are watching the playback, just enjoy the conversation. If you have any questions about anything that we do in Africa and you want to communicate with me, I'm available. Whether it's tours, investment, consultation, a 5, 10, 15, 20, 30-minute conversation is always open and available because we need to talk. We need to connect because that's the only way we're going to be able to do anything together is building relationships. And that's how I've been able to build success in connecting Africans in the diaspora to Africans on the continent and building this energy is by building relationships both here in America and both there in Ghana, Tanzania, and other parts of the African continent. All right, so family, keep it strong and you take care, and we'll keep in touch.